Hello and welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign, episode number 32. We live stream every Sunday night, nearly, starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time on Twitch. You can catch up on weekly sessions as well on YouTube, link below, and follow us and turn on your notifications, see when we go live. My name is Corey, or Pinwarp2, here on Twitch, and I will be running the game as DM. I am joined by my players, Andre, playing Aelin, the ASMR Monk, Liz, who's playing Archie, ASMR Wizard, Brad, who's playing Baz, Loxodon Fighter, Ryan playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, and John playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer. Welcome back, John. And with that out of the way, we will do our recap, which I have taken the liberty of preparing in advance. So, last session, having arrived at Port Castellar, where you made landfall, in order to begin your expedition to the Holy City of Mezro, you discovered a message from your mother, and by your, I mean Archie and Aelin's mother, Alessandra, which indicated that she, as well as Artis Kimber, Sindra Sylvain, and Nigel Witherbaum, were here some 20 years ago. You also found a journal written by a member of the company The Yellow Banner, one Devlin Bashir, which indicated that the company headed south from here along the River Olung towards the Garden Palace of Nangalore about 1 year ago. Both parties seem to be searching for Omu. While processing this information, you were set upon by undead, which swarmed from both the beach below and the jungle strand of the camp. After a arduous battle in which a spirit known as an Alep manifested, you defeated the undead, and you spent some time shoring up the camp's defenses, intent on resting here for the night before embarking inland the following day. During this resting time, it came out in conversation that some of your companions had some secrets. Nerissa confessed that she was, in fact, Masika, a holy warrior of Mezro. She had explained to you that she once served the Beret of Mezro, who were powerful champions blessed by Ubtao, and somehow was transported some 130 years into the future during a battle. She has wandered the jungles since then, before making her way to Port Nanzaro and meeting the Itapka. She has been wanting to head back to Mezro for some time to try to discover what happened, both to her people and to herself. As you also discovered that Azaka, your guide, was revealed to be a were-tiger, blessed or cursed to transform into a beast upon the full moon. She revealed her tribe of Tabaxi all carried this burden, and while it made them formidable combatants, it carried with it a bloodlust that she tries to keep under control. And Zendala, your companion and Artis Kimber's daughter, was discovered to be much younger than you thought, although at this point only Archie knows this. She is only 17 years of age. With these revelations come to light, the party settled in for the night and wondered what the next day's journey would bring. Which brings us to now. But before we get into now, that was a little bit to unpack there. So, players, help me bring Jonah up to speed on anything I may have glossed over or anything like that. Because he missed the last couple sessions. Or if you just have any questions about what I just said. John, that was a lot of information, though. Jonah was there for all of it, though, so you should probably know this stuff.
True. I'm trying to think of if there... Yeah, like, you hit the major revelations.
Artist might be our dad. We don't know.
So, yeah, so the way we found the message from our mom, it was like a video sort of vision that played out.
Like a major image style thing.
Yeah,
like with sound and movement.
Yeah, well, like a major image. I'm pretty sure you could have sound and movement.
Is that a major image?
So yeah, so it was like an image of it. And Artis, was in there. They were all friendly.
They were looking for things to do with the Shaodan people, and they were also trying to go to Omu.
Yeah, we asked. I did ask. So Nerissa is from Mezro, and so we had asked a few
Yeah.
questions of her. We had asked. What did I ask? I asked who all the beret were, the
Yeah.
guardians or whatever.
In her time,
In
who
her
if she
time.
knew who the beret were.
And one of them shares the same name as our mother does. So we're not sure if our mother was one of the beret and is exceptionally long-lived, or if it's just like same name coincidence deal.
But there are statues of them in Mezro, so
Yeah.
we may find out when we get there. Azaka is the one who saved Father Zatembe from the attack. She was the tiger lady.
She was the tiger lady.
Zendala is kind of annoying.
Oh yeah, she sucks.
She's so annoying.
In that she acts her age.
Yes.
You know, she's not
Hate her.
she's not used to
I don't.
this lifestyle. She doesn't like, walking up hills.
If you don't know exactly what she wants or can help her, you're useless.
Yeah. Like, oh, so that information is useless to me. Like,
Great.
Yeah. She's not very tactful.
Oh, the Chewinga. Do we want to see if John wants to buy? We summoned the Chewingas last night and had quite a few options.
Yep.
But I don't know.
There's a food one. There's a trekking / adventuring one. There's a climbing one, and I don't remember the fourth. A swimming one.
A swimming one. So Baz bought the food one.
Yep.
Which basically
it was basically create food
and water for the most part. So we're good on food for today. Ryan
and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Today is tomorrow, right? Because we had it at dinner.
Yeah, you filled up today, your water skins and everything. You have enough water and food for all day tomorrow. You don't have to worry about foraging tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can forage anyways, but...
Blackwind bought the one that basically makes us move faster through the jungle. Which is...
Yeah, we can move faster without the penalties of moving faster, or we can move slower without the penalties of moving slower.
Yeah.
Now...
And a little boost to the dice rolls as well.
Yeah.
And that's group wide
that's just him. Just him.
Just him. Okay.
I mean, the speed thing is group wide, but the bonus to the rolls is just for him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I got the climbing one, which gives me a climb speed and +5 to all of my movement for 2 days.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing a lot of scouting the next couple days.
Yeah, and they're not activated immediately. They'll last for 2 days once you activate them, but we're not sure how long they last before you can act, or they'll disappear.
Yeah, you don't know if you don't activate them in the next 24 hours, do they just disappear? You're not sure on that part. So
we're not sure. So I don't remember prices, but
10 OMP for the climbing.
It was 5 for the food, 10 for the speed,
and 10 for the swimming, I believe.
It was 10 for swimming? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, climbing and the swimming were 10, and the trekking one was 5, and so was the crate food and water.
Okay. And then we got some inheritance money and a cloak.
I brought the key to the coordinates, and that's where we found the message and some things left behind for me.
I think it's important to note that none of your NPC allies know any. No, that's not true. Azaka and Masika. No, none of your allies saw the message from, but I believe Archie told Zendala the contents of the message. I can't remember if you guys told the Azaka and Masika as well.
Well, I mean, no, I don't think we gave them here's what happened. But when Masika mentioned one of the berets had the same name as our mother, we kind of like, oh shit, what did she look like? That was our mother's name. Like there was some information there, but we didn't go through everything that happened in the message with everybody.
Yeah,
Uh,
but you did reveal that to Zandala, Archie did, about Artis being in that message and everything.
Yeah.
right. So as a note, before we go to sleep, just as a quick, I would have asked her if she knew what he looked like or if she wanted to know.
She described him to you
Okay.
when you
Well, but
first
did-
met her over breakfast, right?
Right, but that could just be a description from her mother. I don't know if she's ever actually, if she, there's a difference between a description and knowing what he looks like. I'd ask her if she did,
Yeah,
because
she
so
doesn't know. She's only got a description from her mother, and that's the only way she described him to you guys. And until you
Right.
saw that image, you didn't know for sure that was Artis.
Right.
But now you can put it all together. Yeah, it matches the
What I'm-
description she gave you.
Right. So what I'm getting at is I'm asking her if she wants me to take minor illusion in the morning so I can actually show her what he looks like.
I think she wouldn't really care
Okay.
too much because, like you said, that image was 20 years ago, and
Sure.
so what he looks like then isn't really of as much importance as what he looks like now. But
He's still the same person.
sure,
Okay.
if you want
Yeah,
to.
I would
She's just
offer
not
that.
super interested. But if you want to, yeah.
No, only if she. I'd only do it if she would want it.
No,
because otherwise it
I don't
takes
want to
so much.
show her.
So, never mind.
Right. Was that it? Any other questions, John, about anything?
No, I think a lot happened, but I think I have understanding of the gist in our very interesting party.
You were very involved the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
and were part of every conversation. You
Body
weren't
count
left
is
out.
huge.
Yeah, and you helped identify the cloak that my mother
Mhm.
left me, and it is a very nice cloak that I am wearing.
What was it?
It is a cloak called Chorus,
Right.
and it is like silver with gold trim, and it has like a filigree of notes. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's like the gold on it is like it resembles musical notes.
Yeah, and then a clasp with 2 entwined doves. And while wearing it, I gain a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws. And when I pull the hood up over my head, I can hear soft, beautiful music. It is inaudible to anyone not wearing the cloak and does not interfere in any way with perception. As an action or as a reaction, I can cause the soothing music to act as though I've cast the calm emotion spells on myself. When used in this way, it cannot be used again until your next long rest.
Oh, that's really cool. Very flavorful.
Yeah.
Very cool. So basically, Aelin will have it until Archie gets hurt again, and then he's gonna be like, "No, now you have to have it." It's funny though, because I realized that the siblings are the two that don't wear armor, so it's always going to be both of us wanting any items that give AC, but both of us
Sure.
wanting to give them to the other person.
You got technically a higher AC than me.
Well, now I do because of my last
she
level
does.
up. Oh.
Well, I do
Well,
because
because of mage armor, yeah.
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 Yeah, without mage
I'm
armor, she's got a squishy 11.
I'm a easy target nowadays.
It's true.
I
You've
was
also got a lot more hit points than her, though.
Yeah. And I also have this really cool ability just to shake off a knockdown.
Yeah, and the tireless.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty resilient, actually. You're probably the most, almost the most. Well, Baz is pretty resilient too, but
Yeah.
yeah, you're pretty.
As
both of
is
you are
just
pretty-
a rock.
Yeah.
He's just like,
He's
he's
got-
there.
I think Baz has the best AC in the party.
Yeah.
Well, and
He's the heaviest.
I'm
at
anymore.
16, but
Not anymore, yeah. We
because
were
I-
tied.
because I used to
Yeah,
sometimes
well,
shield.
Well, but
that-
Jonah's got really good AC too.
Yeah, he does
Yeah.
actually.
Oh, that's
Small
true. I forgot you upgraded your armor. Haven't
and I
seen
have
you
the
in actual
shield.
combat since. So
Must be nice to wear armor. Must be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I downgraded. It's like it's too hot. I need the
I don't-
movement.
I put an
Just
air
gotta do what I
conditioner
do,
in there. I
Blackwood.
have a little
No
fan
armor.
going.
Yeah, well, I mean, leather.
It is
that's
it is a
better.
good point actually that Blackwood does bring up about the heat though, because medium or heavy armor on really hot days increases the amount of water you have to drink when you're traveling. So keep in mind if it's a really hot day, which there hasn't been one since for a while. Actually, a really hot day. I think you had one once when you were traveling last time, but
Well, I mean, we're getting into the rainy season, right?
it doesn't
I
mean
think
it's
the
any
hot.
cooler.
Oh, it's humidity.
Yeah,
I think when we got to
Humidity's
the
worse.
plateau, it got really. It
yeah,
was hot around then, but
Yeah,
true.
I understand humidity. I went to Korea during the rainy season,
Oh
like
god,
right on the end of the rainy season, and holy crap!
I didn't understand humidity really until I went to Florida for that concert. Oh my god, it was terrible. It was just like this kind of like sticky heat that just felt like no matter where you go, you were like under a blanket. Oh,
It's like you're walking through cereal.
yeah.
It is, exactly.
This day's real serially.
In the summer here, it doesn't cool down at night.
I'm built for the winter. But ironically, body hair actually does help keep you cool. Same
Yeah.
with a beard.
Insulation.
Well, it holds the water. It
Mm.
doesn't evaporate off your skin right away. So it's just really annoying.
Well,
you have to groom
Alright.
yourself.
having completed our recap, and I think all the long rest mechanical stuff is taken care of. Yeah, I've already applied it. Everyone's got their hit dice back. Jonah, you were hurt and you used some hit dice, but you got them back on the rest. That was all hand wave, but it happened. When you were down below in the hold when the Sahagin attacked the ship, and you had to single-handedly defeat a Sahagin warrior down there, but you managed to destroy him. It was all off screen. It was very heroic.
Did he get his hit die back? The one we have to physically change?
Yeah, he's full.
He's full.
Oh, okay. And question about hit die, which I don't know. So I was out of hit die before the long rest. Now I have hit die. Can I use those hit die from the
Yes.
long rest that I just got them
Yes.
back?
Yes, you're allowed to
Yeah.
use the hit dice. You can use hit dice before the long rest and at the end after you've recovered them in the same long rest, if you want
Okay.
to. Yeah.
I would like to use one because I'm still hurt. Would somebody like to medicine me?
Well, I'm feeling more rested now, so
Oh yeah, I guess you're not exhausted anymore.
well, not that much more rested.
Every time.
Don't worry, I'm a doctor.
That's all right. I rolled pretty good.
Okay, you want to use one more, or are you good? You got 3 wounds.
No, I'm good. I'm okay
Okay.
for now. Because this way, if we make it to the end of the day, I can heal myself.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, well, luckily, maybe I rolled this, maybe I just decided by DM Fiat that I didn't want another fight in Port Castellar. Nothing occurs during the night, and in the morning, you awaken, having discussed things and eaten conjured food, filled your water skins, you're ready to go. It is the morning of, let me advance the calendar. It is no longer Baz's birthday. It passed without anybody even knowing. He didn't tell you guys.
He didn't tell us.
Yep.
God damn
It is now the 10th day, and now he can guilt you all for not saying happy birthday to him because it's past now.
Yeah, Jonah, do you know when your birthday is? Because we all rolled to find out what our birthdays were, and I don't remember if you were there for that or not.
Oh no, that's a good point. Do you have a preference for when your birthday is? Otherwise, we can roll it randomly because I'd like to put it in the calendar.
Random.
Okay, then just roll a 12-sided die for the month, and then a D30 for the day.
A D30?
Yeah.
Nice.
So just type
slash.
/ roll space D30, and it'll roll it for you.
Elent? Elent? I think. The 30th?
Wow.
The 30th of Elliot.
Everybody else was like all in the early months and like all like within the first 10 days. It was kind of funny.
God, why can't I spell Jonah? Jonoa. Jonah B-Day. All right.
Jonah be good.
you guys hear about the real Jonah?
Hmm?
The
You mean
guy who
dude that
got
was in a
eaten
whale?
by a whale.
Oh yes, yeah, I did. I saw that.
I was like,
Dive
I was just thinking to myself, like, wasn't that Pinocchio? Didn't that happen to Pinocchio?
It does.
Geppetto.
Was it Geppetto? I can't remember.
Well,
No,
you
it was
Well,
Pinocchio.
they're both
Yeah.
get swallowed.
Both.
They're like inside boats.
You know,
And
as things happen.
Baz,
Big cavernous.
Baz is going to live to be 400 and some odd years old. When your race is that far stretched, birthdays become a little less.
You celebrate the decades instead.
I mean, yeah,
Must be
something
nice.
like that.
But how old is Baz?
He's like when he joins. I think I said he was like
You didn't write it down.
He is 44, but he's lived 44 years, but he's 74 years old because the ghost aged him 30.
Oh right.
Yeah. So
I lost like 1/7 of my life.
Yeah. But and you know, just Baz is the type of person that wouldn't like want to bring like attention onto himself for like, so it's my birthday, you guys should all celebrate me. He wouldn't do that.
Actually, yeah, I was just looked. Yeah, Blackwind went from 22 to 42 for a half orc. That's a pretty fucking big loss of life. Has Blackwind come to terms with the fact that he's 42 now suddenly?
I think his
little few more aches and pains in the morning.
yeah. Well, like originally, I almost was like, man, like just because you eventually your body and your mind starts kind of working differently as you get older, even though his was accelerated. So I was like, maybe that will change his direction. I thought about maybe going into druid tree, but I think it actually the direction of the barbarian class makes sense because it's not really raging as much as you could say he
I mean,
trances into a totem.
Yeah, rage is just the name of the mechanic. You can flavor it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like
you know, like you could flavor it as him like going super calm and meditative.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I figure it'll go.
There's all sorts of ways to do it.
That's still like at least another level away.
Yeah, that's at least like 30 sessions. At least.
Yeah, this is the way we go. But yeah.
According to our XP, yeah.
I fixed it. Yeah,
like,
I don't know why. For some reason, I just wiped out all your XP. I think that honestly, I think an update wiped out the XP because I don't remember doing that. But maybe I was just.
Well, it did it to all of us, so that's the weird
That's what
part.
I mean. Like, I made the same mistake like 5 times. That seems unlikely. Anyways,
we just leveled up not long before that.
Yeah.
So we woke up in the morning.
So yeah, you wake up in the morning. What's the plan?
Well,
we're gonna travel. Inland.
So Archie like brings out her maps and she's like, I think it's here. Basically, the conversation we had at the end of last session was like which direction we want to take towards Mezro. I would imagine we're doing that in person this morning to decide our specific directions.
Yeah.
I think I'm hoping to use my boon a little later, at least until we start.
Yeah, not today, but tomorrow. We're thinking, right?
I'm gonna.
Hopefully. I mean, there is a chance that it could.
It should be.
I'm gonna use mine today.
Into heavy.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like if we just kind of follow the beach for a good portion of the day, we really can't get lost. So once we get into the next few tiles and we're away from the beach, then having more substantial rolls on survival would be.
Yeah. As a note, we are in Light Jungle Coast, so if we wanted to look for like flora and stuff, Cleansing Lily is in this area. I think that's the
it is.
one.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's cleansing.
Well, it says Cleansing Lily is in Light Jungle and Coast.
So not potentially, Corey. It just is.
I mean, that's a kind of like a poison cure all, right?
Cleansing
Yeah.
Lily is it acts as an antitoxin like the pH antitoxin, but it grants advantage versus poison saves for 1 hour. However, you can consume 5 doses at once to automatically cure a poison. So it's a little bit better than just your base antitoxin because it actually can counteract a poison immediately if you eat enough of it.
That's about the only one that we've discovered so far for the light areas.
Eyebright is also found in light jungle.
It says hilltops. Is it both? Or is it either or both?
Pretty robust plant.
Either.
It's either or. It doesn't have to be both. Like for
Okay.
example, citronella can be found on plateaus, hills, or rocky terrain.
Okay, I didn't know if it was an or an and.
Which means cinderberries can also be found in light jungle, and ryathroot can also be found in light jungle. And then technically ryathroot can also be found on riverways. So just FYI, for the purposes of where you are right now, this is considered coastline in this hexes that you're in now until you get like past the mouth of the river. So like this hex here, if you're looking at the map, would be riverways.
Riverways. Okay.
Until then, it's coast. So let's, unless there's anything you guys want to do in the morning prior to actually leaving, we can move into like exploration mode.
There's a couple things I need to do.
Okay.
First thing, when I wake up, I'm going to change the rain stick to the grass side so that it's druidcraft.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, as we're kind of packing up camp, just enlist the help of Azaka and Baz and Blackwind to collect as best we can the corpses of everything that we killed.
Sure.
And just put them in a big pile and burn them.
Pay it with the silver?
Yeah. I'm going to probably use a few of the silver...
Yeah, I mean, those big ogre zombies are like... It's probably 500, 600, 700 pounds of just like dead weight. So I mean, but obviously you guys are a pretty strong party, and there's multiples of you, and Baz can lift probably that alone. So
and I did turn one into paste.
Yeah, the bones are like those are light, those are fast, but the zombies take a while to drag up the hill if you're gonna put them all in a big pile. You gonna burn them on the beach or up on the hill? Does it matter?
More of them are up on the hill, I feel like, so that would be easier to just collect them there.
Sure. I would say with the party's help in the morning, that only delays you by probably like a half hour or so gathering them up. And
cool. And yeah, I would wait until like we're sure that we're leaving to light them on fire, just because knowing that it might be a bit of a beacon.
Sure. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna use 5 of the powder charges. I figure because there was like a couple dozen monsters.
Yeah. Sounds good.
And then the last thing is I'm going to ask my sister if I can borrow her spyglass for the day, because I'm activating the Chewinga ability, and I'm going to be climbing up trees to scout for us as we explore.
Absolutely.
So you're going to be scouting for like points of interest?
Well, before we decide on the exact mechanic, before we move into because we'll go through all the steps.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there anything else before we start talking about what you're doing on the exploration then, other than that, for anybody?
Yeah. First, was this a point of interest or a long rest eligible point of interest place?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I would go to Aelin then and ask if I could have the rope of climbing device. I need this power supply.
Oh, yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, of course. Let me reach into my bag.
You can actually just keep it, but just say it's deactivated. I just took the power supply.
Sure.
Because I have 4 like things. Only 2 of them can be active.
It is deactivated.
And I am going to use the power supply to make a pot of awakening, and I'm going to put a plant in it.
Wow.
Sorry, what?
Interesting.
Elaborate on this to your DM, Jonah.
What's happening?
What are you doing?
Pot of Awakening is a common magic item. If you plant an ordinary shrub in the 10-pound clay pot and let it grow for 30 days, the shrub magically transforms into an awakened shrub.
Yeah.
When the shrub awakens, roots break the plot, destroying it. The awakened shrub is friendly towards you. Absent commands from you, it does nothing. Oh, I sort of wanted to make that a secret from the party, but now you guys know.
Oh, well. The party doesn't.
Yeah.
Don't
I
mention it.
missed it,
I
so
missed
it's still a secret.
Good.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so sorry. What are the two things you have active then? You've got that and
My thing that ignores gives
Oh,
me +1 to hit and ignores
the enhanced
my
focus
wand
thing.
enhanced focus. Enhanced focus and the pot are the two things I have active.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
I'm also going to give Aelin a swiftness experimental elixir that will increase his walking speed for 10 feet for an hour. I'll make it in just a second.
Oh, cool.
So it can
Nice.
be real fast. And when I hand it off, I'm going to ask Aelin why he killed that guy back in the temple many moons ago,
Oh,
3 days ago.
Hey,
oh
remember
man.
that thing that happened 3 days ago? I've been meaning to ask you about that.
I need to ask you that. It's the last thing in my notes.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on,
Who-
huh?
Who even remembers?
Yeah. What guy?
You can think about it and just get back to me on the trail. I will tell you.
Think about
I
what
walk
you did,
away.
mister.
I'll give you time to think about what you've done.
Sounds like
We-
a timeout.
The reason for it was we had well, it was a couple things. It was I was angry that he almost killed my sister, and the circumstances changed. We were going to take him with us to learn more, so he had value staying alive. But with the temple collapsing, I thought he might get killed by the temple, but that could be a worse way to go. And as an act of mercy, but also as a way to make sure that they weren't a problem in the future, I figured it was best to deal with the problem.
Is that why you tried to hide it from me?
That was mainly so we didn't have to have this conversation.
That's all right. I'm going to give Aelin a hug. And be like, I don't know who hurt you, but I'm always there for you, pal.
Thank you.
I don't know who hurt you. I love
I kind of wanted Aelin to be like, I don't know who hurt me either.
I mean, a lot of people, I guess, but that was kind of part of training.
it.
You know, when you're sparring with people, if you hold back, then you're not really learning anything. So,
I mean,
Hopefully you didn't kill any of them either.
That guy
Oh.
hurt, yeah, I think. Yeah. That enemy.
Ah,
Yeah.
he hurt me. That's why I killed him.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, if you ever want to talk, I'm here for you.
thank you, John. Same to you. I don't know if I can offer the same wisdom, but I can try.
I appreciate that, pal.
You hear a voice from like over where people are basically with backpacks on, like getting ready to leave at this point, and Zendala's like, "Daylight's burning. You guys coming?"
Yep.
We
Yeah.
could be half a day ahead of him, and he'd catch up to us in an hour.
I just picture Aelin like running, like Tarzaning through the trees. Boing, boing.
Hiya, LaBouffe.
It's
That's
really
pretty
on
awesome.
lines.
He's quite the speedster.
Okay, well, today, so you activated Druidcraft. So you will
Yes,
know.
yeah, and
that,
I'll check to see what the weather will be. Yeah.
yeah. So today, you know it. It isn't supposed to rain today, as far as you can tell, at all, which is kind of good that you have that extra water from the crate, because you won't get any from your rain catchers today, so that's kind of handy. And the temperature is supposed to be normal for this time of year, so not exceptionally hot. You don't have to worry about that.
Good.
Cool.
So overall, it's just a nice sunny day.
Normal dry heat.
Great day for strolling
Great-
through the
great
undead
day in
neighborhood.
So you
for
guys,
projects.
let's figure this out. So choose a direction. I'm assuming you guys are going southeast,
We're gonna go in
Yeah.
the direction of the blue arrow.
and by southeast I mean southwest, not heading into the ocean.
No, the blue arrow.
We got lost.
That one. No,
I could have sworn that was the right way.
And you guys want to travel. So there's two options if you're heading into that hex. You can travel close to the shoreline, essentially on the coast, till about 3/4 of the way through the day, or you can travel through the light jungle, and that will take you. You'll hit heavy jungle in about half a day, based on what you know of the area.
I think following the coast is.
Either way, by the time you hit night, you'll be in the heavy jungle no matter what.
This river doesn't branch all crazy right away, kind of like the other river at all. Like, so we could follow it.
No, your understanding of this river is that the river Olang rapidly narrows over, and then it doesn't branch out like the Ocean Star Tarikis do. So it's kind of in a kind of a narrow gorge of canyons and stuff. So, but a lot of like rapids and like small waterfalls and things. So it's difficult to navigate by water.
Some crazy
Well,
canyons
and
and
didn't we find out that isn't there a lot of like having to walk,
Yeah.
like get up?
That's what I mean.
get
There's
up-
little like
Portaging.
rapids and like small waterfalls and things that you'd have to like. So if you had a canoe, it's difficult. You'd be portaging a lot.
portaging. That's the word.
Okay, so sorry. So you're heading along the coast till night, or through the jungle. It makes a difference if you're looking for foraging. So
I mean, I'd say we could probably go through the jungle. The jungle shouldn't be too bad. I mean, if we hit the river, we know we bent the wrong way on that direction.
I mean, I'm fine either way. I was just thinking that going along the river or the coast or whatever for a decent amount of the time will just make things a little bit easier. We'll get maybe a nice breeze off the water.
From what I understand, this river also is like kind of like cuts into the earth, doesn't it? Like gorge.
I mean, we're not going down the river.
Yeah, no, I don't mean.
No,
like,
no, I'm trying.
water edge.
Just trying to get that in my head. I want to make
I mean,
sure.
this whole coastline, similar to where Port Castellar is, this whole coastline. Yeah, there's beach, but there are like bluffs, like above. So yeah, you wouldn't be walking like along the beach because that would be a pain in the ass, and then you'd have to climb up the bluff potentially. But you'd be walking along the bluffs.
Yeah.
Along the coastline. Yeah.
So potentially what could set us back is like going in a direction like getting to non-passable cliffs or something like that, or like gorges or.
Well, if we see something like that, then we should.
I'm just trying to get the image in my head, like what we're going through. But I think I kind of understand her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm still not clear. Which one are we
Okay.
deciding on?
Well, I would personally just say let's just go straight. We don't have to go down and then over. But
Here's an
if
easy
you guys
thing.
feel better,
It is
Check mark is coast. X is jungle. Just vote. Two people abstaining. Oh, we're tied. We need that last vote. You can't abstain if you're that last person. Unless you want to know the DM vote for the other three. I don't know if you care to ask your traveling companions, but
I'm sure they'll say whatever you guys choose, we'll be happy to go. Oh, and the river wins.
You're traveling down the coast. Zandala hates it either way. She doesn't care. Azaka takes your lead. Masika knows the jungle slightly better, but that's it. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I feel like Azaka would be our like point
She is our
woman
guide.
anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, she knows both equally as well, so she has no preference. It's just what you guys
Yeah.
want to do. She can do. She knows it equally as
Well,
well.
it's only half a day. We'll be cutting into the jungle soon enough.
Yes, true enough. Either way, it's so. That's cool. So, what are you guys doing today? So, how fast are you going? Normal,
We got
slow, or fast?
We don't have the boon, so
Not unless you
I would
activate
say
it now.
normal.
Yeah.
Normal for today, because that basically take us to the
Normal for today.
jungle when it gets difficult, more or less.
Yeah, we'll do normal today, activate the boon tomorrow, and then go from there. That way we're using it for the heavier, more, hopefully,
Yeah.
more dangerous areas.
Agree.
I hope you guys got your walking boots on.
Okay. Then we need rolls. So, let's go down the list here. So, let me do the NPCs first. Azaka will take defender. That's her default role as a guide. She will always be defender unless you specifically tell her to do something else. Unlike Salida, who defaulted to navigation, Azaka is much more defensive in nature. So she's going to be defender. Zandala will. We'll skip Zandala for now.
I had a feeling something like that.
Masika's willing to assist with navigation since she knows the area towards Mezro, so she can try to like keep an eye out for anything she recognizes. So she'll assist with navigation. Zandala doesn't really volunteer to do anything unless you guys tell her to, so we'll leave it at that for now. So the rest of the party. Let's start with I'll just go down the party list. So Aelin, what are you doing? You said you were scouting.
I will be scouting for points of interest.
Okay. Aelin scouting for points of interest.
With the
Archie.
spyglass.
I know Archie you can map automatically, it's your ability, but
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not good at any of the other ones.
Assist?
So normally what I was doing was I was assisting navigation, but that means we need somebody on navigation. So maybe come back to me to who I'll assist with what, or if I'll pick up something that nobody else
what?
does. 'cause
Sorry, why aren't you
I'm
good at navigating? You're proficient in navigator's tools, aren't you?
Well, but they only work on the water.
Oh,
they?
you're right. That's
Because
Otherwise-
with the stars,
right.
they're not as effective, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless you have a compass.
Well,
You-
yeah, your view
I
of
mean-
the horizon's obstructed. You can't really use the
Yeah, you're right.
sextant and
That's a good point. I forgot about that. Okay, so we'll skip you for now. So Jonah, what are you planning on doing today?
look for
Why did I
plants.
jump to the end? You're gonna forage for specific plants?
Yeah.
Which one?
The lily one? Is that the one in this one?
Cleansing lily.
Cleansing lilies on the coast, yeah. Okay. So you'll be looking for cleansing lily. I don't know why I skipped to you when I said I was going by the party sheet. Baz, what are you doing?
I will be. Normally, I would be defending, but
Remember defending stacks. Those boons
Yes.
you get? So, but anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, like we double defended on our way back.
yeah.
You and I.
So that would normally be my default, but I could also navigate. But I feel like Black would probably do that better than I would.
Well, we also could have one person scouting to try to avoid
I'm
any.
scouting.
That's what.
No, but scouting for hazards, like any encounters.
It's
I
true.
don't-
It's two different scouting tasks.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
one person would be actively looking for.
Is that
Problem.
what you want to do?
You can do either or. Really, I'm good at both. So
I feel like
I mean,
why don't you scout for hazards, and I will navigate with Archie's.
What's
and
your survival?
and I think as we get in deeper, we'll I'll start navigating like the next day with the boon.
That makes
Just
sense.
Okay. Okay.
So-
So Baz.
Baz
Oh.
is gonna navigate.
Okay.
With
So
Mythal.
so if you're helping Baz navigate, Masika needs to do something else then, because she
Oh,
was
okay.
navigating. She was.
I will. No,
sorry.
but she was. Okay, was she navigating or assisting?
Her default is navigating unless somebody else takes the lead on it.
Okay. I
Okay.
apologize. I somehow missed that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Then yeah, why don't you and Masika
Navigate.
and I will double up on defending.
Okay, with Blackwind scouting for danger.
For hazards. Yeah.
And
Okay.
I would ask Zendala. I would ask her if she'd be happy to help Jonah look for some plants.
She kind of like looks at you. She's like, look for plants.
Yeah, we when we're out in the jungle, there's quite a few really beneficial plants that we can find.
She kind of nods. She's like, I understand the concept, Baz. I mean, what plants?
Okay, they're called cleansing lilies, and they're found in this area. They're very good against poison, and it would be nice to have some. And if you're not doing anything else, it would be good for you to help out in that respect.
She nods. She's like, yeah, okay, sounds good. She goes over to
Great.
Jonah. She's like, Jonah, describe to me these plants we're looking for. And she would.
Describe the plant.
Okay. They are white center flower with blue petals.
I will give Baz an evil walk over her shoulder.
Like, stay out of our hair. Go bug Jonah. No, I know Baz didn't mean it like that.
Of course not. I wanted her to feel like she was part of the group.
Oh,
I
okay.
appreciate
Awesome. Okay. Cool. So we've got all that. We know what everybody's doing. We know the weather and heat for the day. Let's resolve each role. We'll start at the top. Navigator. So you are assisting Masika.
Yeah.
So that you're just granting her advantage, and that is a wisdom survival, right?
Yeah.
Oops, that wasn't advantage. Okay. Probably won't get better than that anyways, but we'll find out. No, okay. Cool. Okay, as far as you're aware, it seems she knows where she's going. Mapping. Nice, pretty good. 22, good stuff.
That looked so cocked for so long.
Okay, then we're gonna do scouting next. So scouting, number 3 is discover point of interest. So we'll do that one first. So Aelin, I'm going to say, since discovering point of interest specifically involves climbing trees, getting the best lay of the land, and searching for sites, because you have a climbing speed, I'm gonna give you advantage on this.
And the spyglass.
You can't double up on advantage, so
So I have 3 advantages.
yeah. You have triple advantage on this, even though it doesn't.
Great.
You have
Love to hear it.
a ghost advantage.
Nice. Okay. So, Aelin, you discover throughout the day. Number 1 is there, as far as you're aware. Sorry, bear with me one sec.
To the southeast, you've discovered Kitcher's Inlet.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, you.
And to the east, there's a big ship.
Yeah. So you know, scouting allows you to know the type of terrain in the surrounding hexes. As far as you're aware, there is no point of interest in any of the adjacent hexes, other than Port Castelia. You know that's there. so to the north, just so you're aware, because you would scout kind of like around, looking around. To the north is almost entirely light jungle. As it gets to the far end of the hex, it gets into heavy jungle. To the north east is primarily heavy jungle, and you do at some of the taller trees. When you get some clear glimpses throughout the day, you would notice as well that the jungle's further, like at the far side, seems to be like thicker and darker than any jungle you've encountered thus far in your travels. To the south, God, why can't I do it? West. To the southwest, it is entirely heavy jungle, and probably about halfway through that hex, it's that same really dark, like thick tangle of jungle. So it gets very thick, thicker than you've seen at all in your travels. So you know that's the terrain in the surrounding hexes. Do you get anything else from point of interest discovery? Let me just read my note. Location and distance clue in the so that's what you'll discover. So you have a good sense of that. Then Blackwind, you're gonna do avoiding natural hazards. So give me a wisdom survival.
I will actually. Well, yeah, no, I was gonna use speak with animals to help, but I think I'll save that for later. Okay.
Just so I want to touch on this. The speak with animals to help, I would put that under utility, kind of like using guidance. So if you're doing that throughout the day consistently, that would be your role for the day, is speaking with animals.
That's cool.
So.
Yep.
All
right.
You're Outlander. You're Outlander though, right? So
yes, but that doesn't really kick in until for foraging. I get advantage.
Oh right, it's not on this. It's on
and
navigating.
When I've traveled through the hex. But
correct. Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Shit. Is this a hidden roll? I can't remember. Let's see.
Hazards is yes, it's in the tower.
The tower.
Scouting is always in the tower. Same with navigating and defending.
Survival. I will survive.
Okay. Blackwind. You are able to. You're traveling along the coast for the most part. You scouting for hazards and danger. You recognize probably about we'll call it midway through the day. You would notice that the bluffs that are coming up following the coast, if you continue this direction, you see a fair number of large nests along the bluffs here. And you would recognize that if you keep traveling in that direction and stay like out on the bluffs where you're visible from the sky, there is several large flocks of like pteranodons that are fishing off the coast. It could be dangerous to continue along in the latter half of the day on the bluffs.
And that's where we change course.
I will pass the information on when I can and make my advice.
Cool. All right. Continuing down the list, we have defenders. So Azaka will make a roll, and Baz, you can make a roll. These are in the towers.
It was good.
It was good. Good stuff. Good. All right. Okay. Defending's good. And then foraging. We've got Jonah. You have advantage on this because Zendala is assisting you. It's a wisdom survival check to find Cleansing Lily. DC is 15.
All right. Now, I chose all my witchcraft stuff. I took all the plant ones, so I also took natural bounty, which gives me, when searching for high quality materials in nature, you have advantage on all wisdom checks to find them.
Okay.
Does that also apply in this situation? I mean, I know I can't have double advantage, but
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is it wouldn't stack. So yeah,
okay,
I would say that would work if you took
okay.
that feature. Sure.
Nice.
Not in the tower, just regular, right?
Yeah, there's no tower on this. It's just you
Okay.
find them or you don't. So
Nice.
20.
Oh, it added them together.
I
Oh,
was
I
gonna
did
say
it again. I picked
26.
up 2.
But you got a 19.
I got a 19.
Yeah.
So 19 specific flora. Okay, yeah, you're successful in finding cleansing lilies. So roll me a d4.
Right. I also took survivalist plants, which you were guaranteed to get your tier level when you harvest from a plant.
Okay,
So,
so your minimum
guaranteed.
is 2. Okay, nice. You well?
Great.
You did it.
Nice.
All right, so you find 2 doses of
Hey,
cleansing lily.
my stuff worked too.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Nobody was foraging. Nobody's communing. Nobody. I think that's the list, right? We're done.
Yeah.
So, because of the successful, so I guess the decision point, first of all, is: do you take Blackwood's advice and move into the jungle midday, or do you continue along the bluffs?
We stress the importance of death
Yeah,
from above.
we absolutely take this advice. We have no specific reason to be on the coast, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the midday you will travel. You'll find yourself heading into the jungle. You travel for probably another like till mid-afternoon, about 3/4 of the way through your day, when the tangle of the jungle starts becoming the trees become much closer, the ferns and the undergrowth become much thicker, and you find yourself having to kind of like slow down a little bit, not enough to like make you lose time, but just gets a little bit more arduous throughout the day. And by the time you're at the point where you're thinking about finding a camp for the night, you are well under a thick jungle canopy, and it's actually kind of nice because unlike the light jungle, um, as the transitionary zone between light and heavy is really annoying because it's like trees getting closer together, but the undergrowth is still super thick, so you gotta like hack. But once you get into the canopy, all the undergrowth kind of clears out a bit because it's not getting any light because the canopy's so thick above. So it actually makes it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, you can't see nearly as far because it's like you can only see a very short distance before all the trees and the foliage cut off. Um, and it's also, especially as it gets darker, the thick jungle canopy also keeps out a lot of the moon and starlight. So at night it is dark in the heavy jungle. Most of your trips thus far haven't been. You've only been in one other heavy jungle, and that was that brief kind of sojourn to Mbala. Other than that, you've been along rivers and light jungle and coasts. You haven't spent a lot of time in thick jungle. Um, but nothing. You don't come across any other dangers. So you don't have to worry about food and water today. But by the time you make camp and eat dinner and everything, by the time you sleep, any conjured food that's remaining will vanish from the crate food and water. So no worries about tracking any of your supplies, but make sure you do track your bug salve,
zap.
bug dope. Unless you decided not to wear it today, in which case, let me know
You're
now.
dead. I just clicked on the item and
Well-
then it brought it up on the conversation list earlier, right before you clicked on the 10th day.
Okay.
So we got some real heavy jungle, like extra heavy jungle, looks like coming up tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Maybe similar to the like Shadowfell touched jungle that Musharib was telling us about. Zadala, you ran into that?
Zendala kind of nods, and she's like, "Yeah, it got real bad once we got into the thick of it. Mushri had real hard time finding his way around. But
imagine you just come across dead ends and before you even know it, you can't see anywhere. Dark
Yeah.
and Low
Yeah,
vision.
I mean Zendalla's doesn't really have a survivalist background, but she would kind of describe that. Yeah, a lot of the times the jungle, um, like they would backtrack, but even when they were backtracking, it didn't look the same the first time around. So even backtracking, they weren't sure that they were going back on their own path. So it was kind of like that's why they wandered for days, maybe in circles.
Wandered, running.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the same, but it certainly seems darker, thicker, and denser than any of the jungle we've seen even today so far.
Yeah.
Like, what would you say the line of sight would be? Like 100 feet maximum, maybe, or not even?
That's probably a pretty good gauge in heavy jungle. Typically, yeah, you probably can't see further than 100 feet in any direction.
Dark
If
and-
it's even darker than that, it could be even less. Like it might be like you could literally stumble upon something like it's only like 50 feet out and not know it's there if you don't actually run into it. If you don't sense it
Got my
through
ring
other
of light
means.
to help me when I need it.
Sure.
I have the power.
Masika would mention that this seems new to her. This dark jungle that you're describing. So she's a little less confident heading in there if things truly have changed that much. Um, but anyways, in the morning, she says we can decide which route we want to take. One other thing occurs at night. Um, so you guys are kind of sleeping at night. This would occur. Oh, I was gonna say, why are you healing? Okay, quickened healing using a key point.
Yeah. Just before we go to bed.
Yeah, before we go to bed, I would have used my healing hands on myself as well.
We're not going to get a long rest, just so you know.
But healing hands comes back daily, not long rest.
I thought daily was long rest.
No, but there's a difference. Like what some things I thought we had decided that things that specify daily are still daily, but things that specify long rest are not. Wasn't that what we landed on?
All my skills are daily, or all my abilities are daily. So.
Well, no, but like normally with spellcasting, it's like you get your spells back on a long rest, right? So you don't get them back.
Oh, I see your point then. I'm catching what you're throwing down there.
Right, but racials tend to be more specific to daily versus
It's like a little boon. Like a tiny
healing hands is long rest, Liz.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Did I read it wrong? I must have read it wrong.
I mean, technically under standard.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You are right. Then I will wait.
Okay. I'm glad you answered your own question. I'm just
the
sitting here like mulling
remain.
I was mulling it over, but
sorry.
I would say that if it's a character, typically this is, and if this contradicts what I said before, I'm sorry, but I would say that typically anything you gain from like class, race, character, it should be almost everything is based on rests. I don't like I kind of actually even think of anything that's just actually based on time of day.
My arcane recovery is, and we had this. I'm pulling it from the conversation we had about it because you said I could use that because it's once per day on a short rest, which means long rest.
I think
right,
we made it.
But again, it doesn't. Again, your arcane recovery says when you finish a short rest.
Right, which is a long rest, but it's once per day on a short rest. It's not.
Yeah. Right, but Corey's saying we're taking short rests, so that's still accurate.
And that's what I'm saying.
Once per day on a short rest has nothing to do with long rests.
Yeah.
Right, but it's the once per day. That means I can still use it once per day, correct?
Yeah, as long as you get a short rest, yeah.
Yeah, and every time we rest at night, if we're uninterrupted, that's considered a
rest, but that's what I mean. The mechanic itself isn't tied to day; it's tied to the rest.
Well, it is tied to day because you can only do it once per day. So if we were in a point of interest, she could only do it once, even though we got 5 short rests at that point of interest.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm talking overland travel only at this. Yeah, if you transition into
Right,
a point of interest, yeah, it does matter. You're right.
Well, right, and that's kind of my. I'm just making sure it still comes back daily on Overland as well because it
Yeah.
says daily.
Yeah, it replenishes on a short rest, so that's daily in overland travel, if assuming you sleep at night.
I
Okay.
think that's a good thing for a wizard, anyways.
What
Otherwise,
about dawn items?
Now, yeah, so magic items, actual items that are tied to time of day, they supersede any travel mode.
Okay.
So, like, if you have a magic item that says replenishes one charge at dawn, that is every day at dawn. It doesn't have to be a long rest. It's kind of like your magic stick, right? Once per day at dawn, you
I
can
can
switch.
change it at dawn.
And
Yep.
so you don't need
At
to actually get a
dawn,
long
though.
rest to do that.
it
Yeah, you have
specifically
to do
says
it at the
at
beginning
dawn,
of the day. Yeah. Anyways.
or whatever, or at midnight, or whatever it happens.
Yeah. Well, dawn is different than midnight.
I
It's when the
will
sun comes up.
then
Well,
Cure
I'm just saying
Wound
whatever.
Archie and use the Pearl of Power, which recharges at dawn, to give me back the spell slot that I just used.
Nice.
And that was one of the main reasons I wanted you to have the Pearl of Power, which was because, like, I have, as long as it worked the way I was doing it, I have my Arcane Recovery for the short rests, so it should help you get your stuff. You or Ryan, whoever.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I could heal, but it's way better for me.
Yeah, I add my intelligence modifier to my heal.
Nice.
That goes on healing as well?
Healing and fire acid.
Well,
Poison damage.
Isn't that nice? That's a neat feature.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, as you guys are sleeping,
Oh, yeah. I take first watch.
Your defenders are defending you, and defender
Set up alarm.
Baz, you will you with that defensive roll that you did, you will be able to notice this threat, potential threat at least, and so it's nighttime, and there you see a creature skulking off in the heavy brush, approaching your camp somewhat cautiously. You don't get a really good look at it until it approaches, probably within just at the edge of your vision, which you have dark vision 120, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would say about 100 feet, because the trees would obscure it past there, but you can see it in the dark that far away. So
Sure, good to have on.
I would, like, as soon as I made, like, vision of it, is Zaka, like, she up with me, or is she doing her own defensive watch?
Well, she's doing her own,
Okay.
but
I just mean in terms of, like, the time of evening. Who's awake?
everybody is awake. This isn't on someone's watch. This is just the sun's gone down. It's not quite sleep time yet. Yeah.
Okay, then, I would just say to the group, like we got company, and then I would sort of gesture in that direction.
I climb a tree.
I also climb a tree.
Okay. Give me athletics checks. Actually, you don't have to. You don't have to, Alan. You can climb a tree without a check.
I'm a tabaxi.
So you can. Yeah, Archie, you can sort of climb a tree. You barely. You're kind of getting the. You're not like up in the tree, but you're starting to climb the tree with that roll. You're not falling out of the tree, at least.
Gerald, help me.
gives you a little boost up.
On heavy jungle trees, there are not a lot of low branches.
You think in the jungle there would be lots of branches because it's thick.
It does. branches tend to probably be a little higher. Like it's like I thought. I don't know.
I've
Or is under.
never been in jungle before.
I'm just going off what the movies.
I picked a bad tree.
Movies are real.
But Baz, you can see this being is creeping forward. It looks like a bipedal feline, kind of wearing. He's got like a bit like a bit of a like a travel like a you're not sure what color because you can't see color with your dark vision, but you can see he's got this kind of cloak. It's kind of a light cloak, maybe just to keep off rain or whatever, and. Other than that, he's not wearing a lot of clothing. He's got several necklaces around his neck, made of animal teeth, and you can see that he's holding what looks to be some sort of like hunting bow. He's got a quiver over his shoulder as well. He's kind of creeping forward in the grass, and I want to see. No. I hate it when Fantasy Grounds lags when I go to pick up a dice, because then it just drops in the middle of the screen instead of getting to the box. Yeah, he doesn't seem to notice as he's creeping towards the camp that you've spotted him in the dark. He also doesn't seem to be having any difficulty seeing in the dark either.
Yeah. And I think as soon as I kind of, let everyone know, I probably stand up and just sort of,
Make your presence
standing
known.
there yeah, I know you're there. What's up? Yeah, that kind of thing.
You say anything?
I would not
You
yet.
see him then as well, or he's been pointed out by you to me as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Nobody else can see him. He's too far away in the dark.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too far.
But
Baz
we
can
know
see.
he's-
Baz can
We
see
know
him
he's
100
moving.
feet away because of his dark vision goes out that far. Everybody else only has 60 feet.
His keen Loxodon vision.
I'm trying to, put off an air of, yeah, I know you're out there. What's up?
Okay. Well, the creature continues creeping towards you until he gets probably within about 60 feet of you. Then he seems to notice you there, standing there, because he couldn't see you that far out. You could see him further than he could see you. So he kind of creeping towards the sound of the camp. You assume that's how he was, because he was kind of like cocking his head and kind of like moving towards it. When he gets within, he's kind of spots the camp. And kind of like locks eyes with you, who's staring right at him, and he kind of like he kind of like pauses and like freezes for a moment, and kind of stares at you.
And then I would just be like,
Oh.
hello?
And the rest of you now can, with dark vision, can see where Baz at the edge of your vision. You can see what Baz is looking towards and spot this. Even so, he's not easy to pick out. In fact, with the dark vision, he blends in quite well with the surrounding foliage as well.
Does he look like a panther?
He's definitely striped. And when it's black and white, the stripes actually don't stand out very well. They actually are blended even better than probably if he was in the light, because everything is just like gray and black. However, with Baz pointing him out, essentially, you guys can pick him out. But I think I'm just looking here. I think Blackwind, you'd be able to pick him out. I would say confidently you could pick him out even if Baz wasn't pointing him out. But the rest of you, probably take you a moment. It's like one of those magic pictures. It's like, where is it? Oh, right there, the cat guy. He kind of
3D.
pauses though. He kind of looks up. He doesn't have a he doesn't. He's got an arrow out, but he's not like pulling the bow back. He's kind of like holding it, like knocked in the bow, but not with the string taut. And he kind of like crouches down, and kind of like glances like to the left and right of your camp, and then waits a moment, and then he kind of like puts up one hand like this, taking the arrow out of the bow, and then slides the arrow back in the quiver, stands up and approaches you cautiously.
Is he a tabaxi? Can we tell that?
He looks like a bipedal tiger man.
I would just say, Can we help you, friend?
And he kind of approaches a bit closer, and then you see a transformation takes place, and all the cat-like features kind of recede, and you see like a Chultan man standing there instead.
Ooh.
I think I would like after seeing that I would instinctually look over to Azaka. What's her reaction to all this?
She is kind of standing back a little bit, and just kind of like cocks her head to the side a little bit, and kind of like narrows her eyes a bit. Doesn't seem to recognize the man. But he kind of approaches, and then he says something.
All right.
I will respond to him and just be like, "Hello, yes, we mean you no harm."
You talking in?
Chelton.
Okay, just checking.
The funny thing, before you did that, I was going to be like, "Hello," in Chelton in case you didn't understand Baz. I'll just be like, "Apologies, my friend I don't believe speaks your tongue." And I'm in the tree, just like, "Hello," but I'm not super loud. I'm not yelling or anything. I'm just talking normally.
He says something in the same language back to you.
And I will just be like, hold on, give me a sec, and I'm going to climb down from the tree.
But by the way, he didn't seem to be surprised when you said something from the tree. Like, he definitely knew you were there, because you're not very far up and not very well hidden. Looking around, by the way, like, he seems to be alone. You don't see anybody else in the vicinity.
Okay. I will translate for everybody. He's asking what brings us here, as this is not our land.
Azaka steps forward, and just like raises her hand. A claw comes out, and she just kind of like casually like just backhands the guy, and like knocks him on his ass.
Whoa.
This is how they say hello.
Maybe.
And the guy kind of like seems surprised, rubs his jaw, and then kind of grins and stands up.
In Charlton, I just be like, do you know each other?
Azaka turns back to you, and she's like, "No, but I know of him. He's friendly." She says that in common. Then she turns back to him and says, "You speak the common tongue in Chultan?" And he kind of nods. And he's like, "I do." And he kind of like stands up, still rubbing his jaw, and he's like, and kind of looks at her hand, the claws are just like slowly receding, and he's like, and then he kind of smiles again, and like just kind of puts the bow away completely, and says, "So, I ask again, what brings you to these jungles?"
We don't mean to intrude. We're just trying to pass through on our way towards the city of Mezro.
He's like, Mezro. You seek a city full of death.
Yep.
We also look for another.
He looks up in the tree to where Black, or because you were up in a tree as well, right?
I stayed on the ground.
You stayed on the ground. Sorry, my mistake.
I climbed up. Yeah.
I just I didn't think I needed to. But yeah, I was just say we're also looking for another group that may have traveled through. Not so. Well, when did we figure? A year ago?
Mm-hmm.
Looking for clues of their whereabouts.
He shrugs, and he's like, not seen any come through here. Not lately. Most who land here turn back when they hit the dark territory.
Mm. It
Yeah.
would have been a year or so ago.
We saw the welcome committee.
It's like, this land mostly belongs to our tribe. We've since migrated over the river. Safer there. But up ahead, maybe 5-6 miles, then you'll enter the dark jungle. The undead roam there freely, uncontested.
Is the dark jungle spreading?
And he kind of like
Getting bigger?
cocks his head a little bit, and he's like, the the un the undead, they wander where they will, in patterns sometimes, but spreading, not. If it is, it's spreading very slowly. It's always been there in my lifetime.
Well, seeing as you're very well acquainted with the area, as it is your lands,
But first off, my name's Baz. What's this is Archie. What's your name?
He says, I'm Kezrasa, of the Shade Talon clan.
Kezrasa?
Is it Kusu?
Yes.
Was it Kolto?
And he looks at Blackwood, he's like, do you mock my name?
It's a hard tongue to say. Speak.
as Archie just goes, inshallah, not really.
I'm learning, but
nobody understands but Archie. Well,
Yep.
and Azaka. And Masika.
I'm gonna take a note.
That's what the joke was for. It was for only the people who understand it.
I am Blackwind.
And he kind of like leans in and looks at you a bit closer, and he's just like, orc blood, but not the Green Abyss. You're not from this land. And he kind of glances at the rest of you as if it's obvious the rest of you aren't, but...
Yeah, no, I am not from the nightmare that seems to be the orcs. If there's even... I didn't know there was worse orcs, but now I do.
He nods, and he's like, the Green Abyss, they infest the Cheltengar far to the south.
They are far more demonic than
he kind of looks at you quizzically, like he's not really sure what you mean by that word, demonic. He's like,
I don't know if the others in the group know, but I explained to them that there is orcs, and they are cannibalistic and much more, if you can believe it, aggressive. And
he nods. He's like, they've learned to leave our tribe alone. It took them a few repercussions, I suppose, before they learned the folly of attacking the Shade Talon.
that's usually orcs don't learn lessons. It seems they have some form of wisdom.
And he says, so you seek the jungle, you seek the city of Mezro, and then he kind of says, he's like, you're not the first. There are armored ones there, not friendly.
The flaming fist.
Yeah.
He's like, flaming fists. Is this what you call them?
That's what they call them.
They call themselves.
So, well, I've seen no flames, but they are free to use their fists. That much I know. We avoid them, but then again we avoid everything in that area.
Yeah. Do you know if there's a way to approach the city without entering the dark jungle, or is it?
He shakes his head. He's like, no, you'll need to travel several days, depending on how well you can navigate. And he would kind of tell you, he says, if you want to avoid the dark jungle for as long as possible, he would actually advise you to head to northeast tomorrow, and then head southeast from there, or southwest. West is left. Northwest tomorrow, and then southwest from there.
What
So
about-
northwest and then southwest.
So go here.
Is there
and then
a better way
here.
to avoid the flaming fists?
They are in the
Well, they're
city.
in the city.
I know,
yeah.
but maybe a
There's-
different, like if we approach from one
We don't-
way, that we don't.
We don't need to avoid them. We have a charter.
Yeah, I'd rather not just go strolling into them right away. Not really fond of them myself.
Well,
It's
he
gotta be-
We don't have to be nice to them.
he shakes his head and he's like, I don't know. We, like, as I said, we avoid the city. He's like, however, if you head that direction, you'll I would caution you to approach from the south. There's a large bluff that overlooks the basin that the city sits in, and there you can get a good view of the layout of the city. The Armored One's camp, last we were there, is to the northwest. This will probably be the easiest way to get a lay of this land before going into the city proper.
That is.
I appreciate your knowledge.
And he turns and he says, "Well, you travel with one of ours, so I consider you friends." He's like, "Good luck in your travels." And he kind of like goes to leave.
Oh, you don't want to come with us?
He's like, he shakes his head. He's like, "No, we do not approach the dark jungle without necessity."
Would you care to join us for dinner? We were just about to eat. I cooked up some.
Well, this would have been like well past dinner.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Want some leftovers?
I was just kind of vamping into that, but that's okay.
I mean,
Make
we
you-
could
make
offer
you a
him a
doggy
place
bag.
to stay if he wishes. With us.
He's like, "No, I travel at night, avoid the heat.
Mm.
Many predators sleep at night in the jungles here, especially along the coastlines. No, I must be going. I still have a long journey ahead of me."
Interesting. So what you're saying is we should be traveling at night. Just kidding.
Well,
Yeah.
good
Kidding.
luck on your travels, friend.
I will get there.
And he kind of gives you a nod, gives Azaka a quick nod as well. And then he kind of like goes to turns back to Azaka and he says something in Chalton just to her.
Probably why are you bringing these fools anywhere?
And she just kind of like, Zaka just kind of like shakes her head, and she says in common, she says, I do what I must. It is my business. And he just kind of nods and continues walking off. Azaka would then kind of give you a look, Archie, and give me an insight check.
Okay.
See how oblivious Archie is to this. No, you get the meaning. She gives you a look like don't even ask.
Mm.
Very clearly, like she doesn't want to talk about what he just said to her.
Are they like they're so that's a tribe that you were neighbors with, or like you frequented with, or it's just one of the many tribes that.
She kind of nods. She's like, the Shade Talon and the Storm Fang were once one tribe. They abandoned our land. My tribe did not. That's all I will
What's
say.
this?
But
Oh, okay. Fair enough. She probably seems rather astute about that. That's all I have to say about that.
All I
Well,
have. Forrest Gump.
do we have to worry? Do we have to worry about any of the others of his tribe encountering
She shakes his
along?
head. She's like, "No, I don't believe so. Not sure what he would be doing, scouting the side of the river. Perhaps just keeping tabs. But either way, they, as he said, they migrated south of the
Across the
river
river.
Roland. Better to deal with the orcs, I suppose, than the undead."
Oh, is it?
Both of them eat you.
Well, I guess it depends on your skill set.
One group is too angry to die, and the other group is too dead to die.
The rest of the night passes uneventfully, and in the morning you find yourself. It is bright enough in the morning, like with the sunlight comes through the trees quite and illuminates it, so it's not even dim light. Like it's a bright day. Yeah.
All right. Well, do we want to take his advice? I can't see why we wouldn't.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you guys are
Zaka,
shirtless.
do you have any insight into that? We would it be better / safer to go to the northwest versus continuing on to the southwest?
She kind of thinks for a moment. She's like, "Well, as long as we're heading in a westerly direction, if we can avoid the undead for as long as possible, I don't see any reason why he would lie to us. Makes sense to me."
Yeah.
Keep away from the undead is another body that doesn't join the undead. In theory.
Corey, I have a question mechanically about the scouting for points of interest.
Mm-hmm.
So it tells you the terrain of the surrounding ones and points of interest in your current one. Is that how it works? Like
No, in
if
all of it.
in all of it. Okay, so
Yeah.
Andre was scouting and Mezro was within a tile, he would see it.
Assuming he made
If
the
I
roll.
succeeded. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what that was.
and if you roll high enough, it says depending on the roll, this may also be a clue as to the nature of the point of interest. So depending on what he rolls, he may discover there's something in that hex, but he doesn't know what. But if he rolls high enough, he might know like, oh, that's Mezro, or oh, that's a temple, or whatever it is.
Find like an old road or something, maybe, and pathway that leads to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Something-
There's just signs of
Something
it.
that, yeah.
Yeah, so
Like-
you would know. Yeah, so for the entire, like, it's a single roll. You're assuming you're like circling around and getting the best views, so you can see like throughout the day you can determine all 6 hexes around you, what the terrain is, and then if you roll high enough, if there's points of interest in any of those hexes.
Okay.
It's kind of a way to search for points of interest faster without having to go into every single hex.
And that was
Sure.
sort of my question because I thought it was only the one you were in, and I was
Now
like,
this is assuming you keep track of what hexes you've been in and what you haven't, right? And you don't, of course, you don't know the result of your scouting either, so
sure.
you could miss one without knowing you missed one, right?
I tried to put marks on the map to kind of indicate it, but I think that they kind of move around for whatever reason. Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
And then they ended up half on a grid. I'm like, which one was it on?
Oh, I've moved. The little green pins. I've moved based on the information you've gotten.
Well, I made little like pen marks or whatever, or little scribbles on tiles when I first did scouting a long time ago.
Oh, I good to know because I frequently cleared writing on the map.
I erased them myself because they
Okay.
just seemed.
I still see them.
So my
I thought I
thought
erased them.
was that since Blackwind has advantage on the navigation once he activates the thing, maybe Azaka helps Aelin scout, or not Azaka, sorry,
I mean, I already have advantage scouting.
Marissa. Then you would have advantage scouting.
I already have advantage scouting.
Yeah. Right now, I would be probably the prime
I have triple
navigator.
advantage scouting.
Yeah.
Right. No, you're navigating once you activate your thing, right?
Yeah.
Because you get bonuses to it.
And do we want to just travel fast for the sake of traveling fast? If we can.
I would like
Or,
as fast as you guys can travel anyway.
I mean, or we travel slow to hopefully avoid the undead,
And
but
bad.
There's
not
I don't-
actually travel slow because we don't have the downside of traveling slow.
There's no downside. There's no penalties for traveling fast with me once I start the boon.
No, but we don't get the
But there's a
bonuses from
benefit
going
to
slow.
traveling slow.
Yeah, there are benefits to going slow because you're more careful. So we would be either getting bonuses for going normal speed or going faster speed with no negatives. Those are the two options. Basically.
All right, so day 2. Let's do it.
Anything we travel in is easier for me to travel in afterwards too. Remember,
Sorry.
Easy
What?
for you. What?
like if I travel through a hex, I have advantage again to travel through that hex without a boon.
Right.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but that doesn't matter because we're not doing that right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, if you come
But
back
the more we
this way,
travel through, that means there's more on the way back that I can use.
yeah, but that
Well,
has
are
no
we
bearing
planning
on this.
on deviating from the direct route?
Well, I'll just
We're
say
not going
like
to travel through more.
we could travel 2 hexes as compared to 1.
I
I mean-
think going.
Yeah, but we're still going to travel those 2 hexes regardless. It's just if it takes a day or not.
I guess
Like,
the,
we're not going to travel
well,
extra just because we can.
the benefit though to attempting to get 2 hexes in one day is that the boon only
Covering
lasts.
more ground.
And we cover more ground.
We cover more ground while the boon is active.
Yeah, because the boon is a limited time thing. So if you go slower,
Yeah.
you get less hexes out of the boon. Yeah, that's a good point.
Why don't we
I
split the
think we're
difference?
half.
Why don't we go fast on the first day and then when we're closer to the bad jungle,
Yeah.
we go more carefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully getting close to Mezro.
I like that.
We're going
Sure.
to that jungle tomorrow, aren't we?
Okay.
Well, if we're going the way that our Tabaxi friend suggested,
I guess yeah.
it's theoretical that we will be bypassing at least a good chunk of the heavy jungle, whereas tomorrow we know we're just going straight into the heavy jungle, the dark
Well,
jungle.
the dark jungle and heavy jungle are two different things.
Well, either way.
We're in heavy jungle already.
I mean the dark.
Okay, so go fast paced on this next day.
I think so. Yeah.
Fast today,
Okay.
and then we can decide.
Yeah.
We're
it goes
still trying to find a needle in a haystack, really. Well,
Yeah.
a small haystack area.
So a fast pace normally would confer a -5 to perception and navigation checks. The boon eliminates that.
Yeah.
However, foraging is not possible at a fast pace.
Oh.
Well, I bought food. Remember, so I brought like stuff to make meals.
Actually, let me reread this. With no
Yeah, I've got
penalty.
10
Never mind.
I've
The
got-
boon eliminates all penalties, including the
All
foraging not possible. So yes, sorry.
Okay.
It's because you're finding it's like for serendipitous routes where you just happen to go like faster and easier trails because the Chwingas have blessed you. So you can do that and get further and still have time to forage. That's kind of the point of it.
I'll find the path should work.
Okay, so fast pace essentially just has a 50% chance of moving an extra hex.
Yeah.
And if you do it for 2 days, you automatically move an extra hex. So we'll roll that at the end. Choose rolls. So let's go down the list. So
Okay, Black, do you get a bonus to navigation, or do you get advantage? I don't remember what the Chewinga boon was.
Yeah, 1/4 bonus.
Okay,
I
so we
believe.
should still have Narissa, Masika help now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blackwin is okay. So Blackwin will navigate. Masika will assist you, so you effectively will have advantage and a D4.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. So you've got navigation
around.
covered. So then let's go down the rest of the list. So Aelin, what are you doing? Scouting again?
Scouting points of interest, yeah.
Scouting points. Okay. Archie, what are you doing other than mapping?
I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Do me last every time because I'm probably going to be helping or filling a spot.
Okay.
Because I'm getting not good.
Okay, Azaka will defend again. Baz, what are you doing?
I think this time I will scout hazard.
Scout hazards. Okay. Blackwind, we already covered you. Jonah, what are you doing?
I'm going to do same thing. Look for plants. What jungle are we in?
We're in heavy now.
Yeah,
We
heavy.
are
You can look specifically for
dancing
Maracuya.
monkey fruit.
Maracuya or dancing monkey fruit.
Or
I'm
Cinder.
going to look for dancing monkey fruit.
Sounds fun.
Don't bring it back into the city.
You're dancing monkey fruit.
I was
Okay.
looking for drugs.
So that is that everybody? No. Let's go. Let's circle back around. What are you doing, Liz?
So obviously I will map. I'm actually gonna commune. I'm gonna try the commune.
Okay.
See if we can get some twingas again before we hit the bad.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Good. Let's do it. So we'll start at the top. Navigator, please give me a wisdom survival check.
With advantage.
Survival with advantage, and then I'll roll 1d4 after. Survival. In Sitawa. And then.
Zatawa!
Now watch me roll double ones. Wow, the d4 just paused in midair. It's like,
Okay, cool. Good. Mapper. Not so good in this time. You
Moving too fast.
turned around. Yeah, maybe.
there's a lot of trees.
So scouting. Scouting. Discover point of interest is first. So let's do that.
Do I roll per day or per hex for mapping?
Per hex. Okay. Aelin, you are. Oh, it won't let me move it. Perfect.
Is it because there's an arrow on top of it?
Yeah, I think it is. Let me remove pointers. No. Awesome. It's busted. Let me close.
Actually, I had
Oh,
to
I
erase
can
it the
give it a
old-fashioned
move.
way.
Whoa.
I just moved it. I said, hey, move us here.
Oh, and then you can probably approve the movement.
Yeah.
I had an old pointer on there too that wouldn't let me move.
What the fuck?
I-
I'm the
so I had
DM.
to
I don't
erase-
need to get approval.
I want
just
to
had-
move here,
Wendy and
Corey.
I had to go to pointers specifically, the actual pointer thing, and then remove pointer instead of just double
Oh no, I
clicking.
can't move into the black space. I'm blocked.
What?
Oh,
It's a trap.
yeah.
It's a trap.
Andre's no longer our TM.
Yeah,
This moment, you had all the power.
I think that little guy we just met just usurped
Oh,
his power.
maybe that's why. Okay. Yeah.
That's why. All right, I'm still on the old section. See, if I'm looking at the old marks I had, and they're like spread all over the place now for some reason.
I mean, they show up for me.
I can see 3 of them, and they're like,
Yeah, those are 3 things of interest that you had marked because
Uh-huh.
the other ones were just there was nothing worth marking in those ones.
I think I was just marking that I explored them. There was nothing there.
Okay, that's interesting. So apparently I can't move the little token in until I actually unmask it. It doesn't let me.
Mm.
Okay.
That's an impenetrable blackness.
I mean, it makes sense because yeah. Okay. So sorry, what was I doing? Aelin, your point of interest. So you made it a roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't get anything more out of that square. You already know what's in there. Mostly light jungle. To the north here, there is almost entirely heavy jungle, and the northwestern kind of little bit of that hex is dark jungle. To the northwest is almost entirely dark jungle, with a very tiny little sliver of heavy jungle at the easternmost point. To the south is entirely dark jungle. To the south west, sorry. To the southeast, it's about half and half dark jungle and heavy jungle, with the western half being dark.
Which is what I saw.
Yeah.
So
which
this
is what you
doesn't
said.
seem all that more helpful than just going the way that we planned to.
The city
Oh.
could be like a square north, though, from where we think about where it is. So, like, it could have gotten us closer than
Or we're
less.
going around the outer side of it instead of like straight through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, sorry, and I should have asked. You didn't technically ask me, but did you druidcraft?
Oh yeah, I'd be doing that every day.
Yeah, I kind of
unless I say
assumed you did.
it's the opposite of in the city, where unless I say otherwise, it'll just be on green, and I'll druidcraft every morning.
Okay. The weather today is going to be light rain, which means you can get half the yield out of your rain catchers. But you still need bug dope. And it is a exceptionally hot day. You'll require double water.
Okay, so I got 2 water skins.
I should have told you that before you guys decided what you were doing. I apologize. You would have druidcrafted at the beginning of the day. Does anybody want to switch what they're doing based on the double water requirement today? I know you all have water skins you could deal with, but
We've got the jug too if we need to.
Yeah,
If
On
we
an
can't,
emergency,
if we don't
yeah.
come across water, we can use the jug.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
well, and also just to be clear, you won't come across water unless someone forages for it. It's not an automatic.
Well, we get
thing.
half water because of the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get half your rain catchers worth.
Yeah.
Which how much you got 2 rain catchers? Amongst
3.
The party? You have 3. Okay. So you can easily calculate how much fresh water you get out of your rain catchers, and then determine if that's going to be a problem today.
Math.
2 water skins, so I think my water skins are fine.
Yeah.
I have 2.
So it'll be
I'm fine too.
I have 3.
Bear in mind, if you're in medium or heavy armor, you're going to need triple water on hot days.
And
I
I'll
think
drink
it's
my
just a
3
double.
water skins.
It's double normal water. It doesn't go quadruple because of the armor. It doesn't stack multiplicative. So it's like you need an extra unit of water if you're in the heavy armor, an extra unit of water if it's a hot day. So
It's a good thing I got 3.
Wait, but at the beginning of the thing, you said
I thought
a couple like
medium-
an hour ago, you're like, if you have heavy armor, you have to double. If it's a hot day, you haven't had a hot day in a while. So today's our hot day.
Right,
yeah. So
one water-
normally you need 1 unit of water. Hot days you need
Okay.
double or 2. Heavy armor, medium armor is an extra one, so 3.
Oh, so you need 3? Okay.
Yeah.
So I will need some water.
And you don't find any points of interest, Dalen,
Okay.
in that range. Who's looking for hazards?
That's Baz.
Baez, please make a wisdom survival check. Remember, it's in the tower. Scouting is always in the tower. Baz, you, in your scouting, later on in the day when you are approaching into this dark tangle of jungle, the trees here are kind of, they don't look like they're like super corrupted, but they're just kind of like a little bit denser together. You know, there's more moss and vines, and it's just a little more difficult. There's much less light when you enter into the dark jungle. You would notice as you're scouting for hazards, and in fact, Baz, you would smell them as well. You come across a small group. They're just kind of like sitting about in like this like kind of like rocky clearing, but there is they don't notice you at all, but you notice them in advance. There is a group of about 7 ghouls, as well as one of those ghasts that have that awful stench, So you pick up the stench first, but then you notice them. They don't seem to be moving. So as long as the party, basically you have advance notice how you want to deal with these guys. We'll come back to that in a sec, but you know that there will be a midday encounter. Whether or not you want to engage or attempt to sneak by them, well, you can decide in a moment, but you will encounter this in advance, rather than just stumbling across them. Also, next, that was the scoutings. Who's defending? Just Azaka?
Yep.
Okay. And anybody foraging? Yes, Jonah's
Jonah's
foraging.
looking for dancing monkey fruit.
Nice. Dancing monkey fruit. Can you roll me a d6, please?
All right.
Jonah's first steps to becoming a drug lord.
If if you roll a 20, isn't it you get maximum, or is this for something else?
If you roll a 20, no, yeah, natural 20 gives +1 die on the roll for amount found. So actually, yeah, you roll 2d6 because of the nat 20.
Exceeding the DC by 10.
10 maximizes.
Yeah, you did not exceed the DC by 10. The DC for dancing monkey fruit is 18.
Oh.
For a d6. So you find 10. You find a big bushel of dancing monkey fruit. These big, and they are like, they're kind of like banana shaped orange, or not orange, blue, just like these big kind of like thick, almost like eggplant shaped, actually more than banana shaped, like blue fruit. And even as you're like picking them, they slightly stain your hands blue just handling them. They're super juicy.
Oh my god, Jonah's gonna get so high.
He's getting
I
smurfed.
will- If Vandala is with me, I might just toss her 1. I'll keep 9. I'm not going to tell her to eat or anything. I'm just going to toss her 1.
Okay, she looks at it. She's like, because she was helping you find it. She's with you, right? She's kind of looks at it and is just like, what is? It looks gross. What is it? She's like, she kind of sniffs it.
I wouldn't eat it though.
You wouldn't eat it? Okay.
I don't know what it does.
She's like, so what? Why do I want this? Ew! Ew! It's staining my hands! Ew! She drops it, kind of like. Her hands are like kind of like Smurf-like blue.
All right, I'll pick up the other one. I'll bring back up 9 clean ones, one that's been in the dirt a bit.
Okay.
Sack of dancing monkey fruit.
Sack of dancing monkey fruit. What does it do? Question mark. Nobody's. Well, you know the downside is it causes hallucinations and dancing. But you don't know if it has any beneficial property because you've never eaten one before.
We'll party with the flaming fist when we get to Mezro.
You might start throwing poop around.
How did we identify the other one?
Trial and error.
People, yeah,
or someone told you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I will wait till this evening.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Azaka knows.
Anyone else foraging? No, that's it. Communing is next then. Wisdom, nature. Remember, it's wisdom, nature, not.
Ugh. Way to kick me in the balls, man.
Hey, you decided to commune, not me.
Yeah.
No, but the fact that literally everything is wisdom nature. The one nature thing that could be maybe intelligence.
Why would communing be intelligence? They don't care how
Why
smart you are.
would wisdom?
Because it's in tune with nature.
Awareness. Your awareness
Or
of what's around
I'm
you.
actively. I hate this.
But you are correct. You can have aspects of intelligence. For sure.
No, you
nature-
can't. It's wisdom. God damn it.
No, I'm just saying you could.
No, you can't. I say you can't. So no.
I know.
My argument it was nature is usually intelligence based. That's my argument, and I don't like that that's changed. That's my thing.
Noted. Make a check.
No, I do, because my int sucks.
Clearly.
To be fair, mapping is intelligent survival and it's normally wisdom, Liz. So you got the
There you
reverse
go.
on that one.
That's true. I am going to use inspiration for this because my wisdom is balls. I'll just roll perception, I guess. It doesn't matter. It's no bonus. I'm never doing anything.
Cool. Unfortunately, you are not able to call any Twingas with 13 in this area.
Complete.
Who's next? There's no utility, so that's it. We're done, right?
Yeah, but mapping doesn't help because Blackwind already gets advantage coming back. So it's only for me. So traveling, I can't. I can't. Sorry.
All right. So you have a decision to make as Baz reports partway through the day about this group ahead of you. You can attempt to basically give them a wide berth and avoid them entirely, or you, because you found them in advance, you could attempt to just deal with them, potentially getting a surprise round on them to just deal with the threat.
Well, question. Are like around what part of the day is this? Is this getting towards the end of our travel day? Like I know that we have a 50% chance of going into the next. And the reason I ask is if it's like, oh, we're going to be camping near here, then I would say, yeah, let's take them out. If we're
only halfway through the day.
if we're only halfway through the day, then I'd say, yeah, let's skirt around.
Should we be doing a roll for
Yeah, we should roll
at the
now.
beginning of the day? That way we. I don't know.
We know if we're gonna cross 2 hexes or not. Yeah, we should
Yeah.
find that out now.
Thought we don't find that out till the end.
Well, but that's awkward.
That doesn't make sense. Because the environment might be different in the second hex, and if we just spent the whole day exploring 1 hex, but we've traveled 2 hexes, that doesn't make sense.
That's a good point. Yeah, okay, give me a roll. Who's doing the navigation?
Right.
What we're doing? Oh, D4, 1, 2,
Yeah.
and then 3, 4. What's what? I can't remember. High number is what we want, right?
High,
Yeah.
yeah, high is always the good one.
Guidance. Damn it.
You can't
Of
guide
course.
this roll.
I know.
Guide a D4 with another D4.
We're definitely batting
It's still
lower
50%
than
either way,
500.
so really it doesn't matter. It just doubles the dice. It's still 50% chance.
I know we did finally get it to work one time or twice.
So, yeah, that's a good point. So, yeah, you won't be traveling an extra hex today. But if you continue fast pace, you'll automatically do 2 tomorrow.
All right, what day is this?
Jump them.
I would suggest not wasting resources and time on something.
Well, so that's the question. What part of the day is it then that we encountered?
This is this is day 2. This is mid-afternoon.
So we could bypass them and get a couple hours between if we want.
If that's the case, then yeah, I would say let's attempt to bypass them first. Because I'm with Blackwind. I don't think wasting resources. If we thought that there was a good chance that leaving them alone would mean that they'll ambush us at night, then sure, let's do it now. But if we're going to be that far away from them, that's not something I'm worried about.
Sorry, I missed it. Was it zombies or skeletons?
Zombies.
Cool.
And a ghoul. Ghouls and a ghast.
Ghouls and ghast. And the
Ghouls
thing is,
okay, so it's not if there's 7 of them, not super easy.
it's not like we're saving the jungle by getting rid of 7 of them overall. If we go around them and they don't know about us, they probably
Well, I got you.
shouldn't catch us.
I'm fine with this. Just hopefully we can be quiet while we go around them. It'd suck if we weren't.
We'll give them a good space.
We will attempt to go around.
That's why we didn't get the second hex. It's all their fault.
Yeah, see? The flavor works out with the mechanic. Yeah, so you take a little bit of extra time to go around them, seemingly successfully, but nothing happens until later in the day when you're attempting to camp. So no ghouls jump you in the jungle. You seem to have avoided this hazard.
Oh yeah, good eye. Fuck it, everybody should have a trunk like that.
So, at the end of the day, you guys are going to be camping. You guys haven't really used resources, but I guess subtract your food.
Yeah, I will be making dinner using my my stock. 'Cause I bought a 10-day worth of food, 4 meals, um, including 40 gold worth of high quality ingredients. I won't be using those tonight. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I will. I'm gonna cook us a nice dinner. It's been a not great day. It's been super hot. Let's at least nice night. I will make
I'll-
us some nice jambon puree. Yeah, yeah, the sandwich.
Okay.
I'll find some spot and warn everybody and set my trap for the evening as well. My new one.
Nice.
Maybe I'll catch another flaming fist again. But
Okay.
yeah,
Make it-
I'll warn everybody where I put it. So
Yeah, and with the 3 rain catchers, we get 12 units of water. So
so
that
you have
covers all of us and then 1 of the extra people. Well, no, that's not true.
so
If you have
five-
3, if you need 3, it's more. But
So 5, 10. Yeah, you need 12 for the 5 of you. So your rain
that
catchers
covers us.
the party.
Yeah.
So
alchemy jug.
Azaka, Zendala, and Masika, none of them are in medium / heavy armor. I think Azaka's not wearing armor. No. So they would take 2 each. So they need 6. So they will just drink their water skins, which were full. So their water skins are empty at the end of the day. They only have
And
2 each.
I will fill them back up with the jug.
Nice.
Okay.
Did you need
So
me
we
to
can
roll on
everybody. Yeah, okay.
my placing of this
After
Or-
after dinner, I'm going to I'm going to bring out the bag of fruit. I'm going to tell everybody, look what Zandala found. And I will.
Zendala's like, what? I barely know what we're looking for. I didn't find anything.
And I will. Yeah, she did. And I will show the dancing monkey fruit. Be like, anybody know what this does?
Whoa. I don't know.
Azaka's like,
Yeah.
do not eat that.
You
Why?
can call
What
that
happened?
acid.
She's like, unless you want to spend hours dancing and hallucinating, which I don't recommend in the middle of this jungle. She's like, also, hours spent dancing in the heat of the jungle is very tiring.
Do you know taste like?
She's like, unfortunately, yes, it is delicious, but do not eat it.
Ooh.
Oh, but it
I'll
could, then
have
it
some.
could maybe be used as like
If you
Oh.
make an extract from it,
yeah.
you dunk it in some bourbon, let it soak for a few months.
I will. Yeah,
Abby?
I can see this going well.
Well, it's not lethal, but it could give you,
I mean, it could be lethal.
Well, no, I mean, but I'm saying if you can make it non-lethal, you could use it as like a, like a distracting drug.
Baz is having
Incapacitate people with it if you
I will. Okay.
hit the right
I got-
dose.
Do you know how long it lasts? Like how long it keeps?
Azaka's kind of like, thinks, she's like, well, I suppose it would depend on how much you ate and the constitution of the person eating it, but I've
No,
seen it
I'm
last.
sorry. I meant how long before it spoils?
Oh, she's like, I mean, good question. Hold on. I think it spoils in.
I mean, we got rid of spoiling for
3 months.
Bookkeeping reasons.
stuff. just 'cause,
Yeah, we didn't want to
because
deal
of
with the
bookkeeping?
bookkeeping.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it
So just-
doesn't spoil. Great. Well,
Just
that's
assume that you know how to preserve it.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad that it lasted so long. I would not have expected that.
I mean,
I will go ahead and eat one. I will take a bite.
everybody just goes silent.
Azaka just kind of like gasps. Zendala just kind of like snorts. She's just like,
I take a couple steps back.
Well,
do
dwarves
you-
and gnomes have.
how much do you eat, John? A full one?
Well, I'm just gonna take one bite. And what
Okay.
does it taste like?
It is delicious. It's like sweet, kind of like mango, a little bit of tangy.
I'll definitely take 2 bites.
Okay.
Are you really doing this, bud?
Do you continue consuming the whole thing?
Does anything happen?
Not immediately.
I will.
Okay,
I will
I'm-
continue eating until something.
Jonah,
happens.
Jonah, I, frankly, I can't say anything here because you're kind of my hero right now. I really want to try this. I love exotic new flavors, but
Try it later in the safety of the
yeah,
somewhere,
exactly.
man.
So, which is why I'm willing for the rest of the evening to be your trip buddy. So I'm gonna be here, and I'm gonna make sure that you don't hurt yourself or anybody else. If I need to wrap you up in my trunk,
I was gonna say, tie a rope around his waist.
if I need to wrap you up in my trunk and keep you nice and confined for whatever reason, I'm here for you.
Oh,
I'm picturing Jack Black in Tropic Thunder right now.
oh.
So what happens? I continue eating till something happens,
I'll
Okay.
mold Earth for him to be.
or until the entire thing's gone, and then I'll be very disappointed.
Okay, so you complete eat basically you keep eating till something happens. Are you just to clarify? Are you going to continue on with another piece or just that one
No.
piece? Okay,
No.
checking.
After one is done, I will be just
Yeah.
very disappointed.
Yeah, when you finish eating it, probably a few minutes go by. I mean, it's delicious. It's juicy. It turns your mouth blue. It turns your hands
After-
blue.
Yeah, after
Like Baz is like salivating, like sitting
after
next to me.
after Jonah finishes it, like I'm gonna wait 30 seconds and then I'm gonna go, Jonah, do you see anything? And I'm gonna use Druidcraft to make it seem like there's a bunch of leaves falling around his face.
Wow.
Too much. You
Um,
took too much.
Jonah. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing. You're kind of sitting there, like stomach kind of full of juice, and
It tastes good.
I mean, you don't see anything. I mean, you see the leaves that he's obviously causing.
Wow, that's crazy.
I will.
Wow.
However,
around.
about 10 or 15 minutes later, can you please give me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh,
I can't believe we're seeing what Jonah's hallucinating. This is crazy.
Is it
Wow.
poison or is it considered?
all right. Constitution saving throw. Oh.
Yes,
I
it would be
took
considered
Constitution.
poison. Do you have advantage on poison, being a gnome? That's dwarves.
No, I have
No.
advantage against magic.
Oh, yeah. They're not quite dwarves. That's right.
Okay. Jonah, you, other than some kind of like, you see like some mild like auras and some mild lights, and you get a few small tremors in your limbs, but you don't break out in dancing or see anything crazy.
Disappointed. I will eat another one.
I'm like, do not do this, man. We're in the jungle, and if you start screaming like a madman, you're going to attract everything.
And can I
That we-
intentionally fail a Constitution save?
No. You can only intentionally fail wisdom saves.
I actually, at this point, I think
Or
Baz
dex
probably
saves.
would sort of interject and just be like, Jonah, I think maybe it's a bit more valuable to save what we have. Frankly,
I understand.
Zendala's
I would
like,
also-
don't be a buzzkill, guys. Let him do it. I want to see what happens.
That's why I
Azaka's like,
do.
I'd have to agree with Blackwind. Can we?
No, guys. Trust me. You guys not trust me?
It's
You
not a
guys
matter
don't
of
trust
trust.
me. I
I
understand.
mean, I don't
but
trust the
you guys
fruit.
should trust me. I
The
will
only
eat
reason why
another
you-
one.
No, I don't. I don't let him. We're in the jungle of the undead right now. This isn't where you.
Another one.
I don't step in.
I mean, he's probably the slipperiest little fucking gnome ever had, so I'm not gonna like physically attack him to stop him. But
Okay.
we're not going PvP over this, but but everybody's like, no. It's like baby hands. He's really quick
Okay.
and he can get the stuff in his mouth.
Well, as you're eating another one with various parties egging you on or telling you not to in stern voices, can you give me another Constitution saving throw? Yeah, second one down the hatch, your stomach is full, and again, there's still auras, a little bit of tremors, but it doesn't seem to be affecting you. Yeah.
It's gonna be blue puke everywhere. All right, Jonah, listen. I'm asking you, please don't eat anymore.
I mean, maybe it's a bad batch.
Not and not because I don't trust you, because I don't know if we're going to be able to find any more of this, and we won't be able to enjoy it at all if we eat all of it tonight.
Yeah, but I found a lot.
I ask how long this stuff is supposed to last for when somebody does.
Indefinitely.
No,
Well,
like when you
No,
start
when you do start dancing.
Oh,
Azaka again is like,
No matter how
I mean,
and she's like, frankly, I'm kind of impressed that you've eaten 2 and it's not affecting you. You have a stronger constitution I would have given you, but
maybe they're not.
it all depends on the individual. How
I'm
much you
afraid of
eat
a
and
damn break at some point. Like, there's only so much you can take before it just knocks you on your ass.
well, meta-wise, the DC went up after the first one, and you made it anyways. So.
I wanted to fail.
Constitution. These guys eat rocks for God's sake.
All right, I'll have. You know what? There's always tomorrow.
I was gonna say, why don't you wait until maybe we get to the city,
and
and then
I could,
go nuts.
I could, frankly, I could work it into a nice sweet dessert.
Yeah, or I'm thinking like maybe some sort of beverage.
Brad's gonna make pot brownies.
Okay, like,
well, not even pot, like LSD brownies.
Genuinely, Baz is very interested in the various properties of exotic foods, both from a flavor standpoint and a potential
cook the drug
potential magical use standpoint.
You should try one. I got you, buddy.
I want to, but I think
you go crazy. We can't stop you.
Yeah,
I think we could. Baz, trust me. You should try one. I'm there for you, buddy.
I appreciate that. I'm going to not for now, but eventually.
I'm gonna make leaves fall around Baz's face. Oh, maybe you already had one.
All right.
Zendala looks kind of disappointed, and she's just like, boring.
Zendala?
Why don't you eat one?
Yeah.
Zendala, if you're so curious about what it does.
She's like, no, I don't like. No, I don't want to.
You sure? All the cool kids are doing it.
Make a persuasion check, Jonah.
I'm straight. No,
oh God, we're gonna get her killed in the middle of the jungle.
I'm straight edge.
Oh, my persuasion's actually okay because I'm a salesman. Oh, I'm using I'm using inspiration for this too.
Reminds me of the drinking game with Theoden, and he like just was like a tank.
She kind of like thinks about it and kind of reaches for it, and then she kind of like shakes her head. She's like, no. I don't want to risk dying. I've seen what happens out here in these jungles.
Fair enough. It's good to have one square in the party.
And then she kind of like scowls at you, but then she kind of like sits down, kind of like pouting, just
like it's not about squares though. Like Blackwind is like going all fatherly on this, just because he's like the normal wilderness you can get killed quite easily. This jungle itself is we ran into trees that tried to eat us.
Yeah.
Blackwind is growing into his 46 years.
Well, he's always had the protectionist theory, but he also realizes you guys, some of you, I mean, you got survival, but you didn't live that lifestyle.
I'm going to take the rest of the fruit
Oh, no,
and
you're not. Mine.
put it up into a bundle and put them in my backpack. Don't worry, I know that all these fruits are going to be a little bit heavy. I'm gonna carry them
No, they're
for
not.
you.
They're only like 0.01 ounces.
No, that's not true.
I
How
don't think
heavy are they? You can take
yeah,
my
I would
alchemy
say
kit,
each one is like 0.1.
0.1. Yeah, I'm
0.1.
fine. But if you want to carry my alchemy kit, I appreciate it, Bab. That thing's 8 pounds.
I mean, sure. I'll carry
Okay.
that for you. If you want me to, Jonah?
Yeah.
It's like it's just a big contraption. Here,
Zendala's like, oh, Baz, if you're carrying people's stuff, can you carry my rations?
Can you carry me?
Right. Sure. Yeah, I can do that.
She kind of like pulls rations out of her backpack and just kind of like hands them to you.
Right.
She
Yeah,
has,
that's no problem.
she has 10.
Okay.
Gerald.
and Blackburn will now be scouting like a nice tree to sleep in, like a nice sturdy thick one
So,
up in the air.
this close to undead, we should probably be sleeping in the trees, right?
I
That's
just
the-
think it'd be good just to
Yeah.
avoid anything, almost anything.
All right.
Into the trees.
Anything else before you guys sleep? Nothing occurs during the night, so.
By the way, Andre, the experimental elixir.
I didn't see it when I checked it earlier.
Oh, it took me a
Weird.
little while to catch up on my bookkeeping. Sorry.
That's okay. I got it.
All right.
The stuff was just a tad too early to be eaten. Maybe it wasn't potent.
Day
Never
3,
heard.
the morning of, what is it now? It's the 12th, Twekent? The Twekent of Ches?
Is that the way they wrote it?
Yeah.
How does that even go through like that?
I don't know. It's the Twekent of Ches.
The 10-second.
The 10th second. And it's a new day. No harassment by evil undead at night. You seem to have avoided detection so far. The next morning comes upon you. Druidcraft will tell you that the weather today will be normal temperature, no rain again, 0 rain.
This is rainy season.
And you will, if you what hex do you want to move into? Which direction?
Did
Yes,
he
sir.
suggest?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I was gonna say, according to Buddy, that we went high enough and we can go west now. Is what his
Southwest.
directive were? Or southwest?
Well,
He
you have
said-
to choose a hex. You can't go across the middle. There.
That's how we get through it faster, though, Corey.
Well, we know that like up here is all dark jungle. Or
So is down, no
so is
matter
down.
which
Yeah.
way.
Exactly. So I don't think it really matters.
Well, no, but we're going southwest because that's the way he said to go towards Mezro.
Right.
He said go northwest and then go southwest. To
Yeah.
get to
The
Mezro,
south
we
is-
go through the shortest amount of dark jungle, is what he said.
That,
So
and I think he also said there was a big, like it just wasn't approachable, basically, from the south.
Well, no, he said the best way to see the city was from the bluffs
Oh,
to the
that's
south of the city, but we have to find the city first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so southwest.
Southwest.
Unless anybody has any objections, I might give us a bit of rain today, just so that we can fill up on, make sure we're keeping current on water.
Sounds like an idea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you can activate the staff.
Yeah, so I'll I'll take the rain stick and I'll kind of stick it into the ground and meditate with it. And over the next 10 minutes, clouds will start to form overhead, and we'll have rain for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, because it shifts at 1, right? No rain to light rain to heavy rain to storm. Isn't that how it works?
No. What you have here is it basically makes the weather nice. You change the weather within 10 miles 1 hex to become light rain and medium temperature. So if it was hot, it would not be hot.
Right.
But you also said enough to fill any rain catchers. So it's not really light rain, it's normal rain.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So it's going to be normal temperature, and your rain catchers will fill, which means you can easily. You have 12, right?
24
No,
if they're full.
24. So that's easy enough to refill any empty water skins if there is any, as well as give enough for the whole party. So that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then so next step 2, speed. Are you gonna go fast? It's guaranteed 2 hexes if you go fast, or you can just go 1 hex at a time.
Fast. Pedal to the
this
metal.
is your last day with the boon, right?
Yeah.
I say we just go for it.
Let's go
Yeah.
fast and guarantee those 2x.
We went for the gusto, but we didn't quite get all the gusto. So yeah.
Make our way through, hopefully finding Mezro.
We'll do this first.
So,
Signs of it, anyways, would be nice.
Andre, is your climbing done today, or is it still on today?
It's done because it was 2 days that I used it for. But I'll use the spyglass. I'll still have advantage at least.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Wait. Spyglass gives advantage on perception, not survival.
Isn't scouting perception?
No, it's scouting is wisdom survival. It's a survival check, not
So the spyglass is worthless for scouting?
Yes, basically. Mechanically, yes.
Okay.
Corey.
I mean,
So-
I would say, yeah, it's not worthless in that if you find anything, you'd be able to zoom in on it.
I guess it
But
needs-
for the general survival aspect of scouting, yes, it's not going to give you mechanically advantage.
I can give you a bit.
Although I would say if you're like out on the sea, a spyglass. Well, you can't really scout when you're out on the sea.
Well, I'm still gonna attempt to climb the trees anyway, so I'll just get advantage for that, right?
If you're climbing trees all day, it would probably require Constitution or be exhausted by the end of the day. If you're constantly climbing up and down trees all day long.
What if a couple of times during the day I gave him spider climb for an hour each time? I guess it doesn't matter. If I just help...
Yeah, you can just help with scouting.
I was
yeah.
going to say, why don't you just help?
Yeah.
Just because, yeah, I would say if you used, yeah, you could do that, but I don't know. Were you burning spell slots?
I was going to say, well, I guess the question is could I do something else and that? Or is that considered utility?
That would be...
Because otherwise, there's no point in doing it.
I think it'd be a good idea to assist
I mean,
with the scouting anyways.
Are you burning spell slots to do that? If so,
That's what I'm
then...
saying. If I were burning a couple of spell slots throughout the day, like, I guess my question would be, how many do I need to burn to grant him the advantage?
How long does Spider Climb last?
An hour?
Yeah, you couldn't even cover because you're talking a full travel day, right? So, effectively...
Don't even bother.
Yeah, you'd have to burn like 8. Because guidance you can do constantly, which is why you can do it as utility. If you're burning spell slots for an hour at a time,
I guess
you make one check for the course of the full 8 hours, not checks throughout the day. So even if you give him Spider Climb for part of it, it's not enough for him to have advantage for the whole day. Because
I guess I figured by burning full spell slots instead of a cantrip.
If it lasted 8 hours, it would make more sense, though. Cantrips, like I said, cantrips are all day. If you had enough spell slots to give him Spider Climb for the day, then yeah. But since it only lasts an hour,
with the climbing and assist him with the scouting, or somebody could.
Tim, I was figuring out if I could do both. Was my question.
We're trying to see if
I was hoping that sacrificing
a
resource would allow me to do that.
I don't think logically it makes sense if it only lasts an hour. No, I'm gonna say no.
If it was like a giant tower, like Mbala, that plateau.
At best, what I would say is if you did give him Spider Climb a couple times today, I'd give him advantage on the con check to avoid the exhaustion at the end of the day. I don't know if that's worth it.
No, because we could just get advantage for
I
free
can
by
just
you
give him
helping.
advantage.
Yeah.
There's
Definitely not worth the resource spending in that sense, but
Nope.
give him kind words of encouragement.
thumbs up, brother.
All right.
Well, I'm
Sarcastic
giving you
thumbs
the
up.
spyglass back so that you can help me look.
I have one of my own too. We've got two.
Well, no, you gave it. Oh, you have two now? Well, now
You
you
got
have two again. You need one for each eye. Maybe Jonah can rig something up for you. Call it like a spyglass or something. I don't know.
I like it.
Ocular.
Eyeglass glasses.
Maybe a bimonocular.
Bimon
Man, that's a great
Bionicle.
name. Let me write that down.
a bimonocular. Oh my lord. Okay, so so sorry.
Enhanced.
You guys are going fast,
Enhanced.
yeah? Because it's last day
Yes.
you can do so.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
fast is automatic. You have no penalties because you've got the boon. Let's choose some rolls. So let's go down the list. Aelin, you are scouting for points of interest, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Archie, you are assisting Aelin in scouting and also mapping.
Yeah.
Okay. Baz, what are you doing?
I am scouting for hazard.
You're scouting for hazards. Masika will assist you. Or you can assist her, either one. She'll do the same thing.
So she's not assisting the navigation anymore.
Oh shit! No, you're right. She'll be navigating. Sorry, for some reason I thought
What
she was.
typical could assist Zendala
Yeah.
if we want to do that instead of
Yeah, I mean,
Galadriel.
I will ask Zendala if she would like a break from looking for plants. If
Drugs.
Jonah could join me in looking for hazard.
She shakes her head. She's like, "I'd rather stick with the rest of the party close."
Okay,
What?
that's fair.
Okay. Yeah, where all the cool kids are.
Okay,
Oh,
Then-
thanks, honey.
then I will do it by myself.
Okay, Blackman, what are you doing?
I'm doing my super speedy navigation.
Okay, Masika will assist you with that. Jonah, what are you doing?
Foraging for Cinderberry.
Ooh.
Okay. And that's everybody. Okay. Right? Yeah. Okay, navigating. So this is Blackwind with an extra D4 and advantage.
Kidoki. Survival, advantage, and the tower. And a D4. Fire the missile. What did I get? A 3. Yay.
Nice. Yeah, you find your way quite quickly. Moving through with haste. Masika points out a few things that assist you quite well, in fact. Good
Like
thing
the
you have.
path opens up before us.
Yeah, in fact, partway through, actually, the day, you will come across what looks like the remains of an old, like, cobbled road. And although it disappears in the undergrowth frequently, you're able to consistently find, like, little landmarks leading you, what you assume is towards the city of Mezro. Okay, so that's navigation. Mapping. How well do you map? Nice. Okay.
Better.
And yeah, to your question earlier, it makes sense to me that it's just one check per day. What do you think? Cuts down on the bookkeeping, or do you think it's better
Sure.
one per hex? I don't know.
I don't know.
I seem to recall you only doing it once per day when you were on the canoe moving 2 hexes. So
I'm pretty sure that was
That
true.
sounds right.
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, that's good. And then scouting. So who's scouting? You got multiple scouts here.
I'm scouting
points of interest, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout it
Cool.
out loud.
And we'd be covering 2 hexes worth.
Yeah, you get
Of
because
POIs.
of the extra. Yeah, you get. I'll do the one surrounding the first hex first, and then you can. Because technically, if you move 2 hexes, I have to know which direction you're going from this first hex. So
Right.
before
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can figure out the rest. So I'll tell you that in a moment. Who else is scouting? Hazard. Someone's doing hazards, right?
That's bad.
Baz,
Yes.
give me a hazard check. Okay. Cool. And then Zach is defending. Okay. And then you are foraging Jonah for Cinderberries.
Teen.
Nat 20s it again.
Oh my god.
It's
Amazing.
like they're
Alright.
just coming out of his ears.
Jonas found his calling.
Yeah.
No, it's Zendala's help because he's getting it on the.
Yeah.
Well, but you don't know which role would have been.
Yeah.
to his own.
Technically, yeah, you don't know. But he wouldn't have got the 20 without the help either way, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, actually, I would have because I got advantage anyway. But yes.
Why is she even
Zendala.
helping? She
Then
feels so
it's-
useless walking around behind you.
Then
To
I
make her
didn't.
part of the team.
So Zendala's doing nothing.
Yeah, she could. I didn't.
Sounds
I
about
didn't-
right.
And she's not complaining about it either. She's just kind of following Jonah around.
I would talk to Zendala about how, she's mastered the art of berry picking, so it's now time for her to spread her wings and go help other people in the group. Become a true
No,
avatar of the jungle.
no wonder her other group died.
She could help
Call.
you with your mapping.
I wouldn't call.
I've
she
taught
did.
you all I can, young Padawan.
She's just like, okay, sure, thanks, Jonah.
Thanks. Lovely to have you.
Okay, so Cinderberries, just FYI, you find, okay, so Cinderberries, you get 1 die 8 doubled because you nat 20'd it, so 2 die 8 Cinderberries.
Damn.
10. So Cinderberries, remember when you eat a Cinderberry, you get +1 to Constitution saves for the next hour. However, if you eat Cinderberries, you require an extra unit of water during the day you eat Cinderberries, regardless of how many you eat. It's 1 extra unit of water because it's a diuretic. It dehydrates you.
Do
So
they
sweet.
stack?
They do not stack, no.
Okay.
So there's no point in eating more than 1 at a time.
Right. So eat one.
Eat 10, get a +10 constitute to your con.
Yeah.
Stand in the fire.
Chugging water the whole time.
Yeah, so if you
I can
suspect you
drink
may need
throat
Constitution
leeches.
saves, yeah, you can chomp down on a berry to give you that for the next hour. Or you can just say, I'm continually eating these the entire day, and you have it for the whole day if you want, whatever. Because you have that many, you have 10 of them.
Thirsty.
Okay, so you find those. Okay, so what do you guys find? Well, you already know what's north of you, Aelin. This square is entirely dark jungle, as is this. Effectively, every square that you don't know right now is dark jungle fully. You do as well, however, locate. You're confident that the city of Mezro is in that square. So I'll move your pin.
Oh, hey, we're close.
Yeah.
All right.
fact,
We're gonna get there today.
it's kind of in the north, kind of the
North.
northwestern.
Mezro's in the north.
So, with that said, is that the square you guys are going to move towards then for your second square that's
I
today?
would think so.
I would think
We
so too,
should,
but
yeah.
I'm just checking.
So are you guys going to go to the place that you said that you wanted to go to from the very beginning? Yes, no?
I lead them away. No.
Any other
Yeah.
points of interest?
No other points of interest, and you also discover, because you're scouting throughout the day, that the hexes around this are also fully dark jungle.
So all around us, dark jungle.
Yeah, in
No other
full-
points of
Looks
interest.
like it.
Yes, as far as you're aware, there is no other points of interest other than the city of Mezro, and there's
No.
nothing but dark jungle for at least 10 miles in every direction.
Like Mezro is the epicenter.
Or it's repelling them.
Yeah, we don't know how far it goes on the other side.
Hazards. Let's see. You would encounter
Oh boy.
Mezro.
where are we? We're day 3, right? Yeah. You made rain, so nobody foraged for food. So make sure everybody eats a unit of food again.
I will make dinner again when we get to that point. Well, and I would make like lunch.
Well, and you making dinner means we don't eat ration, right?
Yeah. He bought a bunch of extra like fresh food, so you can save your rations for later.
Keep the morale up early on.
Baz, you were the one scouting for hazards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where's your roll? There it is. Okay. Yeah, you would also. So Baz, you would during the morning of the first day. So while you're still in that first hex, you would encounter a very similar scene. You encounter about a half dozen what looks like ghouls, and probably about 20 skeletons kind of shambling through the jungle, but you see them well in advance, and they're moving northwards. So you, unless you guys want to get the jump on them, you can again just either wait slightly or just head south and wide berth around them to avoid them if you like.
Oh, yeah, I'd say I would suggest avoiding again.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you avoid undead patrol number 2, which is good because you're rolling well on these hazard checks, so that's good. In the mid-afternoon, however, so this is before. So Mezro, it's near the far side of the square. So you will, I mean, you don't. It's kind of weird. You suspect that you will reach it by nightfall, maybe just before nightfall. Continuing at the pace you're going, and it's becoming easier now to follow like this kind of like cobbled road with like markers here and there that seems to be leading towards Mezro. However, in the mid-afternoon, following this road, you encounter a strange sight. Number 1 is the rain that's been falling, following you with your rain stick. You notice a very sharp and precipitous drop in temperature as you're walking along, to the point where the rain kind of changes to sleet and then to gently drifting snowflakes. And up ahead of you, you see...
Oh, is it another one of those things?
It's kind of right in the middle of where you're going. You will see...
Snow. This is lovely.
Let me...
My perception sucks, so I'm just looking at
An indoor snowboarding mountain.
And because we, this is how we do this kind of thing, this happens to occur when everybody's back with the group. Because otherwise it's just really annoying.
Hey guys, Mezro's just over. Wow, snow.
Yeah.
I'm glad I came back for this.
Oh, it's so pretty.
I'm sure this is perfectly normal.
Yeah, so this kind of weathered road kind of breaks in between the jungle canopy. Now, so the canopy is still thick overhead. I just don't have one that it's too hard to find a perfect map. But you see, yeah, literally like small piles of snow. There doesn't seem to be a defined barrier like that smaller globe that you found in the jungle when you were heading towards Mbala. This is just kind of like this entire area seems to be just getting colder as you're heading this direction.
Does it seem magical in nature?
I mean, it sure as hell doesn't seem natural.
Pretty sure it just doesn't snow randomly in the middle of this crazy hot place.
I
Or
would
maybe
go
it
up-
does.
So
would go up to Baz
we'll
be
discover.
like-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll go up to Baz and be like, man, that fruit took a while to kick in.
I ate the whole bag.
I don't.
Eyes are saucers. Wow, 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 wow.
I don't think. Yeah. You're right.
I think I learned my lesson.
And slide my hat off so I can fully.
I'm gonna pick up Jonah and put him on my shoulder. It's like you've had a rough day. I'm gonna.
Oh, well, not really. Look at all the stuff I found. I will give him a cinderberry.
Like,
Cinderberries are about the size of like cranberries. They're pretty small, and they got like a very spicy taste, almost like hot peppers, like cinnamon peppers.
I eat it.
Delicious. You have +1 con saves for the next hour.
Oh, this is spicy.
Yeah. it's
Anybody
fine.
else want a spicy berry?
Zendala's like, is it gonna make us hallucinate or dance or anything?
No, but it might make your throat a little dry.
Yeah, my mouth is very. Yeah. I start swallowing, catching some snow on my tongue.
Yeah, Zendala will take one if you're handing them out. So
Yeah.
one.
I'm sure that soup you made would be a great counteractive to the
I
spice.
will also take one.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Azaka and Masika, sure, they'll take one.
All right,
Sure.
all right, we're down to 5. Anyone else?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, might as well.
All right.
Everybody, no.
Gerald,
So you eat 8 of them?
Anybody not taking one?
I'm going to pocket mine.
But
Okay.
I just need to keep track. Anyone not?
I think everyone took one.
Everyone took one. Okay,
I
that's
ate
why I'm
mine.
asking.
Okay.
I mean, it's like a serving of them, I guess, right?
I mean, no, it's like it's literally a single berry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So filling.
I mean, they don't fill you up. They give you.
I know.
Gerald,
I'm
you
full.
want one?
It's like taking a shot of vodka. It just kind of loses warming sensation throughout your body, and you feel fortified. But yeah, thirsty and dry mouth a little bit. It's tingling
Can
on your tongue.
Gerald one?
Hmm?
Say, can Gerald
No,
benefit?
Gerald can't eat.
Just smear it on his face.
But we will find out if there's anything of interest in this strange
What about
winterscape in the jungle after
sure
our break. Let's take a quick break. It's 5 to 7. So why don't we say
Yeah, I
come
don't
back
mind
at 10 after? Is that good? Take a 15?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, 15-minute break.
Right.
I am in the middle of a Hearthstone.
Oh,
It's a
okay. Well, multitask.
That's
Uh,
fine. It's fine.
multi-pass.
Lilu Dallas multipass. Um, we're back. Where did we leave off? You guys had just come on the edge of this winterscape. It is probably like a good 40 degrees lower than it's been throughout most of the day. So it's actually, compared to the heat, like it's a little chilly. In fact, it's probably, I say 40 degrees as if it's Fahrenheit, but I don't really know what that translates to. So we'll say instead of being like 35 to 30 to or so and humid in Celsius, it's now more like 18
10.
degrees Celsius.
Oh.
So it's not
So-
like, but it's getting colder the closer you get to this, and you can actually see that there's bits of snow on the
Yeah.
ground. So it's probably dropping even lower.
I think that's about the difference between about 110 degrees and like 70.
Yeah. So yeah, 40 degrees. I figured it was probably around there. I just did a rough guess. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no, It's pretty close.
actually, in
Probably
fact,
makes it a little hotter, but
now that I realize what I just said. There's no way it can be 18 degrees because snow does not stay on the ground when it's 18
True.
degrees. So it must be, at least up forward, it must be getting close to like single
Close to
digit
0.
Celsius right now.
which is more like 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, 32
So
would
it's
be
a
freezing.
70-degree drop.
Yeah. So the I would say, even though it looks green here, it's probably starting to be like brown kind of grass and stuff. Like it's obviously like dying in the cold.
Well, I was gonna say, is there any way to tell how long it's been cold? Because if it's a flash freeze, then it would still be green because it's immediately frozen. But if it slowly died, kind of been here for a long
That's a
time.
that's a good point. Roll a nature check. I'd allow that to try to see if
With
you're
wisdom.
with wisdom, though, of course. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. This is like, you fucker.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
anyway.
matter anyways. Blackwind, as Archie brings this up, kind of pondering, can't seem to get to a conclusion though. Blackwind's like, this. It looks like it's brown enough that this wasn't recent. Like, it looks like this has been like this for a while. Probably weeks, maybe.
The last one seemed like more of a flash, though, right?
Yeah, the last one was like icicles formed in a very small area. This is a much wider area. In fact, you can't see a way around this. Like, you've just been moving in this direction. It's been getting like degrees colder and colder as you move through. And by the time the snow starts actually like coming down, and it's getting like in those single digits, and you start seeing the snow on the ground, like as far as you could see, like when you were scouting, left and right, like it's a pretty wide bubble. Like you'd have to go like a long ways to try to circumvent this. But yeah, there is no barrier like you did. You know, it was like stepping through a sheet of cold air. There's nothing like that. It's just a gradual decline. But now that you're here, it's like, yeah, it's like single digits. You know, Zandala is kind of like rubbing. It's not a little bit. You can see your breath slightly as you're walking forward into this. And up ahead, who's got?
Baz.
Yeah, Baz has got got a 17. Okay, let's. Okay. So Baz, you will notice nobody else. Actually, no, Blackwind will notice as well. Yeah, Baz and Blackwind, you'll both notice this first. Hi, Rocket. You're a good boy.
Hoodie.
Rocket's a good boy.
Up ahead, kind of like so you can kind of see it on the map. There is like this like big stone bluff up here. It goes up about like 25 feet or so, jutting out of the jungle. And by the way, you're heading kind of like slightly on an uphill incline, not steeply, but just slightly uphill. And you have been for the past several hours. But you see this like stone bluff, and you also see against the bluff, kind of curled up, a very large white wolf.
So
It's just kind of like curled up. It's probably the size of a large horse. And just kind of like breathing, just like lying on some snow on the ground, curled up with its head down. Looks like it's sleeping. You can see like this tuft of air coming out of its mouth periodically in a kind of a slow rhythm. But it seems to be asleep, as far as you can tell. It doesn't. It's not. It's curled up and not looking towards you at all. So.
Azaka, and I suppose anybody.
Nature
One,
would.
it's not supposed to be cold and snowy here, correct?
Azaka's like, Snowy? Snowy? What? Cold? No, and this is very cold.
Yeah, the white stuff. It's common. It's, no, I only experienced it for the first time a few years ago too. It freaked me out the first time.
Zendala's like, it seems to be some sort of localized phenomenon. She looks over at Aelin and kind of like squints a bit at the staff. He's like, did you F up the weather?
I mean, I'm. It's making the rain that's turning into snow, but I didn't make this place cold. It's been cold for a while, clearly.
He's like, are you sure? How well do you understand that magic stick you have in your hand?
Better than you do.
She's like, it's like, I doubt that. Kind of looks away.
And two, there's a
Whoops. Sorry. Sorry, carry on. I wrote in the chat, so as not to interrupt you, I said roll nature if proficient, but I wrote it in Chalton by accident. So, to identify the creature, if you're proficient in nature, you can roll a nature check. But anyways, carry on, Brad. Sorry.
Is there anybody that knows why there would be a big white wolf here?
Winter's coming.
Masika's like, a big white what now? Kind of like glances around.
I kind of like do the thing where I kind of sort of like get behind her and like points.
She kind of squints, and it does blend in quite well with the snow it's lying on. So, but when you point it out, she's just kind of like squints, and she's just like, even though it's large, it looked like a big mound of snow essentially to her. But now, yeah, the rest of you will be able to see where he's pointing as well. Those of you who don't have the passive score of 15 or higher, which is everybody but Blackwind and Baz, you can now see it. Azaka kind of moves over here a bit and kind of crouches down. She's just like, I've never seen anything like this. Zendala's like, you haven't seen a wolf? I guess that would make sense.
It's big too, eh? Like,
oh, it's big. It's like the size of a horse at least. Big and muscular.
So whatever made this place cold
is
maybe
not...
also brought this wolf here.
Yeah. Can I think of any like phenomena that does something like that? Like not only changes like the weather in a or whatever temperature or climate in the place, but would actually bring denizens like a teleport connection or anything like that?
You could make an Arcana check. Is anybody else proficient in nature?
I'm not.
Nope.
No. Okay. So your Blackwind was your only shot, and he doesn't know specific. Other than it's a wolf, without even rolling Blackwind, you would know that this is obviously some species of wolf. It doesn't look supernatural to you. It looks like a big white wolf, but you don't know anything about it specifically.
yeah.
Even though as a player, you probably know what the hell it is, and you can read its name, but ignore that.
Overall, I could just say it's a really big wolf.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a dire wolf, though. I'll give you that much as well. Yeah, Archie, you're thinking about it. I mean, you're pretty confident that creature is not an extraplanar creature. It doesn't look extraplanar to you. It looks like a big white natural wolf. So as far as like summoning it, it doesn't make sense because it looks like it to you like it would be a denizen of the material plane. not some strange winter plane or something. That being said, with an 11, I mean, you know that magic exists, and Aelin's staff is testament to the fact that it does. That magic exists that can change the weather and the climate in an area, including
Sure.
a wide area. But as far as
Changing the creatures, or
yeah,
that's
it's odd. Yeah.
Do you think maybe the flaming fist brought wolves?
Maybe.
Maybe they brought the snow to make it cooler.
Blackwood, do you want to go ask him?
Ask the flaming fist.
No, the wolf.
You can talk to animals.
him.
I can talk to
You wanted
animals,
to try.
but I'm a little worried. This seems.
Oh, hang on. I've got a thing you could use. This potion that we found.
I'm just kind of thinking superstitious wise. He's like evil spirits make old wives' tales of dropping temperatures.
Maybe you
Evil
make that the
spirits.
first question. Are you an evil spirit? Circle yes or no.
But yeah,
Don't eat my soul.
Blackwood, if you want to drink this, it's a potion that lets you make friends with the animals.
Ooh.
I don't think Blackwood needs any help with that.
Me have problem make friends.
He's got such a magnetic personality.
I mean, animals probably like me better than people. Wow, to a degree.
No, that's probably a good idea. I imagine.
Is it
You
on
know,
the party?
I'll drop it in there.
I don't know. I don't know. I think Baz would probably only know that wolves exist. He probably doesn't know much about them. They're probably not native to where he's from either. But
I mean,
he lived in Baldur's Gate for
Yeah.
long enough that he knows about the Sword Coast and whatever. So
this is definitely an exceptional specimen. Like wolves, sure, wolves, but this is definitely either magic or
It looks
a species that I don't,
but
or maybe
in either event, I think a wolf that's just sort of sleeping here might not feel super happy about being woken up by strange, small folk. So maybe upping your odds with a little bit of magic potion might help.
If we could talk to it, it might be able to tell you where it came from.
But I'm
Or-
hoping.
I
It's
can
approach
what
it.
happened.
I definitely can. It does take 10 minutes to cast my speaking. It's
Well,
a
drink
ritual.
the potion first.
All right. Potion of animal friendship.
Oh, it lasts 24 hours. Sorry. The potion.
Mind you, Baz does have
Potion? No.
ways. Oh no, I guess I can actually directly speak with him though.
Yeah, you
Exactly.
can cast the animal friendship spell for 1 hour at will, but the animal friendship spell duration is 24 hours.
Oh
Gotcha.
yeah.
I think that's just the charm duration, though. Yeah,
You are
it's just
correct.
the charm duration.
You are correct. Sorry, you're right. Oh, because you cast the animal friendship on a target, and then if it fails, it's 24 hours. Okay, but
Yeah.
you have the ability to cast it for an hour. Okay,
For an hour, yeah.
sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna take this now then, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
because it lasts an hour, and so you could beast sense it, or
And
speak
sunk
with
it
animals
over.
after 10 minutes and still have 50 minutes of animal friendship on top of that.
So the rest of us
And
will
remember,
try
he's probably hungry and also cast guidance on him.
offer dried tinder. Okay. Yeah.
The rest of us are just gonna try and not draw its attention while you.
What's it currently doing right now? Like, is it just looks like it's napping, or
Yeah, it's like curled up, sitting on like a pile of snow, and it just looks like to you like it's sleeping. It's just curled up in a little ball, not a little ball, very large ball.
I'll start doing my ritual. Maybe use your spyglass and take a peep at it, just
Sure.
and
I
see
mean,
if
it's like about 100 feet away, so
Oh.
Sure.
Closer
And-
details. I don't know. Maybe you can see it's
see if I can
breathing, or
make
maybe
out
it's dead.
any details
Yeah,
about the area.
Sure.
Maybe
sure.
it's got
Thin.
maybe it's got its eyes cracked just a little bit. It's actually watching.
Maybe.
can't-
Maybe it's
I
got
can't believe
friends
it, yeah.
that I couldn't see without the spyglass, so I will try and.
Masika motions you over to the boulder. She's kind of like lying flat on the top of this boulder, and just kind of like looking out. There's enough room for you to be on there too, though.
Okay.
Meeseeks? Mr. Meeseeks?
Quietly. Hopefully, quietly get up beside her.
Okay.
And a bucket.
Azaki just kind of crouches low near these bushes over here. Zandala stands behind Baz.
Oh, Zendala, do you want me to lift you up so you can get a better view?
So, no, that's all right. Thanks, I'm good here.
Okay.
Baz can make a really loud trumpet too. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Aelin, Jonah, you guys doing anything specific
I'm
in the
just,
next
like,
10 minutes?
Scooch over a little bit just to not be directly in line of sight.
I
I will
whispered to
hide
Gerald.
behind Zendala.
Not
Okay.
Good idea.
Gerald, don't move.
Okay. Archie, you can give me a perception check with your spyglass with advantage.
I'm so good at perception. Thank God for advantage.
Nice.
You're using it backwards.
Archie, with that roll, you notice something. Just for a moment, as you're kind of like looking at this wolf, its head is just kind of like curled up on its legs. It's from all as far as you can tell, it looks asleep to you. It doesn't kind of twitches every once in a while, but it doesn't move or crack its eye or anything. Doesn't seem to know you're there. However, you do also notice on the ridge behind it, for a moment as you're kind of scanning around, you see in the snow, like kind of like right here, I think. Oops, sorry. Could you see that?
Huh?
Yeah, like right here.
Like right behind? Yeah.
Yeah, just up on the ridge there. Your spyglass you almost miss it, but as you kind of go over, you kind of like go past it, and then you come back, and you can see that there is what looks to be like it looks like a cooked like drumstick that's like probably this big, kind of like sitting. It looks like it's mostly eaten. But it looks like it looks like literally like a chicken drumstick cooked. Yeah, but it looks like it's been cooked, and it's got like it's mostly eaten and like stripped to the bone, but it's like sitting in the snow there, as if it's been like discarded there. And you can see there is like wisps of like steam. Like you can tell like it's still warm, like it's still drifting.
He's in a food coma.
I will whisper message that back to Aelin and Baz.
Someone was cooking up there?
It's very odd. There's
Maybe it is a pet or a
maybe
guard.
it is a pet. Maybe that's why it's not native to here, because it's with somebody
Brought
who's
here.
it was brought here. Yeah.
You will also, just a few minutes later, you see, coming around the corner into your line of sight, just walking very slowly, another massive wolf.
There it is, a friend.
Archie, you do have time to warn everybody else before it gets any line of sight on your party.
Okay. I'd be messaging.
Take a couple steps over
Yeah,
and just kind of like nudge Blackwind over too.
I'm gonna turn around and just like very quickly, like put my hand, like my finger up, like this, as like motion to be quiet. I'm just going to pick up Zendala and Jonah and move over here.
Zendala kind of like
Hmm?
gives you that look like, what?
And it's like, hey, I'm doing that. I'm doing this
Shut the
thing.
fuck up.
With your trunk, you're doing it. 'cause you're-
Ultimately, she doesn't like resist, but she's just kind of like seems a bit indignant. Azaka like crouches lower into these bushes. Does the Homer Simpson like?
Hopefully, Gerald looks like a immovable rock.
Blackwind.
Where?
So you can.
No,
This won't interrupt your ritual if you just move over a bit. If Aelin
Yeah.
nudges you. You guys kind of like line up behind this boulder as best you can. Leaving Gerald standing in the open field.
Hopefully, Wolf just thinks he's a rock.
It's just a pile of rocks.
With clothing.
He does not wear his clothing in the jungle.
Oh,
There's no
that's right.
reason.
Yeah, it's too hot.
Well, it'll just get wrecked in the jungle. There's no reason. There's nothing to hide him from here.
Just
Be
wanna
proud of who
see.
you are, Gerald.
Yeah, if you guys can, and this if you guys can give me just a group stealth check. See if how well you.
Nope. Gerald is great though. He ain't moving a muscle.
So bad you like pick them up, and even though you're trying to be still, you're just kind of like you make a fair bit of noise as you're like moving over there. Just you kind of step on some like hardened grass and kind of crunches under your feet and stuff. Archie, you kind of like duck down, and as you do so, the spyglass just kind of goes clink off the top of the rock.
Hits her in the eye.
Ow! No.
Where'd this pail come from?
Blackwind, Masika kind of ducks down as well with a bit of a gasp. But Gerald stands stone still, and Aelin moves over like he's like a friggin' ninja. Okay. Oh,
Every once in a while, get one.
And roll for Zendala. Hold on. Oh, Zendala is quiet and kind of like. I imagine Baz just like depositing her in the bushes. She seems to be well hidden. Yeah, this kind of moves over here, steps forward, and then kind of like cocks its head, and its ears kind of twitch up a little bit as it looks down directly at Gerald standing in the path. Kind of like cocks its head the other way, and then just kind of sits there back on its haunches, and just kind of sits there like staring at Gerald. Doesn't move towards him, it just sits there, looking directly at him.
A curious thing. I've seen dogs do that. just sort of like they see something that wasn't there before. It's kind of weird, and they just sort of stare, just to sit. Oh,
The head cock.
what was that? I don't know about that.
Blackwind, your ritual completes as it sits there, as everyone's just kind of like sitting crouched low behind this rock. It seems to not care too much about Gerald. Just kind of looks at it for a little while, gets bored, and then moves over and kind of like nudges the other one. The other one kind of eyes kind of like blink open a bit, and it gives a big yawn, kind of stands and kind of stretches its back out, and then lies back down and puts his head back down on the ground. And then this one kind of walks away back behind the tree line, up the path further again.
Okay. All right. Well.
We'll be here, and
Yeah.
Be charming.
I'd smile. Mm.
Hello, fellow teens.
Hello, fellow team. Hello, fellow wolves. I'm a wolf too.
Give him guidance before he goes.
You got this, Blackwind. Pats you.
That's it.
I turn around. There's like nobody to be seen anymore.
We're all
Alpha
running the other direction.
Okay.
So you,
I'm not going to drink the potion right away because if in fact they are more intelligent than average animals, I probably
You
don't.
can try talking first, and if it doesn't work, chug the potion and try the charm.
well,
Because
the
there's a
potion does
limitation
take
on it.
the potion does take
And-
an action to use though. Something goes south, you won't be able to just chug the potion and then cast charm. It's 2 actions.
I know.
So just be careful. Yeah.
I just if I can gauge the intelligence of them once I start talking to them. Like remember the bird was like all shiny objects and like all on cocaine or something. But
Right, but the bird
Mm.
attacks you, you're not going to get bitten in half. If this
Wow.
does, you might.
I'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay, so you hold off on drinking the potion, but you've got your speak with animals going, so you can
Yeah,
talk with
and
them.
I will walk up the front gate, like the front road or whatever. I guess.
Okay, are you
Uh,
walking stealthily or normally or?
You know what? The first little bit stealthily because I want to see where that other one is.
Okay, so where are you trying to get to stealthily?
Uh, I just gotta move so I can see myself. There we are. Ah. All right, so I will kind of go in that bit of direction. I'll leave my backpack with these guys over here too, just so I can move my
Okay,
full speed.
so
That would be my first.
up to there, kind of like getting slightly behind this big tree here. Okay, make a stealth check.
All right, think good numbers. Think big numbers. Big numbers. Average number. But
That's
still not.
the D4.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
D4.
D4.
I will use that for
I
that.
think you have to do that on your.
You have
You
to use it
have
on your next
no.
one.
It says you can choose.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good.
For the next minute.
Oh, for the
Same
next
with
minute.
resistance.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm, I'm
Okay.
really good with those D4s, aren't I?
Yeah, the wolf doesn't seem to notice you as you creep up behind this tree. It just kind of sits there. Its ears twitch a couple times, and it kind of like shifts a little bit. You can tell it's not asleep, but it's definitely getting there. It's looking like it's trying to go back to sleep. You can't see from this angle though where that other wolf went.
This tree that's right here, is this all treed in here? Like it's thick growth? Like I know you said that there's actually supposed to be more trees, right? Or kind of more treed.
Yeah, like the canopy. There is like a canopy that's grown over, but the trees are roughly where the trunks are. So, and there's like foliage around the bases of the trees and stuff. So.
I will go this way, and stay behind the tree as best as I can, anyways.
Okay, give me another stealth check.
And big money, come on, vacation in France. Yep. I'd step on a twig.
So you walk over, and you go around the other side of the tree, and as you step through, your foot kind of sinks and like sinks into like some softer snow, and there's a kind of a crack, and you realize you've stepped directly in what looks to be some sort of old bucket that's been like sunken into the.
It's still on my feet.
Bucket.
And there's kind of a crunching sound. You see, by the way, the other wolf is just up. Well, I mean, you can see where it is. It's just kind of like sitting there. And as you come around into its line of sight, it kind of like turns its head and looks at you, and then kind of like stands up, and you see like its hackles raise, and there's low rumbling. Baz, you will hear this with your 17. You hear this low rumbling like growl. The other wolf kind of like I assume you can't really see because it's kind of facing this way, so you can't really see this. But Archie, you can. The other wolf's eyes kind of like pop open, and it kind of like lifts its head back, and you would see it lift its head.
Is it going good?
And then
Well,
it kind of like steps forward a little bit, just kind of like slowly, and then just growls.
I put my hands out, like kind of like the in Jurassic Park, where he puts his hands like, whoa, easy. I try to communicate with them. I'm not try not to look as threatening as possible.
The other one kind of stands up and turns around to face you and looks at you as well. It kind of like, it doesn't really growl at you, it just kind of like cocks its head to the side a bit. Can you give me an animal handling check?
Oh yeah, for sure, bud. Okay. I'm gonna use inspiration because I'm gonna try to do my best on it that I can.
Okay.
It's so much better to use it on skills, it seems sometimes too. Whoops, animal handling. Is this a hidden one? I can't remember.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay. Well,
Oof,
it
the
kind of paid
inspiration.
off.
That's good. Okay,
Average.
they don't. They're both kind of like bare their teeth and growl. One of them kind of lets out like a low kind of like bark, which you understand it to say. Essentially, like back off, because you can speak to animals.
Yeah.
But they don't advance like in a threatening way to you.
Uh, I say I wish to just talk with them if if I may. I'm curious to see such magnificent creatures
Um,
as yourself
gi-
in the jungle.
give
You're not
me a
Flattery.
I guess it'd be
brown
persuade.
noser.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Either way, it's my charisma. Just
Oh yeah, if you're not proficient, then yeah, it's just a charisma check.
Is it
yeah,
working?
yeah.
Don't,
Um,
they don't.
yeah, and I'm probably I'll have that potion in my hand, but still takes an action. Charisma check. That's what I'm looking for. I'm like swinging my hand. Oh, hey, look at that!
Nice,
Better
not
than
bad, not bad. Even
I'm
with a
much more
-1.
charming.
Um,
Much more charming than I am sneaky.
this one kind of steps forward a little bit. Still eyes never leaving you. Kind of growls, and and then it kind of growls at you and says, "Speak. We don't like what you say. We eat you."
I
You get the sense that this thing's pretty smart. Like at least as
like
smart as a well-trained like dog.
like it's able to put together sentences more so than just
Yeah. Like
like
being it, yeah,
Fully formed ideas.
yeah.
okay. So what I
Smarter than
without
a bird.
using the mechanics of the intelligence, would I gauge that this is definitely a fairly sentient creature? Like charming, it would probably be either not work or
I would say,
what would you like me to
Blackwood,
to look at?
give me another animal handling check. Give it to me with advantage as well because of your speak with animals. You can get you can gauge much more easily its intelligence when you can understand what it's saying.
All right, come on, yeah, there's
Nice,
some good.
jeez. Yeah.
I'm getting the
So,
feel for them.
I mean, obviously Blackwind doesn't fully understand the meta aspects, but I will tell you because of that role. This creature is probably too smart to be affected by the potion. The potion requires anything over int 4 is immune to the effect. This creature you don't know exact int score, but it's smarter than that.
You look into something's eyes, and
Uh,
you can see
yeah.
intelligence behind them even
Yeah,
too. So.
there's a keen intelligence. Almost, you wouldn't consider it like a sentient creature per se, like as far as like a human, but humans'
Yeah,
minimum score technically is what, 6? I think
these aren't your run of the mill wolves.
so. Yeah, this would probably be as smart as some dumb humans at least, but seems to be a keenly intelligent. It's got a very intelligent look in its eye, like you can tell that this.
I'm pretty sure giant apes are also 6.
Yeah.
I asked them.
You're gonna have to rely on your personality to
Yeah, I
get
know.
through.
I did really good actually. I
Yeah,
asked
I'm not gonna
them
make you.
curious.
I'm not gonna make you make a roll for every sentence you say. By the way.
No. I'm basically kind of like got on. I found a good little angle, and they seemed to respond to it.
Yeah,
But yeah,
at the moment they're not looking to eat you, but yeah,
I'm curious to see such creatures such as yourself in the jungle is not usually your normal habitat. Is where do you hail from?
he says, "We come across the great water from the frozen north. We hunt with our
And
master."
and okay, What do you hunt in this area? What are you even? I'm a hunter myself.
The other one kind of like steps forward a little bit, and it kind of lets out like a couple low barks. You guys can hear. You don't know what Blackwind is saying. Obviously, you don't know what anybody's saying, but you can see, you can hear this kind of like low growling kind of bark. And this one at the back says, "We hunt man."
Wow, there's not a lot in this area. Undead I've
And
encountered mostly.
this one steps. He's like, "Dead walkers, not good eating, not much game." And he kind of like licks its lips, looking at you.
Hey, I'm easy now. It's just we all have the same pastime. I've come here hunting myself. I hunt the large lizards,
Um,
and
they
I
they they,
seldom
they kind of
near
like
the salt.
glance at each other a little bit, and one of them looks is like, "You have meat."
Do I have? Not on me. I don't even have my backpack on me right now. So
Technically, you do have meat on you.
wow, sinew mostly.
He kind of like
Where
hackles Ray's a little bit and kind of growls a little. He's like, "Grr, hungry."
There's meat right behind you.
where is your master at this moment? Is he nearby so we could speak?
Kind of growls. He's like, "You would harm master?"
I'm only looking to travel through on my way. And I saw you here, so I thought I would approach carefully.
Respectfully.
And it kind of turns back to the other one, and lets out a bark, and which Blackman you can understand. Says the other one's like, "Fetch master." And this one kind of barks and then bounds, and with this, you guys would see it come into view. Kind of runs over and just kind of crouches and bounds up to the top of that ridge and disappears from sight over the edge.
And I introduce myself to the one that's there. I mean, you don't have to make up names for them, but just be more friendly. How long have you been in the jungles for?
They would tell you their names are Rhyme and Scald.
Ooh.
Cool.
Does those name types kind of remind me of like a certain area? Like you said, he came from the north. Do I know? What do I
Give me a
know?
history check.
Sure, I'm really smart. I did my history homework.
No, you
Not
didn't.
threes.
Skip
Bones.
Yeah,
that day.
I mean, yeah,
Doesn't ring.
you don't know.
Yeah.
You're not sure. I mean, you do know that
Uh,
the North definitely has like, there's the Arctic Circle and snowy lands up there, but you don't really know anything else about it, as far as
I
you
wave
know.
at the snow coming down, and I say, "This is nice. Is this
And
from your presence?"
it kind of like paces. It's kind of like starts pacing back and forth. It's kind of in between here, and that also.
I'm definitely doing my best to keep its eyes on me, I guess, too, like the communicating wise.
Yeah, it's pacing back and forth, and it's like, no, but nice cold area, nice snow, nice resting spot. We find 2 days ago, and then it kind of stops, and it kind of like cocks its head and like lifts its head up, and just kind of like, and then kind of like turns its head to the south, and then lets out like a low growl. It's like, "You not alone?" Starts growling.
I have my companions, but like I said, I approached singularly as to not look aggressive.
He glances back. "You tried to trick us."
No, I came as a single man, single hunter to talk to you so that you weren't surprised by a group.
Black, when you see like a shadow kind of goes over top of you, and you kind of look up, and the other wolf is kind of like looking down at you over top of the ridge.
Hmm. Is your master on the way?
And it kind of barks. It's like, "Master comes," and then he barks. The other one down below kind of barks up at that one. He's like, "Not alone, group of men."
I'm guessing he kind of caught the smell. That's or something.
Yeah. This one starts walking down this way.
Like,
When I see that, I'm gonna send a whisper message to Blackwind. Be like, never mind, I'm not doing that. I don't have that.
you're just whispering to yourself.
Yep. Oh, shit.
Masika kind of like crouches down, tries to flatten herself even flatter against the rock. She's like, "Uh-oh."
Like,
Is it going bad?
I do this. I don't know. It doesn't. Does it look
the
aggressive?
one above? You can give me an animal handling check to try to because that's what you use to discern like insight for animals.
This is scary. I have no idea. I don't know.
You're not sure. It's got like this low rumbling growl in its throat, and it's walking kind of. It's not walking fast, like it's like. Yeah, it's not barking.
It's slowly, but
the one above you, Blackwind, kind of like staring down at you, kind of growls, and he's like, "You stay put."
Would I get a sense like that? I know actually.
You can see it.
I can see it. I think as long as it's continuing to like walk down, it doesn't seem like it's gonna stop until it finds where we are. I would step out here with my hands out, try in you know, like a sort of a calming motion, trying to be like easy.
When you step out into the open there, it stops and lets out a couple large, like loud, like growling barks. Blackwind, you can understand it. It's saying basically just kind of shouting at Baz and saying, "Back, stay back."
And I'm just like very slowly, like sort of easy. We're all friends here.
Zandala, kind of like from the bushes over to Jonah, she's just like, "My God, Baz is gonna get eaten."
I don't know. Like, for me to communicate with Baz would take a really good loud yell, right? Like
2 feet away.
I mean, you couldn't whisper at him, that's for sure.
No, I just
But like talking at normal volume. I would probably,
yeah, you're not
just
that,
like,
yeah.
It's pretty quiet here.
Just keep where you are, guys. See, they could smell you, so they wanted to see.
Then I would stop, and I would, but still kind of hands out, very like, you know, we come in peace, you know, stance.
We're traveling to the city that lies beyond here.
If anybody's gonna convince
there's some like crunching, and the tree kind of moves to the side, and you see about a 20-foot tall blue-skinned humanoid step through.
Can I tell what
you could make a nature check.
Hey.
It's obviously a woman. She's got a steel cap and it's a frost giant.
I have 2 predictions written down. That's one of them.
Well, at least I know what she is, sort of, maybe.
Yeah, name. You recognize her as well. She's definitely a frost giant. She's wearing this large, like, heavy cloak, made of furs. She has a breastplate and like metal bracers and kind of like a chain skirt, and she's got her hands on a very large double-bladed axe that's like basically as big as Baz, kind of like hefted over her shoulder, and she kind of like
voice.
She kind of like rumbles out, and everybody hears this. Even though she speaks at a normal volume, it's loud. And she's like, visitors. Rhyme, scald. To me. And they immediately kind of like bound over towards her left and right.
I give her a greetings and introduce myself.
Hello, ma'am.
She looks, she's like, orc. And then she turns down to the left, she's like, an aloxodon. She's like, if there's any more of you, come out.
I would start slowly moving up the path, and I would,
Oh shit!
and I would say, in giant, we're just passing through. We don't mean any harm.
We mean no trouble. I'm just gonna like stand up on the rock, basically.
Zaka kind of moves.
With
When Azaka moves forward, both of the winter wolves kind of like look at her and let loose like a low growl, and they both kind of like start barking at her and like sniffing the air and looking very agitated. Blackwind, you can interpret them, and one of them's like basically is saying, "Shifter, shape changes," and it's like she's like Moonblood, and they don't seem happy to see her at all.
Gerald, come to me.
I continued with the explanation that we saw them there, and I approached as on my own to not, give them a start, and to try to introduce myself to see if we could travel through here.
Trying to be charming.
She kind of like points her battle axe towards you, Blackwind, and then kind of just does that kind of like gesture, like move out into the open, so you're not flanking her.
Like she wants me over here, then?
Yeah. She kind of gives you that like.
Sure. Well, my movement, I guess, more or less.
Okay.
I don't think I'm locked on the
Baz, as you're approaching, you a couple more steps. When you get to about here, she kind of like swings her other hand towards you, and she's like, "That's close enough, Loxodon."
Fair enough. Fair enough.
She's like, "You will answer me a question, and I may let you live." The other wolf kind of bounds down and like lands beside her over here again.
All right.
She's like, "There cannot be about sparrows."
She's like, my clan mistress seeks a man. Are any of you artist Kimbar?
I say, absolutely none of us. But we've heard the name.
He's like, you will tell me where he is, and steps forward.
So nobody knows.
Genuinely, we do not know where he is.
Zendala kind of like tugs on your leg, Archie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she's just like, she's still kind of like crouched behind the rock. She's like, did she just say what I think she said?
Yep.
She's like, why are they looking for my father?
I don't know. Do I know anything about frost giants with my 22 nature?
They hate artist Kimber.
You don't, with a 22, you missed the DC by 1, so you don't have, you don't know any of their capabilities, no.
I guess it's more about, like, do I know that they are all aggressive, or are they good and bad?
They are known to be some of the most aggressive of giant species. They are reavers and marauders up and down the coastlines of the Sword Coast, particularly in the north, like in the Neverwinter area. But they have been known to go, especially with the giants uprising that happened 5 or
Mhm.
6 years ago. They were seen in several places in the north, and
Okay.
most of the time it led to destruction and death.
Yeah, I would just whisper back to her, you know, be careful with your information. They can be very dangerous.
Yeah. If you have any donkeys, hide them.
So, but yeah, he steps again. She's like, "You know of artist Kimbar?"
We are we've certainly heard of him, but we don't know where he is.
I believe he's been, I guess, missing for the last 20 years. The last time we heard anything was he was on this peninsula.
It's like, "You do know where he is. Then he is here. You know this for. How do you know this? Where was he seen? Tell me what you know. Everything. Leave no detail out."
Oh, he was in the city of the Port Mezro to the north. And really, all we heard that he came.
When was this? How long ago?
Decades ago.
Yeah, I'm like the last, like I said, 20 years ago.
It's like, "I'm not interested in history. Where is he now?" And she kind of steps forward, even more menacingly.
We really don't know.
She's
We
like a
don't-
big Zendala.
Yeah.
Uh,
we genuinely do not know where he is.
Make a persuasion check. Because you're not lying, technically.
And I would say that in giant. I don't know if that affects anything, but I'm trying to reach her on her level as close as I can.
Our charismatic party.
She doesn't seem very happy with this. She's like,
is he a criminal, or is he just your next hunt?
It's like, "The clan mistress seeks something he carries. That is all you need to know. It does not belong to him. It is ours by right."
See.
Well, I hope you find it.
Well,
Zendala kind of pulls on your leg again,
Mhm.
Archie, and she's just like,
Mhm.
she's like, they're after my father. Do you think they mean him harm? She doesn't look friendly. She seems to be like not panicking, but she seems to be very like anxious.
I'll whisper back, and I'll just be like, yes, they're looking for your father, but many, many, many people have been looking for your father for many years, and nobody seems to have found him. So I don't think that she doesn't seem like she has any information about where he actually is any more than.
She kind of like bites her lip. Sorry, what were you saying, Liz?
I was gonna retort.
Simultaneous conversation.
So I mean, we'll keep an eye out for him. Where should we if we find out more information? Will you be here? We can come let you know.
I just got a quick question too. Like it sounds like he took something from them.
Yeah.
Is that what? I also say, well, what is this object? And maybe if we meet him in one of the cities, we can acquire it for you and bring it to you. I mean, there's no reason we can't trade.
Kind of looks back and forth between Baz and Blackwind, and then she kind of like leans back a bit, and she's like, "Ha! This pack doesn't know who is the leader. Who speaks for you all?" It's like, "Is it you?" Points her axe at Blackwind, or is it you? Points at Loxodon.
We all speak together.
His name's Baz, Corey.
I don't think he introduced, did he?
Oh,
It's like, you have no leader.
We're all
We have jobs.
You're
I I
My time
I
to shine.
guide.
You should have seen how much trouble we had figuring out where we were going to go in order to get here.
Yeah. Decision paralysis. No,
sometimes we
we talk for hours.
we follow the rocky creature down there. I point to Gerald.
And then she
I-
kind of,
I guide us
leans
through.
in. Her eyes kind of goes wide a bit, actually, looking at you, Baz, as you're talking. And she's like, and then she kind of points at you. She's like, "By what right do you wear those symbols?" Pointing at your trunk.
And I would say, by right of my tribe, of my heritage.
And she kind of like chuckles, like, "Heritage? You know nothing of the glories of Astoria, and you are a beast, nothing more. Those are not your symbols to present. You're lucky you do not show the sacred eyes rune, or I would slay you where you stand."
Interesting.
Sorry to offend.
Good.
Better hope we don't run into any frost or fire giants then.
So
Huh?
I ask her.
That's what your response is? Just interesting?
Yeah, I would say I would say interesting with a slight smirk on my face. I know enough. Well, okay. I suppose I should roll, but I imagine as given that his whole tribe and everything is all about giant shit, he probably knows enough about frost giants to understand sort of what their mannerisms and whole like society is about to a certain extent, right?
Sure.
So he knows that they're very aggressive, very hostile, and he would probably just be like, yeah, okay,
So you're playing cocky?
a little bit,
Okay.
a little
He
bit,
thinks-
yeah,
they're posturing.
yeah.
Give me an intimidation check.
Make her cry.
Nice.
You're not big.
She kind of like sizes you up, and then
I'm making direct eye contact.
yeah, she kind of sizes you up, and she's like, "You're lucky. I'm not in the mood." She turns back to Blackwin. She's like, "Tell me more of this Kimbar. How do you know he's here? Where did you
Well-
get this information that he was here on this continent?"
We heard the last information was that he was part of an expedition going to a lost city here,
Which
is currently what's it called again? Mezro?
Omu.
Oh no, he's going to
Omu. Anyways, and we are currently heading to the city, a city that is occupied by the Flaming Fist, and perhaps we can get more information there and return to you with more information.
You have reason to believe these fists know the whereabouts of Kimbar? Where is this Omu? How do we get there?
Well, that is the question, isn't it?
It's like, yes,
It wouldn't be a
answer
lost
it.
city.
We don't know how to get to Omu.
If
This
we
is
did, we'd be there.
The city has been swallowed by the jungle.
She's like, ah, this land. I hate it.
Well, then maybe you should go back home.
She's like, you presume to tell me what to do?
I just offered a suggestion.
And then she
I
kind of
mean,
like,
You
kind of
don't
like
seem to-
sighs a little bit, and she's like, perhaps you are right.
It's seems like you could tell your clan mistress that you came here and it sucks.
He's like,
and artist probably isn't here.
It was and we've had
And it was a long. No one's seen him for 20 years. No one knows anything about where he might be.
This
Other than
jungle swallows everything, including cities.
he was looking for some city that nobody else knows where it is either.
Nevertheless, we will continue in our hunt for him.
Well, good luck.
He will give up what he has.
I'm sure he will.
He's like, and she kind of like turns. She's like, your tone is becoming tiresome. Show respect to your betters, beast.
Nope. And I'm gonna do Giant's Might.
Okay. Invoking Giant's Might. Roll initiative. She takes it as a hostile action and levels to attack.
All right. Fair enough. Am I able to? So if doing this is what kicks off initiative, does it mean that it happens first?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
When you grow in size, she takes it as a hostile action, and so yeah.
You even surprised me with that one.
Look, man, Baz cannot take rude people. Cannot take it.
Well, I wouldn't really call her rude as much as she is
especially being
uncultured.
Especially being called a beast, he can't deal with that.
But
Gerald saw it coming.
yeah,
That's
he's
why
still
he's our
standing
leader.
still. Yeah, Gerald's our leader.
Zendala, while this has been going on, Zendala's like grabbing Archie. She's just like, we should kill her. We should kill her just in case.
We might have to, depending on how this goes.
We set off the
That would have been
initiative.
that would have been a few sentences before Baz grows big.
Right.
I think it's going okay. Oh fuck.
Blackwood's turning with the thumbs up as Baz grows big. Oh, it's going
It's an aggressive
fine.
action. What happens next determines what. Whatever it may be.
Wow, Masika was not ready for this. Gets 6.
I'm Mr. Meeseeks.
Azaka gets a 22.
Damn.
Wish I had taken hold person now.
He's not a person.
He's not.
He's not a
Giants aren't humanoids.
Oh,
They're giants. You need hold monster for giants.
oh. I assumed they would be a humanoid.
Humanoids
They're
are
their own
basically
type.
So what do they fall under for knowledge?
Giant.
For knowledge.
For knowledge checks, I think there are arcane.
Nope.
No?
They're
are
giant. Nature.
Giants are nature. They're natural creatures.
Dragons are arcane.
humanoids are just your average size.
Sorry, what did Gerald get? I missed
I
it.
guess
19.
19.
goblins.
Gerald.
Fucking Gerald is like a fucking speed freak almost all the time on the
Well,
missions, isn't he?
Gerald cannot be distracted.
He's got all that pent up energy.
He sees it all in slow motion.
And he's on it. So he's
He's a robot sent
he's
back in
super
time.
low.
I am the T-1000.
Azaka will she just kind of like moves over here and then takes the dodge action, and she kind of turns. She's like, are we really doing this? And then dodge. Gerald hasn't had any commands given to him.
And if something comes in near me, like he does.
This
Something
wolf
tries to-
bounds off around to the left here.
He's just coming to lick me. Nice puppy.
Oops! Stop! No! Whoa!
Or he's had problems.
Whoa.
Hold on. Just speed.
Hey
Oh, he
there.
can make there easy.
Hey, big guy. How's it going?
Yep. You rushes forward and targeting the three of you.
Oh, the wolf just knew.
It just kind of like unleashes this blast of cold air out of its mouth.
Minty fresh. Almost had it.
Success.
Oh,
Nice.
wow! I
Nice.
thought it. I'm like, wow. My concentration.
boy.
You all take 11 points of cold damage. As
Much
this-
better than 22.
Baz, you're next. The wolf reacts with. They were just kind of sitting there, just waiting to pounce. As soon as you grew big, it just rushed around.
I really, yeah, I really wish that the wolf hadn't attacked. Because yeah, I would have spent my turn talking, but I don't
It's
think
up to you.
I really don't think I can now.
It's up to you. What do you want to do? The wolves have been super on edge and agitated since Zaka showed herself, so they were just ready to spring into action.
I'm gonna attack the giant.
Okay. Miss ricochets off of her armor.
Warning shot.
Uh,
God damn it.
Then she parries with her battle axe. Ching!
action surge.
Okay. Yeah, that'll get through.
And I'm going to invoke the fire round.
Nice. Slams into her.
That
And
started the fire.
saving throw, sure should make. Yep.
Success. Strength save? Yeah. Pretty difficult for her. Or, you know what I mean.
Nice.
Nice.
Each hit was progressively.
Oh, look at that damage.
tracking.
15.
That's pissed.
And I will, as I'm swinging, I'm gonna be saying these things. You're just like, da da da, up until today, I've never met a frost giant, and frankly, the Allfather would be ashamed of you. And that's it.
Archie.
Who's your daddy?
Hey, it's me.
Oh, sorry, Baz, did you want to move anywhere, or are you good there?
Good.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna move right up here to kind of cut off path of the other wolf a little bit. I don't care if it tries to attack me.
Archie.
Damn it, Dad.
What?
You just.
I just
Yeah,
fuck
you
you?
Yeah.
Well, what?
No,
How?
because I was gonna throw a meteor in the space that's right beside you, and if
Oh.
I do it now, it's gonna hit you. So, but
Alright.
I'm gonna cast minute meteors on myself.
Okay.
So that's my action, and then my bonus action is to throw. I don't think I can hit.
What's the
Can I-
radius?
Well, no, the radius is fine. It's can I throw it in the same spot twice?
Ugh.
So it says sending them streaking towards a point or points you choose. So I can send them to the same spot, right?
We'll see why
8
not.
points.
A point or points you choose.
One
Okay.
plus.
All right. Well, then I will send them both into right here. So I target both of them. Figure it out. Sorry, I haven't had this very much. Dex save. So.
They both succeed.
So they'll take half damage. For the first one, not much. And then the second one,
You can throw 2 in a round?
I sure can. Oh,
You
it
gotta
untargeted.
retarget him. Yeah.
I sure can. You.
Fail.
This time they both fail.
Hey, and I rolled better.
Nice.
She literally was warming up. She's got a mean heater.
Pointer. And then I am gonna move. Just gonna go this way. I'm gonna tell Gerald to go punch a wolf, Gerald. And that's me.
Aelin.
I kind of look at Baz and look at the giant and look at the wolves, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're doing this. And as a bonus action, I'm going to summon the arms of the astral self, and the fire arms will stretch around my own. And then I'm going to step here, and I'm going to attack the wolf. Oops, I didn't target it. God damn it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did. Hey, go me.
Oh.
And you know what? I didn't think about it. I didn't do the AoE damage, but I wasn't close enough. So, and then I'm gonna stunning strike.
Okay.
Get him! Come on! Get him!
The old head noggin bop.
Come on, baby!
Oh, not
We're better
20.
than others.
Fuck!
Damn. Well, and then bonus or second attack. Nope.
Oh.
And that's it. I'm gonna move there.
Just checking at the reach on the wolf. Okay.
Mhm.
The winter wolf will move in on Baz, and it will attack using pack tactics. Bite at you. 22. I rolled so bad on the damage. Wow. 6 points of piercing damage. Strength save 14, which you succeed on. Tries to take out your legs, but you're too big and strong. You just kind of like shove it off.
That's right.
Sorry, I'm just checking something. Do you get? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And as my reaction, I'm going to invoke the stone rune on the winter wolf.
Okay. Not one. Fuck.
God,
Nice,
it actually
finally.
works.
What?
Amazing.
Stunning
So-
strikes and stuff like this? Wow.
Yeah. So it is charmed and incapacitated. For 1 minute.
Are there any conditions to it? Does it
Well,
break
charmed
on
in this way, the
damage?
creature has a speed of 0 and is incapacitated, descending into a tree. The creature repeats the saving throw at the end of each of your turns, ending the effect on a success. Once you invoke the throw, you can't be shorter or longer.
So damage doesn't break it?
Damage does not break it. The charmed part of it seems like it's only there as a potential defensive thing. So if
So
something is
immune
immune
to
to being
charm.
charmed, it can't be incapacitated.
And tagged with it, so yeah, so somebody resistance to it.
Cool.
Cool.
Which is a great idea. That's what tags are great.
So incapacitated, you said. Did you? Oh, you added it. Okay, cool.
I did.
Okay. She, the frost giant, who in the next sentence will identify herself as Thyra Permafrost. She's like, your tusks will make a beautiful necklace. You fall before the great Thyra Permafrost. She will bonus action second wind.
I heard that. I was trying to hear the name.
It's in the.
I see it
comment.
now. I see it.
Bonus action second wind. And then she will. How many attacks does this giant get? Oh.
A lot.
Wow, 8 attacks. That's amazing.
It's a frost giant.
She
I
will
really wanted to
attack you
avoid
with her axe. 26 points of slashing damage.
I didn't necessarily want to get into this fight, but this is what Baz would do, and given the situation.
The way Baz was responding, it seemed.
Baz, you take 26 followed by 20 and are down. She then will kind of, having knocked you, your giant smite ends when you go unconscious, right?
No.
It doesn't? Okay, I wasn't sure.
No.
She then turns, kind of points her axe at the rest of you, and she says, the rest of you do not need to die. Surrender or die with your friend. And that's her turn. Sandala climbs up on the rock, and she's like, "You'll never find Artis."
Oh god.
And
I hate her so much.
she will cast.
To be honest, it probably took her the attention off of.
Maybe we can trade her for Baz.
Trade her for Baz. She throws a chromatic orb of fire at him or her with a -2 to hit.
She does a fireball?
Orb.
And yeah, it just kind of like this fireball like streaks towards it, and she just kind of like raises her axe in the air and just kind of hits it. And she's like, she kind of like ducks back down. She's like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Kind of looking at Jonah. Blackwind.
That went so much differently in her head. I kind of like crouch down and then build up my speed to Zephyr Strike to move effortlessly through people.
Okay.
And so no opportunity attacks on me. And zoom.
Dash. I just imagine you like just like dashing right through her legs.
Yeah,
Hockey stick
just
like with your glaive.
Like and a blurry effect with like some leaves and shit flying through the air. I will use my advantage on this attack on her. Glaive attack. Fire the missiles. Ooh, 20!
Nice.
Combo. Glaive damage. No hunter's mark though.
So low.
Wasn't very good damage though. Definitely low.
Mm.
Let's see here. Then I will use my ability to attack a creature next to it.
Hordebreaker.
Yeah, on the white winter wolf. Is it advantage when they're incapacitated or no? I guess.
Incapacitated doesn't denote. It doesn't give you advantage. No, it's not.
Yeah, they're not helpless.
Yeah, wait, is it
They
incapacitated?
No,
can't do
just
actions or reactions.
Right.
Yeah.
You're thinking of restrained.
I mean, incapacitated is
Now,
a bad way of wording it.
If you were to
Really.
use your bonus action to knock him down, then you would get them next time.
If it doesn't stand up.
But it could stand up because it has moved. There's no actions or reactions, so yeah, that wouldn't.
Oh,
thought it was
that
the
isn't
fleet,
part of his
though.
set is speed to 0? Wasn't that part of it as well?
Yeah, it doesn't because it falls asleep.
It's dazed, effectively.
Yeah, it says it's
Kinda
in a
like a-
dream-like stupor. It's not asleep. It's
Gotcha.
not unconscious. It's different between unconscious and incapacitated.
Right. So it could move like 50 feet if it wanted to.
Technically, It could like just stumble off in a stupor if it wanted to. Yeah.
No, its speed is 0.
Oh, then
Yeah,
never
That
mind. It
speed
couldn't
is
do
That's
zero
that.
what I was
part of
saying.
Yeah.
It's
It can't move. It can't take action.
Either
to
way, you're
react.
attacking it. Yes. Roll
Yeah.
damage.
okay. Glaive damage on it.
6 points.
And then the second attack on her. Oh, not so good. And then I will. So that was 25 movement, I think it was. So I now
Yeah.
have 35 feet more movement for this turn. So I kind of bound off 10, 15, 20, 30. I think I have 5. Well, okay. And then I should end up somewhere over there. So I kind of like blur in, blur out. I said, and then I yell, yeah, we'll stop if you stop.
I mean, she did stop.
Not real. She,
Yeah, we could.
She knocked
Okay.
Baz down and said, "Surrender, and nobody else has to die."
well, this is all in the same 6 seconds, so I was reacting.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
She hasn't done anything since she's done that, or since you said that. So.
I mean, honestly, it's like all the same 6 seconds.
Oh, god damn it! Right. Oh, I didn't have to get that close. Whatever. I will healing word, Baz,
Oh,
It's just a flesh wound.
with a bonus action.
Okay. Baz, your eyes flutter open.
And I will throw a firebolt at the frost giant.
Yep.
15 hits. Nice.
Boom.
And wish I had not gotten that close and passed the turn.
Okay, Masika.
Got here is an ice giant standoff.
She will run up towards the giant. She runs up partway, kind of glances at Aelin, kind of like should, and she would even glance at you and she'd say, she's like, "Do we stop this? It took Baz down in seconds."
I don't think we can.
It's like, she nods. She's like, and keeps running. Aya!
I mean, you also have to think this is in 6 seconds.
Nice.
Critical
Girl.
hit. I guess she'll smite, eh?
Yeah. Pretty cool.
This is all in the same 6 seconds, more or less, in theory. Hadouken.
She doesn't have
Yeah.
Stunning Strike.
Do it anyway.
Got what? For defense? I don't remember what.
Bonus act. It's not a bonus action to smite right now. Bonus
No.
action. Yeah, does a little bit more with the second hit. Then she'll use a key point to dodge. Azaka steps forward. She's like, "All right, Snowy Wolf, you're dead." Has no
now
idea
we
what she's
will.
saying. Doesn't know what either of those words are. Yeah, she'll claw. Nope. Claws a second time.
Tickle fight.
Got him.
Almost a combo.
Gerald. 1, 2, 3, 4,
I
5,
told
6.
I told
Yep.
Gerald to punch Wolf, so he.
You can make it too.
Oh, he can too. Gerald, look at you, little bastard.
Oh no, his speed's only 25.
No, Gerald.
Sorry,
Hi,
can't make it to
Gerald.
him.
Gerald needs to work
You
out.
give him a ranged weapon like snowballs or
We have
something.
10-foot reach.
He
No,
doesn't.
he does
Yeah,
not.
give him a pole arm.
So I guess he'll double move to the wolf and stop.
Yep. Good job, Gerald.
Sorry, I thought his speed was 30. I've got your hopes up.
It should be. Mine's 30.
Yeah, but he's like stumpy dwarf legs.
Right, but because he's my wizard companion, his speed should equal mine, so he can move with me. I don't like that it's not. I think that's a bad design.
You're able to make him, but you just don't know how to do knees.
Yeah, he's got one leg longer than the other, so he kind of totters.
Peg leggy.
He can't really run in a straight line. It's like an S curve.
You ever see somebody like try to run with stiff legs and they kind of swing their legs in weird
The,
outside?
the Winter Wolf moves over and will attack with advantage on Masika, attacking its master.
Disadvantage. Or, yeah, straight roll, because she dodged.
Critical.
Jesus.
Me.
Was that with advantage or straight?
No, it was a straight roll.
Straight roll.
17 points of damage to her as this wolf kind of like rushes up behind her. Masika seems to be focused on dodging the giant, doesn't really see it coming, and just BAM! Barrels into her back, and she kind of like shrieks as you see a big bright bloom of blood on her back.
Right.
And
Red blood.
strength saving throw. She fails, so she is knocked prone by the wolf as well, and she gets her feet knocked out from under her.
Oh, good.
That's what you want to see.
Baz,
The other one's
you're
stunned
awake.
as well.
You are prone on the ground right now.
I will stand,
Okay.
and I will bonus action second win.
Okay.
Something.
So that's something. And that's all my cool shit. Now I'm just gonna fucking go for it. I will make this first attack. I'll use advantage. Wow.
Wow.
Ooh. Miss.
Okay.
That hits.
Giant's might.
Nice. The reroll helped a lot.
And yeah, that's my turn.
Archie.
All right. I don't know you. I don't like her. I am going to magic missile at 3rd level.
Okay.
So we're sending 5 missiles into her. 1, 2, 3. Come on, roll better. I said better.
There you go.
Thank you.
Better.
Nice.
Thank you. And then I'm gonna throw both meteors.
Same spot as before.
Yeah, the wolves are about equal, so same spot as before. Can I use my inspiration to give her disadvantage on this?
I don't think so. I don't think that's part of it, is it?
Yeah.
Before a roll to
You
impose
can use on
disadvantage.
enemies to impose disadvantage, yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure how to go. I thought I'll roll them separately, probably.
Yeah, which
So
one are you
I-
giving?
I'm giving disadvantage to her. So if I click disadvantage and I do, come on.
I think I have to click disadvantage. But anyways.
So let's see if this works.
Yay.
Okay, and then
Just roll the damage and then do the save separately for the wolf, and then type in the damage.
Okay.
Hold on, I
So
accidentally
do
healed her. She's not. There you go.
that. Save on the wolf.
Bam.
The wolf
that?
takes 8
So
as
the
well.
wolf takes 8 damage as well.
Winter Wolf 1.
Yes, number 1, the top one. And then I throw my second one. See what happens.
Wolf succeeds, she fails.
Ugh.
Pretty hurt.
That's all I can. How far am
Oh
I
man,
away?
if I had hit with the first
Yep.
attack, I think she down.
I'm just gonna come over here.
Fuck.
Just so I'm not too far away from everybody. And I'm gonna tell Gerald to
Punch a wolf.
yeah, punch a wolf.
Punch
Good
back.
option.
Punch
Yeah.
it back.
Aelin.
Oh, you do get to go before she does. I wasn't sure. I forgot the order. I didn't know she'd get to go again and kill Bam.
I'm going to look way up at her. And in giant, I'm going to say, call your dogs off and yield. And I'm going to attack with the rain stick.
Oh,
Well,
And you're
second
gonna
attack.
warn her with it.
Yeah.
that's a hit.
This will be non-lethal, and then bonus action flurry of blows. These will also be non-lethal.
Okay.
Let me just click my key.
Better.
Is that it? It's lagging? Is it lagging?
No, it's a
Oh.
hit. I haven't rolled damage yet.
Okay. Oof.
I'm gonna burn. Yeah, I'm gonna burn my inspiration on this attack.
Okay.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Just
oh my god.
knocking pieces of ice off of her.
Not looking good.
I mean,
The wolf will attack Baz with pack tactics.
Is
Oh,
it
wait.
a wait?
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
At the
It's
end- at the end-
incapacitated, you're right. Yeah,
End of its turn, yeah, so it's not even gonna get to hit you.
I forgot.
Go. What was the?
Or I'll do it. Sorry. Wait,
Why did it have advantage?
I don't know. Should I do it again?
Hold on.
Did you click advantage for pack tactics and didn't click it off?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Roll, yeah, just do it again. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I was like, where did I get advantage from? You're right, because I had already just clicked advantage. Okay, so it stands there, kind of like
Dreamy.
kicking its leg like it's chasing a hare.
Oh god. What's she gonna do?
She's like, you made your bed. And then she will attack Baz with the Great Axe.
Sure.
It's a hit.
Yeah. How many attacks does she have?
She used 2 last time. We don't know because she stopped.
So she smacks you 27, knocks you down. And she turns to you and she says, now you see the price that you pay for your disrespect, and attacks Baz again.
Yep.
What? Why did it do that? Sorry. So that is. Oh, yeah, it's an auto crit, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't,
Oh,
and
it
he's
took
dead, so it
2.
doesn't matter. He's unconscious, so it doesn't
He's
matter.
unconscious. It's just 2 death saves.
Yeah,
Damage.
so 2 death
Yeah.
saves.
Yep.
Yeah.
I told you.
She will then action surge. And she swings at Aelin. And she says, "We do not yield," and swings a second time. And that takes Aelin down. And that's her turn. Sandala.
Alright, Sandala, fucking do something.
I should.
Sandala like looks over at Baz and Aelin on the ground, and she's just like, "Oh shit." She kind of like looks back at Archie. She's like, do we yield?"
No! Kill her!
She kind of nods, takes a deep breath.
She just punched my brother into the ground. Archie is not feeling sympathetic today.
That's probably not gonna do anything. She will.
Yeah,
Zendala has a limited attack options. She will.
I say, kill her
Left or right? Left or right? Left or right? Or fireball?
No AoE.
Yep. I would prefer not fireball, but I'm not your.
Well, I mean, you fireball back here and it doesn't hit
I'm not your dad. So.
She will toss a fire bolt.
At least fireball does half damage.
Nice.
Might be.
Oops.
Wow.
That was supposed to. Isn't her? She's supposed to do 2.
Okay. If she's level 5, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to alter it yourself.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's right. Last battle I had to add it. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Okay. That's Sandala's turn.
You have 1 fucking hit point. God damn it.
Blackwind. I was at least I was nice enough not to action surge and hit you again, Brad.
I was 100% expecting. No, and I would not have complained. I was like, yeah, this is what you would probably do.
Ah, fuck. Where'd my map go? Oh, there it is. Okay, what was that? 20 and 30. I can reach her from there. Yes. I'd streak out of the shadows. I'm like, holy fuck. Then I will put a... She is almost dead, so I'm just gonna attack her right now. Like, if you don't surrender, then you die. Oh, for fuck's sake. There, I saw the 20 for a second.
Yeah.
And then I will use my second attack on her. Of course, when
you what?
The crime drop?
Right.
Oh no, not now, man. She's got 1 hit point left. You just gotta hit her.
Oh,
I guess I was gonna say the question is, can he do?
yeah.
Yay!
then you choose death.
Oh,
Hey.
Fucking
1 hit point.
Can you, Ryan? Are you actually there?
Pardon?
What?
Okay, cool. I was just you went completely silent for a minute.
Oh, did I?
yeah.
I must have. I think the thing just doesn't always click off. And I use my horde breaker. Just this has all happened, like bang, bang, bang. So on the wolf. Apparently the swervy wolf is. It was stuck in the.
At least that wolf is still incapacitated,
Yeah.
so it's not gonna hit you on the ground.
I did actually have to think there. I'm like, do I want to use the horde breaker first, or do I want to use the second attack first? That was my 30 feet of movement, though. I don't have the extra movement anymore. Bonus action, tireless.
Is your Horde Breaker a bonus action, or is that just
No, it just happens if they're beside each other.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, your master's dead.
Dead? Says Jonah.
Yeah,
No, it's just she's just sleeping.
there's no mercy when none is shown. Oop, I can't find my pass. There it is.
It's
Sorry,
funny
I was
you
like
say
looking for.
that. It's funny you say that when she literally said stop and you can live. But it's okay. Jonah.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. Except for the fact that she took Baz down.
Yeah. And I will go up here. I will use my action to give Aelin a potion of healing.
Ooh,
Nice.
Jonah. MVP.
Wow.
Minimum. What?
And
Hey,
Hey.
better than nothing.
Oh, it didn't go on him. That's okay. Let me do it.
Yeah, because I don't actually have an effect set up for it. I just have the item.
It's okay. Aelin, you awaken with a potion down your throat.
But
And I will healing and again. Or healing word. Baz.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Thank you.
Playing the cleric.
Artificer
If you
cleric.
anything but
Go.
pop up the melee.
Masika will
Sure, you
take
guys don't want shields?
take half her movement to stand up. She got knocked down by the wolf last turn.
She got it.
Yeah, you can't keep her down. She will turn and punch that wolf. That's a hit. She'll smite. That's
Shit,
down.
Andre, that was actually the potion of poison. My bad.
And then
Ooh.
could you imagine if I hadn't fucked that up and they would have been that's too bad. Anyways, she will key point flurry of blows, attack twice. Critical hit. She'll smite again.
Send them off in a blaze of glory.
That's her second crit, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
We've actually gotten some good
Freaking
rolls in
Mika
this.
is the best
Her third attack.
NPC we've had.
Oh, she missed. She's used 2 smites and 2 key points, though.
yeah.
No, 3 smites. 3
We're
smites?
fighting a
3
giant
smites. Yeah, she's out of smites and she has 1 key point left.
and a couple of really big wolves. I think-
Azaka will claw.
Claw.
Miss.
Kaka! She does better when we don't see her.
Fuck. Can't roll for
Apparently
shit
she
for
does-
her.
She doesn't like people watching her fight.
Gerald, punch the wolf.
Don't watch me, gosh.
8 points.
Oof,
That's fine.
that's Gerald.
Oh. The winter wolf gets its breath back. It will breathe through these 3.
Oh my god!
I hate you all.
Your master's
Why?
dead!
Why? Why didn't that...
Run!
Wait. There we go. Masika succeeds in evasion, takes nothing. Dexterity, Aelin saves, you'll
What?
take half.
she gets evasion?
Yeah. She does.
Yeah.
She's
pretty
full of
bad.
Soma.
That's bullshit. I don't get that till level 7.
Well, maybe.
She's really special.
Both Aelin and Baz unfortunately take 11 points of cold and both fall down again.
Yeah.
Better than the full.
Not really. It's exactly
Well,
the same.
it's exactly the same, I guess. Yeah.
Baz, you need to make a death saving throw.
They
Yes,
reset though
They
from
do.
before.
Success!
Oh, so
crit.
crit!
That would be sweet.
Archie!
It's me. Fuck. I don't like any of this. Alright.
Thank God that wolf is stunned.
Okay, I go here.
Yup, that's probably a real good thing that other wolf is incapacitated right now.
I'm going to firebolt. Actually, I'm going to throw my final 2 gears first. The wolf.
Oh, crit! Oh no, that's a set. What? What did you... Oh,
Critical
meteor.
success.
The meteor, okay.
The meteor.
Sorry, I was confused at what was happening.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's not looking good.
Last meteor. Oh, shit. Keep forgetting I got retarget.
You can drag that onto them as well.
Fails. Is it enough? Not quite.
Nope. So now I'm gonna firebolt it.
-2. Z melee.
Do I want to burn my final inspiration? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna burn my final inspiration. Burn it.
We definitely started the fire,
No, not
and
plus
now it's
two,
burning.
-2. Okay.
As the snow is twirling,
Got it.
Nice.
almost critted.
That's enough.
Sorry.
You like firing everything, and you poof.
Then I'm gonna tell Gerald to punch the other wolf, I guess.
Yeah.
Non-lethally? I don't know if you can understand that.
Aelin, make a death saving throw, please.
Just gotta get to my brother.
Success. Nice.
Oh.
Wolfie
Longer.
makes a... It's a wisdom save? Can you drop
Red.
it on him?
Oh yes, I sure can.
Okay, he's no longer incapacitated. That's at the end of his turn though, right?
Yes.
I'm double checking,
is.
but
Does it stand down?
yes, at the end of his
End of its turn.
Zendala fireballs it! No,
No, now she does.
when there's
When
two
is the
people.
one target?
Kills
Zendala
everyone.
will... she's going to firebolt it again. Fortunately, she doesn't want to use her spell. She's got Chromatic Orb and Ray of Frost, and she thinks she's smart enough to realize that Winter Wolves probably where Frost isn't the best option. Hey, she hit. For 13 points fire damage. Blackwind. That's you, Ryan.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So does this wolf, now that it's snapped out, it doesn't look like it's got any sign of...
If you'd like to use animal handling to try to sense its motive, you can do that in combat.
You know what? It's just not worth it. I will attack. Attack. Oof, so close. And oops. Drop that on you.
Nice. 13 points, heavy damage.
What can I do? I'll just keep them coming. Swing for the fences. I don't know what number that was. It was on between. And I can't do that. And applying potions to other people takes an action, so
Yep.
I will move over there and keep my pointy end at it.
Jonah.
Alright. Go up to Baz. Select Baz. Cure wounds, level 2.
you Jonah.
Oh, man.
Stellars, eh?
A lot of 11s bringing him back up.
Yeah, I was just scrolling back up. Like, I know the last one was 11. Was the first one 11? I think it might have been.
Amazing.
Probably. That's what I want to do with my second level spell, so that 1 or 2.
Okay,
Nah,
you can pearl of power it
yeah.
back.
Yeah, the first one was
Maybe.
10.
This guy next to me too.
Anything else, Jenna?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will. Yeah, I'm going to get next to the wolf
Okay.
and yell at it.
Ah!
Roar, attack me!
Growl at it. Grrr.
You make a great.
No, not there.
Wait, nobody wants a cloak.
Masika will run up and punch it. And she will use her last key point in flurry of blows. Miss. Shit. Yes. Shit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, she can't make it.
She's a cleric, right?
She transforms fully into a tiger
Oh shit.
and
Oh.
runs over here.
Oh,
Actually, hold on. She's taking action to do that. Ah, never mind. She won't do that. I thought it was a bonus action. She'll just double move over here. She won't transform. Gerald,
The space to the right of Baz, those trees, that's not something you can stand in, is it?
You can. It's just difficult terrain to move through there, so 5, 10, 15, 20,
Yeah, I don't
20 can't make it. 5, 10.
Nope. No.
Oh no, I was gonna say Baz. If Baz was unconscious, you just stand on his body, but he's conscious now.
He's conscious now.
So he will. I guess he double moves to here.
Guess so.
Baz, you're lying on the ground again.
I'll stand up and how hurt is this thing? Looking pretty hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll just stand up and I'll swing down
yeah.
and yeah. Oh, hold on. Oh.
It's alive. Miss.
I was hoping you were gonna crit twice in a row.
That
That would have been amazing.
and then yep, that's it.
That's it. Okay. Archie.
I'm running up to my brother, and I am healing him with my healing hands. Just being like, stop it! Stop doing that!
Pickle fight.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Yeah, that's all I think.
Aelin, you're on the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna walk through Baz to the other side of the wolf.
I swear to God, if you get knocked
Yeah, you
down
have
again.
enough movement to do that. Yep.
Yeah, just enough. And I'm just gonna try and hit him.
That'll do.
Yeah.
I think the trick is to make it spin on the 2 and then it goes to the 20.
Again.
Both of
one
you
hit
guys that
point.
got knocked down.
Sure, you can.
As I like flip the
Sorry, Bella.
staff around, slam it into its head, I kind of just fall on top of the staff and just land on top of the wolf.
Oh man. Is he down again?
And I just go,
And then, are we still in initiative order?
No, nobody's unconscious and dying, and all threats are gone, so no, we're not.
Okay. I'm going to very quickly reach into my belt. I'm
Whoa.
going to take out my potion of greater healing, and I am going to
Wait,
feed it into Aelin's mouth.
I
Yeah,
try to refuse.
This is happening.
why don't you save
I don't
that
want it.
for an actual emergency? We can
This is
heal each
happening.
other.
This is what Baz is doing.
Raz.
Man.
You're force feeding him and then you kill him.
Sundala from the rock, she's just like, yes! Take that! Ha!
As anime.
Hops down and
Good.
runs over.
Yatta!
I would like to search the frost giant lady's body.
This was pure foolishness on.
So before you, what are you
It's
doing?
not how I want to spend the day.
He's
That was-
healing me.
Oh, okay.
I force fed Aelin potion of greater healing.
Yeah, and particularly in Baz's enlarged form, I don't think I would be able to
Oops.
No.
You're 5 points.
effectively resist him.
And
Forget
then
to eat the bottle too.
and then after doing that I would drop the bottle and then I would fall onto the ground and put my head in my hand.
Okay. First things first. Baz. You need to give me a Constitution saving throw.
+1.
Yeah, +1.
Or is that just check?
Right, because of the thing.
Oh, that's true. +1.
Yeah,
Yeah, because of the
+1.
berry. Or actually, when did you eat that berry? Right when you started here. Okay, so that's
Yeah,
that's going to be a fail, and that's a fail by more than 5, given
even though it's 6?
one.
Or did you
Yeah.
already add it?
That's Did you already add it? Yeah, you did. So 12. Yeah, so that's a fail by more than 5. Because your base DC was 25. Because you had 2 death saves and went down twice.
Does it affect anything if I had magical healing
No.
each time?
It does
Okay.
not.
Not for
Okay.
this part.
Okay.
So you will.
Didn't Baz get down 3 times?
Yeah.
I mean, not that it matters, but because it was 2 by the giant and 1 by the wolf.
Yeah, I've used all 3 of my spells
Oh,
to heal
yeah.
Baz.
That's
Three
true.
times.
Oh, which means you. That doesn't mean anything. You still failed.
Doesn't mean anything. It's still an injury.
You know what I should do? I should have if it fails by 10 or more,
Nah.
it should be like an extra severity.
You don't need to do that.
I don't think so.
You don't need that.
I'll think about it. Think
Get
about
in our
it.
life story.
Okay, so Baz, you
We
failed by more
already
than.
can't resurrect.
So Baz, you have 1 level of exhaustion.
Or
And can you roll me a D8 and a D12, please? 8 plus 8 is 16. Can you roll me just any dice? I just need to know even or odd. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. Ignore that.
okay. 8.
Wow. Now roll a d4, see if you get 8.
Okay. Is your left arm wounded yet? Do you have any threshold on your left arm?
Hold on.
Because it is now.
I don't think
No, my left leg. I have a minor injury on my left leg.
Okay, so you now have a minor injury. You can increase your threshold to 2 on your left arm as well. How many hit points did you get healed by each time?
30
11.
11
Yeah,
each
Okay,
time.
enough. Yeah. So you don't. There's no effects lingering because of the magical healing you've taken. But your left arm, mechanically, your injury threshold has increased there, and you've got a level of exhaustion because of that fight. And Aelin, I need you to also make me. You went down twice.
Yeah,
So 20. You didn't have any death saves, right? Death fails, I mean.
correct. I had
So-
one success, yeah.
So your DC is 20 on this con save. You got +1 from the berry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you almost make it, but you fail. But so
Did you add the +1?
Yeah, that's with the +1.
um,
No, it doesn't say +1.
Well, no, because I have it added on my stats. I just did it
Oh.
on my sheet.
okay.
Motherfucker.
So you fail.
But that's with the berry and with the cloak.
So you don't get injured, but you do take a level of exhaustion.
I'd almost prefer the opposite.
Did anybody else go down? No, it's just the two of you. So yeah, you guys, this fight took a lot out of both of you, and Baz's arm definitely doesn't feel quite right, but the magical healing was enough to prevent it from being like broken or sprained, but it's still very sore, of course. Masika kind of like sits down next to Baz, and she's like, "You fought with ferocity, but I must agree with Blackwind. That was a bit of folly. Things were going well until you refused to yield. Are you normally so prideful? Not that I've seen."
I have to apologize to everyone. I don't know. Yeah, I let my anger get the better of me in that situation, and I'm sorry.
Maybe you should wear the calm emotions cloak.
Maybe.
It would be like a napkin.
Yeah.
No,
You are calm almost all of the time.
it's it was a multitude of things. I'm feeling in a very weird place right now. She was the first frost giant I've ever actually met, and I don't know if it was shame or disappointment in the fact that she was so belligerently rude and angry and mean that I thought, wow, that's incredibly disappointing. Or
I look at you, Baz, too, though. I'm like, you reflected the same thing she did. It turned into an ego match between you two, and it nearly
Oh.
cost you your life.
I know.
Although we may have had to fight our way through anyway, but
You gave us
just
the
say-
opportunity to yield.
there was. We made it.
Zendala just kind of looks at the corpse. She's like, "Well, good riddance, I say. If she was after my father, I don't want to think of what she would have done if she had found him. So I'm glad she's dead."
I'm not. Maybe we could have talked to her afterward and learned more about how they know about your father.
Zendala
Might
kind of
help
just
that.
like snorts. She's like, "Grow up, Jonah. It's life or death out here."
I wonder what this object was that they were looking for. Or
He's older than you, I say as I'm rifling through the body.
Yeah.
Be respectful
Those
to
have-
your elders.
he's got that youthful energy all the time.
I got a healing potion for you, kid.
But you'll have scars that will come from this, Baz,
Technically, sorry.
and these will all tell a story. So
Technically, I don't know if he is older than you, but I'm saying it anyway.
I don't know. Maybe you are older.
You know how old Blackwind is, right?
Jonah.
Oh,
Jonah.
Yeah, I
sorry.
think I
I
know.
thought you were talking about
No.
I do have 2 second-level spells, so I will try. I do a lesser restoration that can get rid of exhaustion, right?
Well, you
No,
No,
greater.
can it?
Only greater.
Greater is exhaustion.
Oh, greater gets rid of that.
you
shit.
guys should bandage your wounds. I'm gonna rifle through the body and see if her camp is nearby.
Well, it is nearby. I think it's from up.
Yeah.
She came from around the bend, but let's
Great. So
Let-
that's
let's,
my plan.
take care of our wounds before we start running amok.
I
don't
have
think
the
her-
wounds. I am fine, and we can't linger here long. We need to get to Mezro. It's the safest place for us to be.
Okay.
Is it?
Well, hopefully there will be protection with the Flaming Fist, given that we have a charter. I think it would be the smartest
I would.
place.
Blackwind is getting kind of angry at this. He's like, we are not scattering all over the place.
I'm
We
not
will-
gonna scatter Blackwind.
Let's take care
I'm
of our wounds.
literally gonna walk 10 feet away, maybe 20, to take a look. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, I thought you were going up and looking way up there.
No, I'm gonna go to the top of that ridge there, where I'm in full view of you guys, just to see where she came from.
Let's see here.
I'm rifling through the body first, and then I'm going to do that while they're bandaging their.
I do have second level cures. I just want I thought lesser restoration did get rid of something, but
Nope. It's disease and poison.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was something that you had into the
And
injury
blindness.
threshold thing though. But it gets rid of a few of the lower end statuses, but
Yeah.
or the more
Greater
common
restoration
ones.
for exhaustion.
I just couldn't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lesser restoration allows you to make a immediate saving throw to improve a threshold per casting, but otherwise it doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay. So when we rest, though, I could do that, like an actual long rest. Or whatever. Okay, I will give a second level healing to Baz first. We get onto that.
Maybe say how much spell slots do you have?
I
Total?
have two, but right now I think just
I was gonna say maybe save one in case we run into trouble and we need to bring somebody up,
I think that's
because
good.
we're running very low on
Yeah, I think that's
healing.
smart.
Like they can bandage their wounds to get themselves up a bit,
that was
and then
nice.
maybe save one just in case.
That was a very good deal.
That was I kind of rubbed my hands over you,
Nice.
Mr.
I might take
Miyagi
notes.
healing. It's like, hey, that feels
Um,
better. I didn't even touch it.
You know, like it's always better to burn through hit dice before spell slots, as long as so we don't run out.
The frost giant does have some coins on her. Just a variety of, it looks like coins. They're stamped with this symbol of the city of Neverwinter. But she also does have a handful of the Mythal pieces, the old Mythal pieces.
I wonder where she picked those up. Maybe off people she's killing.
And
Baz, the axe is as big as you.
Like when you said it took a little bit out of them, I'm like, it's a little out there, it's a little over there, a little on the axe.
oh, I thought there was a. Okay, it doesn't matter.
That was scary.
Yeah, she also has on her just a it's kind of like a cloth. It's not a map per se, but it's like a cloth scroll, I guess you'd call it. And on there there's a couple words written in giant.
We'll hand it over to Baz and Aelin. I don't speak giant.
Baz, you can read it. It says he'll. It says. Hold on. It seems to be like some sort of what are those things called? Not pennant.
Crest?
Fuck, I can't. Yeah, like a crest, like a.
Like a banner?
Like an identification. Yeah, like not really a banner, but yeah.
Damn.
Sigil?
Oh, there's a word for it.
Coat of arms.
No, it's
No.
the physical hanging. It's like it's not a tapestry.
Pennant is
Yeah.
the right word.
It's
think pennant
maybe
is
maybe it is pennant. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. But it signifies her as a member of a ship, known as the.
Backed him out.
That's totally wrong. That's not. There we go. Not totally wrong. I missed.
She's a ship.
It's a signifies her as being a member of the crew of a ship called the Speed, which because giant translates to whale spear. There is also underneath that there is a crest that signifies that she is working, because you can translate the runes. For a captain of that ship named that.
Ruthie Stovald's daughter.
Savars.
And I misspelled that as well.
Daughter. Darvin.
It's Jarl Stovald.
Oh.
Thorvald's daughter. Yeah.
He wants to continue what her dad was after.
Well,
Sure. We
he
don't
got
know
this-
that though.
Oh no! This is Brad
Paperwork.
talking. Baz doesn't know shit.
Who knew the Jarl had a
Masika
family?
could use a medicine roll as well while you make them.
Okay. I'm not a doctor, but I play one in real life from time to time. Oh my god, my rolls are just Thank you.
Shit. I guess she'll
farts.
use more than I thought. That's way better.
Yeah, she got hurt.
She's full now. But she had
Every
to
roll
use
was
4
under
hit dice
10.
to get there. I was hoping she'd use less.
Good job though. That's some good rolls for
And
healing.
we're all back up to full, at least in terms of hit points.
Yeah, and Zaka and Zendala didn't get hurt. Zendala did use 1 spell slot. Yeah, just 1.
Yeah. for the
But
first-
Masika's also out of smites and key points.
On the
I
bright
use
side,
both of her spells.
this might be a safe place, sort of.
Well, that's sort of what I like. What time is it now?
It's mid-afternoon.
Okay.
You still have like a quarter day of travel ahead that you can do today. If you want to make it to Mezro today.
I think we might have to try, but we'll see how.
Up
These
above
guys-
there is just there is a camp just right up here in this little clearing. It's not like a major camp. There's a gigantic bedroll.
Okay.
And there is what looks to be a half-cooked lizard of some sort that's about the size of one of those winter wolves almost. There's a bunch of meat missing, and one of the legs is torn off. You assume probably belongs to that one you saw tossed off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
Black, when you're bandaging people while Archie's going up here.
Yeah, I'm keeping them apprised. I'm gonna say just on the other side of this rock, there's a camp.
But there doesn't seem. I mean, that's all you see. There's just like this fire. It looks like there might have been a fire at one point. But there's just this carcass, I guess, and the carcass you can see like there's like little crystals of like ice forming on it, so it must have been cooked a while ago.
And the temperature is holding.
The temperature as you're going further north, the temperature is definitely dropping. Like it is cold.
Okay, I will wait here until everybody is ready to move because I'm not going out of sight. So I'll just explain that.
Probably take about 15 minutes to finish bandaging and all that. No,
Actually, with the roll I was tossing, like, oh, I got to redo that. No, it still sucked.
I would like to investigate our camp and find out if this cold is coming from it. It does feel colder as I get closer to it. So, I don't know if we want to just all go as a group and we don't get split up.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, I will wait.
Zendala's like, we shouldn't spend too much time here if we can get through this to Mezro before dark.
Agreed, but I want to go through. She may have left her information or something there. I want to make sure we don't miss it quickly.
To waste these furs just leaving them out.
Azaka kind of chuckles like, you think you need the furs in the jungle? Then she kind of looks around at the ice and the snowfall and she's like, But
Not
perhaps with all
particularly.
this now, we do.
But I'm also
Fair
thinking just as a luxury item that could be sold in the city as
Who's gonna
or
buy it though?
Well, but you could use
It's
it for trimmings and stuff on like fancy outfits or
Yeah.
Who would
Yeah,
want a
we-
fur trimmed outfit?
hats.
Rich people, Jonah.
Rich.
yeah, it's
rich
not
people.
necessarily
It'd
for
get
work.
hot,
It's also
Yeah.
blood splattered and torn in places because she was just in a mess.
and it rains
big
here like
fight.
every day.
It's not like no
so
magic
stay
couldn't
clean.
clean it,
You
Good.
can use it for like rugs on the floor.
or as a trophy. I mean, I like trophies.
Maybe it'd be good exotic gift. You are right. Curiosity. I don't think many rugs though.
Wasting animal kills.
I agree.
not
Masika looks
good.
up and down this gigantic cloak, and she's like, "You're going to carry that with you?"
Gerald. I'm just
We
kidding.
also get the sleeping bag. I think I can use it as a house.
Probably. Zach is like, she's like, well, if you want to take it, feel free. She kind of wanders over here, and you see her punch Sunzala's arm. She's like, stop being annoying. Zaka kind of like glances back at the rest of you, seeing if anyone's gonna say anything about it. She kind of like gets this like
Just get
look on her
thumbs
face.
up from Archie.
Stubs their toe.
Alright, let's go check out the camp quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to investigate the camp for
Sure, give
I'll
me
spend my time with the furs.
source of cold and any, like,
Can
I don't know, maybe she's got a backpack here or something.
I would like to assist.
Okay, investigation check, please, with advantage.
Thanks.
I'm gonna use Druidcraft to
Are you
just
kidding me?
light the campfire real low again, just to give us a bit of heat.
Why?
Can do
Why
that.
is my roll so
Yeah.
low?
I can instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Ah, this is a large campfire.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm doing like
I know,
I'm not
it's
trying to
fine,
ignite the
guys.
entire thing.
We need a bonfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I don't even know what. Coop Brown.
Um,
Perfect.
For the sake of it, that cloak, Blackwind, looking it over, it's not gonna be worth anything, and it's gonna be a huge burden to carry. Like it'll probably weigh like 50, 60 pounds.
Like the fur?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
giant size. It's literally like for a giant.
No, I'm not trying to take her cloak. I'm trying to like take like I don't know, something trophies like the tails of the wolves or something, or
Oh, okay, yeah, you can.
like I'm not trying to take what the. It's not even magic.
I thought you meant the fur cloak that she was wearing. I was like, this
Oh
is
no,
fucking
no! I'm
gigantic.
talking about the wolves, not wanting to waste what the wolves.
It's a full wall tapestry on her back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. But yeah,
And it
okay,
probably
the wolves,
smells.
yeah. I mean, the wolves again are gigantic. If you're trying to like take, like,
Not the
skin
whole
them,
thing, but, and I'm not going to take the skulls, but I'll probably like take the tails. Say
sure.
the tails are a lot easier. I can chop them off and.
Yeah, I would say the tails probably weigh 10 pounds each.
Big wolves.
Mm-hmm. 10 pounds? That's a little high. 5. We'll say 5.
They're a lot of fur, probably.
Is it? I mean, you said they were the
10?
size of horses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Oh, yeah, I guess dog tails have like bones in them, right?
Yeah.
Like they're
Well,
not.
there's
They're
that.
not. Yeah. Okay.
Think
yeah,
about the
also
amount of fur on them, though.
Yeah.
Like these are
Think
thick
about-
fur.
10. I'll say 10 pounds then. Yeah.
I don't know why. Sure.
Frost wolf tail.
Yeah. Looking around, there's nothing else of interest in that camp.
It just does.
It's literally
Nothing?
it's literally a bedroll that looks like it's seen better days, and that carcass.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no bags or anything else up here.
Okay.
And on her corpse, there's nothing special about her axe, right? It didn't.
No, big steel axe that probably
Okay.
weighs a couple 100 pounds.
Excuse me. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Well, then we'll move on.
Yep.
That was that was a expensive excursion.
For
No more bikini season for you, Baz.
Azaka's like, These frost giants, they're native to your lands?
They are.
The north.
It's like we do not have
As you can
giants
see.
here, thankfully.
We got all sorts of kinds of giants. Frost ones and fire ones and
All
hill
over the place.
ones and cloudy air ones and I make it seem like they're everywhere, but they're
Wispy
not.
ones.
Lightning ones.
One more.
Flaming ones.
You're missing like one of them.
The earth one.
There you go. I was like the one that you would probably.
And, no, so this is how
stone.
she goes to all the other ones and goes, and my personal favorite, the earth.
Well, it's stone, but yeah.
Whatever. It's Liz's problem.
Whatever, nerd.
Well,
Owners.
isn't there another one?
I mean, there's the not the Shatterkai,
There used to be a reef way back when.
The one
What
that's also Earth.
The hill.
no, I said hill.
She said hill.
Oh, you said hill? Okay.
One of
We're
the
listing them off like shrimp.
the bad ones.
The pale giants.
Yeah,
Yeah. Would we even know about that?
I don't know.
No.
Archie
There's
may
no
have
one
read about it
Can I
somewhere.
check?
during
Maybe
Obsidian
that?
Skies or not.
Know about it?
Yeah, I mean, it is possible you might have heard about it. You may not have known they were called pale giants, but probably not, no.
Nope.
Almost like things of legends even when we last game until we saw them.
I was like,
Yeah.
or would it be?
Yeah, you would have probably heard stories about, like, stone giants fighting alongside the evil creatures and stuff, but you wouldn't have known what any
the
of that
boogeyman.
thing meant. I'm trying to find something, so bear with me as you guys make your way through the winterscape, as I'll call it. Gets
And there's no-
mhm.
So there's no sign of what's causing the cold, and it seems to diminish as we move away from the camp.
No, in fact, it gets colder for probably the next hour, and then starts to diminish rather rapidly until you find yourself slowly, like
Actually-
probably about 2 hours of more walking towards Mezro, and the temperature would climb right back up until it's like normal temperature again, and you're walking through like actual jungle again.
I would have shared with them that when we had the time too, that the wolves said that it was already snowing here when they arrived. That's why they camped here.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
It
crazy.
there is something affecting here. But we can come back later, maybe.
It's magical. I just don't know what kind.
Well, what's the source? Yeah, who knows? You gave it your best and couldn't find anything.
The old college try.
You good old it's good. Okay.
Baz would be pretty quiet. The rest of
Would we
the
have
day.
grabbed the large cooked leg for dinner?
I probably not.
That's the treasure. Did you actually look around with like detect magic at all, or you just kind of?
I didn't detect magic. We could have on the
we got-
walk. Though. I could have ritual casted it on the walk, just to see if anything
Sure.
pinged while we were walking.
Yeah, no, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as you
Up
can
to-
tell, though it's pretty obvious that it's not natural. As far as you
It's
can
not
tell, it.
innately natural either.
The
Yeah.
source is hidden.
Sorry, I need something here.
All right, let's
Let me
start
find
digging.
Another encounter table. Bath, are you all right?
What was that?
Why
What?
is Bing so fucking awful? Sorry.
You're talking so mean to it.
You know, if you're gonna Bing something, try Google.
I know, it's
Who
just
uses Bing?
I didn't
didn't realize I was in Bing.
We all know that the verb for searching on the web is Bing. That's what everyone says. oh, just Bing it.
I
But-
could say Google.
But if you're gonna Bing something, you use Google.com.
When you're gonna Bing it, Google it.
Mhm.
Use Google.com.
I just go to Google just because.
Sorry, can you
Things.
carry on your conversation? Jonah's asking Baz something while I'm doing this.
Oh,
Oh,
Right.
what? Sorry.
I asked if Baz was all right.
Oh. Now I feel awkward with having a big fucking candy in my mouth.
Sorry. Why don't you think about it? We can talk about it a little bit
I'm
later.
not thinking about it. Baz would immediately respond, but give Brad a second.
I understand. It's a lot to process. If you're not ready,
It was a Reese's peanut butter cup. It's the most mouth takeover candy I can eat.
wait till you eat another one. Ask you another.
Not really. No.
Why is that?
I mean, when I was held in Baldur's Gate time, I would constantly be referred to as a beast and be in chains, and everything about my life at that time is the worst period of my life. I think that's what really set me over the edge. And I know that that's not fair. And should have walked away, but wasn't really thinking that way.
Blackwood can understand the beast, like being called beast and whatnot from his two heritages. I mean, but obviously with being captive, definitely left an impression on you. But don't beat yourself up. Use these.
The Giants already did that. Sorry, Karen.
Yeah. Use these scars as reminders of.
No, I'm not necessarily upset that I was almost killed.
But wear them with pride.
I feel like I put undue danger on everyone else. Almost got Aelin killed.
Well, it wasn't solely your responsibility, so you shouldn't feel like you're taking the full blame of it.
It happened fast.
I'm gonna come up, give Baz a hug, and then I'm gonna like whisper in his big ear, and just like, bitch deserved it, and then just like pat you a couple times and walking.
and frankly, there's also the case of what Zendala said. I mean,
It's
she
true.
was after Artis, and we know that he has some connection to everything going on here. And
I got the frost giant check, didn't I?
Seeing what?
No, I didn't. I was just trying to remember if I got the frost giant check, but I couldn't remember.
The check?
Yeah, I don't think I did. I was just trying to
No,
remember.
I rolled the 22.
Yeah.
But
mean, they're not.
You recognized it. You just didn't roll as high. Yours was like, I think, 16.
They're not known for their wits, so I mean.
Frankly, the big reason of why I came here in the first place has to do with Zendala, and now apparently Artis. And so I still don't think that it should have gone down the way it did, but
I'm not sure what would have happened if we did surrender to her. We might have been her next meal, or her wolves' next meal.
What were you saying?
Perhaps. But nevertheless, I'll try to keep my cool a bit more in the future.
Kind of reminds me of the guy that kicked in a secret door thinking somebody was coming through and started a fight. Something along those lines.
To be fair, we're gonna see the test of Blackland's patience when we come up against the Flaming Fist.
I will stay in the back because I know I won't have good things to say.
I say, those are great words. Let's see you put them into practice.
Blackwind does. He constantly, he explains, struggles with his orcish temper.
And I mean, like, out of character. I don't think that, like Baz isn't generally like an angry
No.
person at all,
No.
but he really can't stand like mean, rude people.
He was triggered.
It sets him
Yeah.
off a lot.
The captivity thing you explained to us,
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense.
Hmm.
I mean, it. Like I say, he's not trying to. He's like, we lived, and we'll tell the tales, mighty tales, and we'll leave out the parts of you getting knocked down.
Yeah. I just want you to know, Baz, I always have your back. No matter what happens, I'll be there to pick you back up again.
Thanks, Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah, you were MVP.
Oh,
Saved everybody.
You're like that little field medic that runs in and like gives people like the little like morphine shots and like, here you go, bud.
Yeah, Jonah, I meant to ask, why did my healing potion taste like dancing monkey fruit?
so
How do you know what dancing monkey fruit tastes like, Alan? Is that what you've been?
Is he just
I
selling
was
it?
saving it for this evening, but how are you feeling?
Oh no.
Any
Tired.
little numbness in your arms? A little tingly?
But you
Yeah,
see all
no
these
more than
fucking
normal.
dragons?
Well,
There's no leaves falling around you.
Honestly, I think you should have grabbed the trophy from her because it was a lot to do with you for takedown.
Who?
Oh, the frost giant.
No, but who are you talking to?
Oh, you.
Oh,
Baz.
that's yeah, that's not really something I'm terribly interested in.
Well, tonight, do you want to have some of the fruit? We can try it out. Something to look forward to.
Let's see how
Okay. I'm
Safe
just
we are.
saying,
how it goes when we actually get to the city.
okay. If it goes badly, I just want you to know I've had Lesser Restoration prepared this entire time. So if it goes bad, that's why I wasn't worried the other night. So if you want to do it, it's a little bit safe.
I
Okay.
have lesser
Bring
restoration
you
as
back.
well, but
So you're saying that we can trip balls with
You can microdose.
with a parachute.
Right.
would you
If
be able to
things
cast it on
if
yourself?
you start dancing and you get a little too wild,
I don't know. I don't think you'd be able to cast it on yourself if you start,
Yeah.
because you literally lose control of your limbs unless
Well, I
restoration
didn't know
doesn't
that.
require somatic.
so well, this is all news from the DM.
Lesser
Up
restoration.
until
I
this
can't.
point, I didn't know that,
Yeah.
but I could definitely bring back another person.
I have lesser restoration. I can't change it though, like
Mm.
unless I level up. So I mean, if you need to change it out, feel free to, because I always will have it on me.
Does your
Good to know.
this is a question about artificers because I've never played an artificer. I don't know that much about the class other than like Terry and Darrington and Critical Role. Can all artificers do the thing where they put a spell onto an object, or was that
Yes.
like a horror thing?
No,
No, that's
So could-
in their
That's part-
class, but
so could-
level
could you
10.
just- Oh, okay. So you
But
could,
yeah.
in theory, put lesser restoration onto like a coin
Mhm.
and just have it in your hand. And when you start tripping out, and you're like, "Oh, all you have to do is squeeze it," or something like that.
Yeah, or yes.
Give it to somebody else. Like if I start freaking out too badly, just slap this on my forehead.
Or you balance yourself on like a beam and just have it like below you so you can pull whenever you fall.
Perfect.
All right.
Well, as you guys are walking and talking, The jungle you will kind of thin out, and you find yourselves approaching what looks to be a kind of break in the tree line. And as you kind of like push through, you realize quite quickly that there is a large kind of like cliff-like drop-off in front of you.
Oh, we came
Um,
in from the south.
and there is also a because you've been following that road.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that there's on the edge of this bluff, as you kind of like move up out of the dense foliage, you can see that there looks to be like a small shrine or something off to the side of the road, but it's weathered with age and covered in vines. You can also see a large flock of like these white, like heron-like birds suddenly kind of like fly up past you, and looking past them, you see what looks to be a gigantic open basin flooded with water. However, sitting in the center of it is a
Ah.
city.
Is it? Oh.
Largest map ever.
Oh man, I
Holy
should have taken
shit.
water breathing.
So
Should
you
have
guys,
taken that swimming thing from the Chewingas.
you guys are down there on this bluff. You can
Woohoo!
overlooking this. You can see like almost a bird's eye view of the entire basin.
Cool.
A few things to point out, and as this comes into view, this huge city. It's not as big as Port Nyanzaru, but it is quite large. And you can see it's got there's like 4 quadrants. Um, the first thing that catches your eye because it glints and reflects the setting sun as the sun's starting to go down. But glinting off of it, there is a massive crystal um, structure in the center that reflects the sunlight. It looks like it's made of glass and it's got like various colored. They almost look like, I guess, like a stained glass effect kind of around with a large like golden dome. It sits on a raised platform in the center of the city. You can see that there's large. You assume they used to be large like boulevards or avenues that go down the center of the cities, but they are, at the moment, anyways. Looks like flooded. There is a wall that's probably about 25 feet tall that surrounds most of it. It's broken in places, including right close nearby. Looks like it's completely collapsed, and the surrounding waters have flooded much of this quarter. So it looks like this like swampy morass with some buildings still sticking up out, some larger buildings. You're a bit too far away, even though on the image you can see people. You're a bit too far away to see specifically like people moving around and stuff. But you can also see there's a large, like, looks like it must be some sort of like residential quarter or main. It doesn't seem to be flooded, but it is overgrown with tons of like trees and vines and just dozens of buildings in a very crazy, like, no sense of real pattern. The streets kind of swirl and jig and jag, and it's very looks like it'd be very difficult to navigate in there if you were on the ground level. But some sort of large district. Off to the north, you can see some brightly colored like kites and things. It looks like that are on strings that are like, up in the sky, and large like fabric kind of like tents and things. But they're so far away that it's very difficult to see what exactly they are. And some sort of like maybe it's a coliseum that's seen better days, sitting in the water. It's partially flooded as well with broken walls, where here and there. And then off to the north, there's a relatively untouched with very like majestic looking structures. If you had to make a guess, Archie, actually you don't really have to guess, just based on what you're seeing, with your class feature, you get a sense that this is kind of like the main residential ward. This looks to be perhaps some sort of like city park, but also has some like more elaborate structures. Some of these look more recent, like they've got like wooden thatched roofs and stuff. So you're not sure if all of this area here is original Mezro. Looks like maybe something's moved in. This is definitely some sort of like seat of government, kind of like larger, like it looks like utilitarian buildings, but way in the north catches your eye. It looks to you like some sort of like large, like if you had to peg it, just looking at it using your class feature, maybe some sort of college or library, university of some sort.
Nom, 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 nom.
I'm moving in there.
And yeah, this area here looks like it may be more of like a mercantile ward. It looks like it looks to you the layout like lends itself to like shops and industry, perhaps ancient as it is. There are as well. You can see over on the far side here,
Yeah.
recent construction buildings and like docks and things with some boats. Even from here, you've got a spyglass. From here, you can even see that there are small rafts that could probably hold like a dozen or so people tops, flying the flag that you immediately recognize as the gauntleted flaming fist of Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
So that flag is prominently displayed around here and on some of the boats, and you do catch glimpse of a boat kind of lazily making its way, flying that same flag. And there's a couple sitting outside of this large glass structure as well. So you take all of this in. Around the edges of the city, there are large statues, many of which are crumbled, but there are large statues all around in a circle, along the outside walls, of various figures. They look like they're kind of overgrown and crumbled and weathered, and from this distance, even with a spyglass, you can't really make out details. It looks like maybe there might be plaques and stuff, but you can't read them from this far. But yeah, they look like various like warriors or maybe kings, priests, and other like notable figures. You assume that they must be notable if they have statues of them. So you see all of this. A lot of the sections looks like there might have been like bridges and stuff, but they've collapsed. There's like vines kind of draping over. You also would notice, all of you, that there is even from here you see movement in the waters in various places. You can see that there's like right here, for example, you can see that there's dozens of like crocodiles bathing along the edges of the water and moving through the water.
We're gonna need a boat.
And lastly, you do see closest to you, there's kind of like this crumbled. You're not sure what the structure might have been. Maybe it was a central gatehouse or something. But there's all sorts of like these weird pillars and stuff that are partially crumbled, sticking up out of the water. The water actually looks relatively shallow there, and the reason you can tell that is because there's probably 100 or so, and with the spyglass you can make them out quite clearly, and you can actually even barely kind of hear them from up here. There's kind of this low kind of like murmuring. There's probably about 100 zombies kind of milling about, just kind of bumping into each other and like sloshing through like knee-deep water. And you also, as you're spying this, you can also see that right in the center there's some sort of like obelisk, and it looks like this like obelisk that's probably about like 20 feet up. There is kind of like this wooden kind of, there's like a stone ring for one, but hanging from the stone ring on a rope about 10 feet off the ground, just above where these grasping zombie hands are, you can see that there's a wooden cage. And you can quite clearly see in the cage, looking rather worried, there is a turtle, kind of like swinging there softly, looking.
Oh no.
And that's where we'll pick up next week.
He's
Turtle
so far
soup.
away. How
So-
far up are we?
It's probably a good. It's probably a good like
5,000 feet.
like maybe like 100, probably like 150 feet.
Okay.
But it doesn't look that bad. Like, it looks like the road kind of stops, and there might have been at one point like an actual road that went down into this basin. So there's these crumbled bits of path. It doesn't look that treacherous to make your way down, but of course you'd be going down into the water because
Right.
it's flooded like all around this basin.
Is there, from here, can I spy like a safe way down over across going into the Flaming Fist area? Is that like a safe
Over
way
here?
down?
I mean, it looks like there might be a
Yeah.
path into the jungle there, maybe, but you don't see any way like up the bluffs, and the whole thing's sunk, like just sunk. It's like this lake basin that's like sunken below where the jungles are. Like you can see over here, doesn't look like there's any way down up that way, and it'd be similar like 360 here. It's not shown on the map.
So basically, this is like the only safe way down, but it takes us down to the water.
I mean that you can see.
That I can see from here. Yeah, like looking at the edges, I'm looking for.
Yeah, you don't see any other ways in or out from here from this vantage point. Anyways, you're not quite sure. Like I said, there might be ways through here, but it's kind of all overgrown and like vines and stuff. So maybe there's like some sort of like cave system or something, because it looks like you can go like into the wall there. It's just like you can't see in it because of the edges. And as you guys kind of like come out over the edge here, and you take all of this in, this massive view, Masika kind of like comes up beside you and looks it over, and then she just kind of gasps, and then just drops to her knees and just starts sobbing.
Oh.
It's like, this is it? This is all that's left.
Sorry. What
Let's
sort
throw
of
some
shape?
paint on it.
Does the temple in the center look like it's in pretty good shape still?
I mean, it's gleaming and reflecting the setting sun with like this bright orange glow. It looks like it's made entirely of like glass or crystal.
Yeah, but like I can't see any like crumbled pieces of it. It looks does it look pretty solid through the spyglass?
Yeah, it looks pristine as far as you can tell, but you are quite a ways away, so it's difficult
Sure.
to see any fine details. So.
Okay.
Have you already started like sketching?
Oh yeah,
You're just
I'm taking notes.
Okay.
I could sit here for an hour and sketch it from above.
I mean, frankly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to like get like a rough map.
Yeah. And with the fading light, I know you guys have dark vision, but with you still have to get a -5 on perception, with even in dim light. So it's open to the sky here, so you can see like the clouds. It is raining still here, but you can see like trying to climb down this in the rain and in the dark is probably a bad idea. Like it wouldn't be that safe.
Here tonight.
Maybe.
Well, and if we camp here and make a fire, maybe the flaming fist will come over to check us out.
Or the zombies will.
Well, we could head back at 200 thing.
You hear very faintly, Baz. You can hear this because of your 17. You hear faintly from down below here. You can see the turtle like waving at you, and he's like, travelers, a little help, a little help.
Do you want me to go talk to him?
You want to go down there?
Well, I can fly for 10 minutes.
I mean,
we'll find out what you do next time, because we are going to end the session here.
Yeah, it's only a minute. It's
on a literal cliffhanger.
Never mind.
Suddenly the cliff collapses and you're all holding on by one arm, like Sylvester Stallone in that movie. What was it called? He was a mountain climber.
Explosions. Cliffhanger.
Mountain climber.
I'm being facetious. Yes, I know it's named Cliffhanger.
No, I can't get there.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. So
does this remind me of my one dream at all, Corey? I was going to ask you that one.
We'll find out the answer to this and other questions next time, because we're going to end the session.
I can't wait that long, dude.
So that is the City of Mezro. I hope you guys liked it. A lot of time to explore. I'm sure we won't spend like the next dozen sessions here. But we will pick up next time as you decide what to do about this turtle, who looks like maybe he'd be very useful. Turtles are signs of good luck, and perhaps he should join your party at some point.
Okay, yeah,
before
we roll up, what do I know about? Do we know anything about turtles?
You'll find out next time when we pick up our session. So we'll go around. We'll do our we'll do our round table. Let's start with John. You haven't been here for a couple weeks, so welcome back. And what'd you think?
Yeah, and give your rose and thorns for the last two sessions too. You didn't do that.
You're muted, John. That's my thorn.
Well, that was my rose was missing two sections. My rose for this, I thought there was some good RP. I thought the combat engagement was fun because I didn't know if it was going to be a combat engagement. And I would like to give inspiration to Brad for doing some really good RP stuff with combat. And after the combat.
Thanks.
Oh, no thorns really. It's not that I can think of offhand.
Okay. Brad, since you were mentioned with inspiration, you go next. What do you want?
Yeah, it was fun. And yeah, Rose was definitely a giant encounter, and having it be a kind of a uncomfortable, awkward, weird experience for someone like with Baz's history. Cool. Yeah. No roses that I can go. Yeah, exploration went good. Um,
I mean, no thorns.
not that I can think of. No.
Yeah, you said no roses.
Oh, sorry.
That was all a thorn.
No roses that I can think
It's
of.
all thorn.
No thorns that I can think of. Sorry.
It's alright.
I
Okay.
liked Azaka's little jab at Zendala. But I will say, just like my hope is that like eventually we kind of break Zendala to it, like not in a bad way, but more in like you're going to come around to being like a good person kind of thing.
How many teenage girls do you hang out with right now?
Oh yeah, and sometimes it takes a certain series of events and
A good example.
being around the right people to
I'm-
grow your maturity is important. That kind of.
Yeah.
Ryan, what about you? You're next.
I thought it was a lot of fun. It was a weird thing, like how the diplomacy kind of almost worked with me actually talking.
It was going pretty well with the wolves.
I mean, to be honest, I who knows? Even like she was borderline, definitely going aggressive anyway. So I don't know if I actually had her set. So, but it was the best. You know what? I will remember that with this character. That how we almost got away with talking. But either way, it was great. Some good character stuff that it all went well. We all survived, so thumbs up. It's scary, but thumbs up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright.
she hit hard, I have to say. That's,
Well, yeah, frost giants are no joke,
yeah, and
especially when you're level 5.
it's a good bar to hit, although it was just 1 and 2 wolves.
Yeah.
But
Just 1 and 2 wolves.
Winter wolves are no joke either, actually. So.
Does Andre have any inspiration, or was he given any?
Not yet.
No,
I just kind of
I'm
wanted.
empty.
You're empty? Because I've always thought, like, your patience that you've had with in throughout the game, how your roles have betrayed you a lot. I'm like, just for your way you deal with it, I think you deserve an inspiration. I thought about it. And I'm like,
To help
man,
compensate for those roles.
Yeah.
like, you know what? You just take it in stride. And I'm like, I haven't had nearly as much, and I'm just always like, have to take a time out. I'm like, man. So anyway, I think
I would have made Andre like 20 sets of dice soap.
I was thinking about it all week, and I'm like, you know what? Andre deserves inspiration for just being so cool and just rolling with it so well. It's a tough thing to do.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Well, since you mentioned Andre, you go next, not last.
I'll say it's honestly, it used to be that I got really mad at it, and now I just it's like, well, yeah, there it is.
you gotta
Like,
laugh.
it happens so frequently that it's just like it's just acceptance. Although honestly, I didn't feel like I rolled that awful in that fight. There was the one miss. I think it was the one, maybe two misses.
I think we all did really well. A lot of crits for us.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I really enjoyed the session. Great RP. The fight was terrifying. Like, legitimately, I thought we were in TPK territory. I mean, yeah. So Rose's RP, obviously, it's always. I think we always have a really good time, and as a group, I think we've just found a really good dynamic that works, and bouncing off of the NPCs you're playing, Corey, I think is all been really, really great. I want to give inspiration to John for bringing up the temple snake stuff, because I mean, I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, that was something we never really talked about. So I was glad that you did. I would say it's hard to call this a thorn, but I think it's something that we need to figure out as players and as a group, and it's the uh, like diplomacy in combat kind of thing.
Mm.
And it could be that I just wasn't like reading the situation right, but it seemed to me, and granted, this is ignoring character decisions and motivations, but it seemed to me that we had an opportunity to not go into TPK territory. That Corey was giving us an out, and then we just immediately lost that because of choices made. And um, you know, if that was definitely something that your character would have done regardless, then I have no qualms with that. But I think it's something that we should consider in the future. That yes, a round is 6 seconds, but I feel like when Corey is giving us the opportunity, you know, not that it's
You
something we
can
should
take a
debate
second
for the
thought.
next hour, but it's something that we should maybe consider if it's a possibility.
I
You
think
know,
it probably would have been a
I'm
lot.
not upset with how it turned out or anything. Obviously, like everyone survived, um, but it was like Aelin, you know, God, and even myself, like I'm trying to decide if Aelin would have been all in on that fight or not, because it funnily enough like reminded me of the bar fight that we did at the very beginning of the campaign to like bond all the characters together. And to me, it's like, yeah, they would have just jumped in and did that because they're like, yeah, why are you talking shit about this person I just met? Like, to me, it was just a fun way of like, yeah, they have these strong loyalties because they're just like, yeah, you're slighting him, so you're slighting me. But this situation was so different because it was like, this is a monster that could easily wipe the floor with us. And we need to know, like, yes, we should stand up for our friends, but also, like, you know, what if it was an ancient dragon? Would we have done the same thing? You know? So,
Ancient
long-winded
monster.
way to say that yeah, like maybe it's something that we just have to like figure out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My feeling was I was sort of the same way, except Baz was down. So at that
Mhm.
point, I felt I didn't have very much agency. At that point, I felt that the battle lines had been drawn to the point where if it was going to be a TPK, it was going to be a TPK because one of our players. I would
Mm.
rather, like, even if it had been an ancient dragon, I would have done the same thing because Baz was down.
Mhm.
So
I'd also have to say
I
that the
would,
fact that
like, I can't leave my friend in a
Yeah.
vulnerable position.
Baz stunned
Like
that one.
even if the character is saying stop, 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 at that point, like if if one of you guys are down, it's sort of like, well, my character would easily throw away his life to save his friend. Yes.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Like I think that that's important to consider as well. And it just felt like to me that we were kind of on the fence about that, where it was like it felt like half of it was out of control and half of it was character choice. When it, you know, it was the opportunity to be entirely character choice and still in control, I guess, if that makes sense.
The way I looked at it too. Like, I mean, I totally get what you're saying, and that's the chaos of it too, though. Baz managed to stun that one, and that flipped it to more of equal footings almost. And so, I mean, I was afraid to give up my round, almost like, and not go through with it. Maybe it would have stopped it, maybe it wouldn't have, but that would have been one round of not being effective. But
Yeah, it's like
who knows?
the risk reward of, well, if the combat doesn't end, I've wasted my turn.
I
Yeah,
get what you're
I
saying though,
yeah.
and it would have been easier to probably stand down if that wolf didn't get stunned, because that if that other one was involved right through, it would have been a much different fight.
Mm.
So
All right.
It was
Liz?
also
Oh,
it also kind of got a little bit messed from the beginning because if the wolf hadn't attacked, Brad wasn't planning on attacking after
No.
he did it. He was an intimidation, like a
It was
Yeah.
just don't push me as this hard.
exactly yeah
It wasn't meant to be I'm attacking you
right
now. But
at all.
Yeah.
obviously, that's just how it
you're
Yeah.
going for the even footing,
Like,
even eye level.
Yeah.
In Baz's mind, I mean, Corey, you're free to disagree with this, but she like literally started it.
Yeah.
Like with sending the wolf into attack. I mean, well, maybe she didn't send the wolf into attack.
By
The wolf
the wolf
attacked
attack.
regardless, and that kicked off a fight. He was growing big, not as a now I'm going to hurt you. It was I'm showing you who I am right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and that's the thing. Just because initiative is rolled doesn't always mean
No.
you're in a fight. It just means the potential is there,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so you need
But
to
it's just
slow
once,
it down.
but once like
Yeah.
actual attacks occurred from the other side, I'm kind of going with what Ryan was saying. It's like, okay, now I feel like if I don't do something, I'm going to waste my
Yeah.
turn, and she is going to come at me.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
the wolf breathed on 3 of you and
Exactly.
did 60 damage. It was
So-
like a, yeah. I get
We're
that.
itching to eat us. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also just a game. It's hard to quote unquote surrender. Like
Mhm.
Well-
lay down your arms is I don't
I'm
think the
sh-
first.
I'm sure Corey
like,
wouldn't
just
have
from a
eaten
game
us right
mechanic
out.
player thing.
Like,
Uh,
I think if Baz right off the top had been, hadn't attacked, the rest of us would have followed suit because it
Mhm.
wasn't,
Probably.
a brawl yet, sort of, So sometimes that is just going to depend on how initiative rolls out as well, right?
It could have been an interesting development, if we surrendered to her and now, she holds that over us or whatever, or whatever. Like, who knows where that
Yeah.
would have led? It just would
But
have been a
John's right.
whole.
Once Baz was down, surrendering is a lot harder. If she had just done a non-lethal knockout on you, maybe different.
Well, no,
But
yeah,
See,
no,
I disagree.
We
To me,
could've-
like that was the point where it was like we had to decide to surrender or not.
for
Until
me, that's
Baz was down, it was
where
a
it's
fight.
either if you surrender, Baz is dead.
yes. Oh, 100%.
Well, no, we could still heal him.
That's not on the cards though. From like my
But it's not on
my
the cards.
character's
Surrender
perspective,
is don't attack. It's not
healing.
don't heal.
But that is
I don't think that's true.
It's possible that you're right, and only Corey really knows what the giant would have done. In my head, if it was like her motivation was saying, "Okay, I have killed, quote unquote, this person that was pissing me off. The rest
That's
of you,
the price you pay.
the rest of you, get the fuck out."
she was mocking your tattoos, which I did.
She wasn't
your
mocking
giant
them at
root.
all.
Well, not mocking, but she was.
She was angry that he had them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's part of his culture too, though.
Yeah.
So but she refused to do that.
It's giant
She's an
cultural
aggressive-
appropriation.
Yeah, she is an aggressive creature by nature. So
Yeah, that was the thing. When Baz went down, I was reading the situation
we
as
would have been
you
slaves.
guys can leave, but I'm not going to let you walk up, heal him, and take him with you. I'm not merciful. I've just,
We could
dealt
have found
with
out.
you. You can fuck off.
True, but there's also a cost there.
It's
3
swung
death
that
saves.
battle.
Or she hits him once. Or the wolf attacks.
Yeah,
No, I
and-
mean
so-
you could have rolled insight to see what her motivations were. What her
But again, I guess sort of a character thing is
Mm.
there. I saw as I think you see as like the option sort of Baz goes down, the option sort of the option trees goes out, like now we can surrender because Baz went down. I see it as the like the tensions have ratcheted up. She was calling him names. She hit him. She knocked him down. Things are escalating. Things are de-escalating, and the risk I think is much greater in that. I don't think it's a TPK. I think Brad's re-rolling a new character next
Mm.
week.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Like I agree that it was getting more intense, and again, like in terms of character choices, I have no issues with, if that's what if people feel like their character would have done that, I'm not like arguing against that. I guess I'm saying for me as a player, it felt like, you know, that was an opportunity because
It was a window to it.
yeah, it was an opportunity to avoid losing more than Baz. And
Sure.
and I guess like obviously that's looking at it from a meta perspective. And it's something that like I'm still wrestling with over whether like what stance Aelin would take, because obviously he cares significantly about the party and he wants to fight for them and he wants to protect them. But if he reads the situation and it's, if we keep fighting, she's gonna kill me and my sister, then obviously as much as he cares for Baz, like that's, you know, that's a, there's no choice there for him.
I totally understand what
An
you're
RP
saying.
all the way at the back, keeping her distance. She's like, I can tap my wings. and fly
Have you
through-
seen the giant ice rock meteors that frost giants can throw? If you're a donkey,
Yeah.
you would know this.
Very true.
So
I do have a sword now.
All that being said, it's a really good
I'm able to
discussion.
digest them either.
Good. It was really good. It's a really good discussion, and who knows how it could have gone. I do.
Yeah.
Liz, what did you think? You're the last. Rose's thing.
Yeah. Like I say, that fight was terrifying. I was pretty scared for Baz came real close.
Yeah, and I just want to say, for the record, I 100% did expect you to do the final blow. It seemed like something that she would have done in the,
Given that you just stood back up.
given the situation, and I would have been completely fine with it. Just, I wouldn't have been like thrilled, but yay, my character's dead. It's more
you would have
like,
understood.
Not a commission.
but I also would have, you know, been like, yeah, that makes complete sense that would have happened, and sure.
I think part of mine in that, not like immediately. For one, my turn came around when people were already still hitting, so it was kind of, it was, you know, by the time it got back around to me, I may as well have just gone all out. But we were also at full strength. We had a lot of resources we could have burned in that fight that we didn't. You know, so I think it was scary, but at the same time, I think we had the resources, which, other than her action surging and you know, killing you.
There's also a weird, just I guess meta thing that I couldn't help but have in the back of my head, just that as an experienced player, and knowing that, now granted I don't know what about this specific frost giant, but I knew that while it would have been a dangerous fight for our party, I was
We
like,
can take a
we
giant.
know that we can take a frost giant at level 5. Not super easy, but definitely not like out of the realm, and clearly it wasn't.
But you also can't account for the rolls.
Of course, exactly. And so that's,
well, yeah, and we got a lot of crits on her.
I think we had
We got really lucky.
Yeah.
Three
between the NPCs.
4.
Yeah.
And we saved on all the breaths.
And so that can and sometimes does, you know, play a role in decisions of like, do I actually feel, you know, comfortable going, you know, giving attitude to this creature?
Where I don't know anything, so I will never give attitude to anything that's bigger than me.
Well, for me,
I couldn't believe the way you responded to her. I'm like, Baz is itching for a fight. He's starting a fight. We're fighting.
yeah. For me, there's a couple things that I will say. I really liked all the RP and how you guys handled it. I definitely opened the window for a let's stop fighting before someone dies. You guys didn't take the bait, but I thought you would. I even had your NPC allies look to you like, oh, do we really want to do this? Like, are we going to do this? And you guys said, yeah, go ahead. So, okay.
I said, I don't think we can.
I know. But nobody said, no, stop. Let's stop. Hold on. Nobody said that to your NPCs when they stopped to pause. Everyone said, like, go for it. not go for it like, yeah, let's do it, but like essentially you said no, we have to do it. But I think I'll be brutally honest here. I think I got cold feet at the last second. I think I should have killed you, Brad.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I should have. I think it would have been totally in her character after you got healed up. Not the first time you went down to hit you again when you're down, but when Jonah healed you up, knowing then that. But then she wasn't that smart either, so I was kind of weighing in my mind: is she smart enough to know that you can just heal him again and again and again? So I said, okay, she's gonna put you down again. And then she's going to make sure you stay down in her mind. So she crit you when you were down, right? And that to her was like, okay, I finished him off. There was still that last vestige of life in you that you guys know from a meta perspective.
Yeah.
But there was also active threats around her. So I figured, okay, she's going to hit him again. If he drops, she's going to hit him again. And to her, in her mind, that finishes her off. Then she's going to action surge and kill the next target that's a threat. And that was Aelin.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So that's the way I thought it. But really, because the thing is, she wouldn't have known that her critical hit while you were unconscious on the ground didn't just kill you outright. She wouldn't have known that.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's no concept. Nobody knows about the 3 death saving throws in character. So that's why I didn't hit you again. It was kind of a mix of both. Like I kind of meted it, but at the same time, I think I can justify it retroactively.
Yeah.
And as far as the wolf goes, I deliberately, and that's why when we kicked it off, like you said, I wasn't trying to start a fight, but I had deliberately described the wolves as being extremely on edge and agitated, and anything that they perceived as hostile, i.e. you doubling in size right in front of them, think of it from an animal perspective, they're just going to go, roar, and that's what kicked it off, because I knew the wolves were going to jump into attack. On the giant's turn, she might have called them off had you guys not followed that wolf. Like, she might have said, like, no, like, heal, and pulled it off. Kind of like a dog owner might have done, right? If your dog gets startled and attacks, because you double in size suddenly, it might take around for her to get control of her animal, but then after the wolf attacked, everybody else started attacking her, and then she just retaliated from there. So there was an opportunity to back out even after that wolf attacked, and I did kind of telegraph that the wolf was this close to just jumping in, regardless of Master's commands. So, but at the same time, how would Baz have known that? No. Blackman was the one talking to the wolves, and he was the one with the insight checks on how, in all of that. So, from a character perspective, it all made perfect sense, so I don't begrudge any of you guys as players or as characters for how it went down. I thought it was a really interesting dynamic, and I was really scared that I was going to kill some people, because there was a very strong possibility that people... Yes, you could take a Frost Giant and 2 Winter Wolves at this level, technically. It's a deadly level encounter. But deadly usually means you can win, but usually it means you have casualties, and I think if you didn't have 3 NPC allies, you probably would have lost somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, and copious healing resources.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because also I wasn't doing it. I was doing nothing. I was 0
You were triage.
advantage of.
Your
Yeah.
triage. Yeah.
No, and
So I wasn't helping the fight at all. I wasn't advancing our state. So
You were people from outright croaking. You were erratic.
Yeah.
You did good.
But it was a good session, though. And...
I really liked the encounter with... I didn't get to finish.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I thought you were done. My apologies. Sorry, carry on.
I really liked the random encounter with the other shape changer. I thought that was really cool.
Mhm.
On at night. I don't know. I like little flavor like that.
Mhm.
You know, I just think it's interesting. I'm impressed by the different types of encounters you come up with for random jungle stuff. I think it's, you know, like it's very rarely repetitive, and I think it keeps the jungle travel interesting. I wanted to give inspiration to Blackwind, to Ryan, for his conversations with the wolf and playing that out. I think had he not done that, it would have been, you know, a fight from the start. It would have been fighting the wolves while the Frost Giant came in.
Yep.
So I think that definitely led to interesting stuff.
Yeah, like it might have been something where we're like, hey, we're gonna try and sneak past this wolf. That's not gonna happen because the other wolf is awake. And then all of a sudden the
Or
wolf probably would have been like, oh shit, there's strangers here. Rawr. And then roll
Frost
initiative.
Giant, Frost Giant shows up, we
and
start
it's like,
booking
oh,
it or
fuck.
something.
You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I think it would have turned out really differently, and I thought that was good. My thorn would be the fact that I feel useless in in travel because I suck at everything. So my only thing to do is give advantage to somebody. I can't really do anything on my own because I'm terrible. Which it's just a personal frustration. I don't think it's designed wrong. My strengths as a character lie elsewhere. It's just a little frustrating in the moment when it's like, all right, well, I'll give initiative. I'll give advantage, even though I know it's helpful. It's still just a little bit like less interesting because it's like, oh, I can't search for something. I don't get to do anything
Well,
fun.
you can. You just have to roll slightly better
Right,
than
but
other
I'm
people.
terrible. I have to roll really good when the DC is 15. I have to roll 15 or higher. So I have a 75% chance of failing, whereas I can give somebody advantage. It's not worth it.
And you are
Just
kind of
perfect.
discounting the mapping you're doing, though.
Huh?
You're kind of discounting you still like can map and everything, and you can do that for free. So it's
Sure,
like you're
but
still
the
doing
map,
something. Most other characters,
right,
if they were mapping, that'd be all they were doing. So you're
right.
doing a full
Nobody else
character
would map.
job. Yeah, but you're doing a full character job, and they're able to give advantage to somebody else's. That seems pretty useful to me. But anyways,
I understand that it's useful. I'm not saying it's not useful. I'm saying it's not interesting. As a choice, it's not an interesting choice to make. But like I said, I get that my strengths don't lie in that area. I'm sure if somebody else went and tried to figure something else out with intellect checks all the time that they suck at, it's the same thing, like I get that. It's just a little personal, like, no, okay, I want to find Twingus, but I can't. And that's
all right. Well, that is where we will end tonight's session. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation. We live stream nearly every Sunday night starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch, and you can catch up on the weekly sessions as well on YouTube, link below. If you enjoy spending this time with us, consider giving us a follow and turning on your notifications, see when we go live. Never miss an episode. Thank you again, and thank you again to all of my players. Have a great night.
Thanks, Corey.